Sure where they'll be taking them, but what they will want to do is they will go and debrief them, and they will offer them some sort of counseling to make sure they're okay, but they'll have to take witness statements from all these folks that are walking away from the building and put them in a safe area. Certainly we're not going to try to approach them right now, but they're going to go put them in a safe, warm area, and they'll want to talk to them about what they saw and make sure they're okay. And Aristea, back to your question, that is exactly what I'm thinking. Typically what happens is in a situation like this, they'll want to make sure that the store is secure and that there's no one hiding in there, because right now, if they're able to, they will try to review videotape of the store to see who was in there. If they have access to it, they'll try to make sure that no one is hiding in any nook and cranny in what appears to be a very large store. And I saw at least 3 or 4 different battering rams heading into the store with these hooks that you see firefighters use to open doors. So yes, Aristea, clearly they're wanting to make sure that there's no other danger present in that store at this time. And it's unclear right now if that man that we saw, or that person being taken away in that ambulance who was bloodied and handcuffed, it is not clear what role that person might have played in the shooting here this afternoon. Jeremy and Aristea.
Yeah, on that note, there are some reports that one suspect has been taken into custody. That coming from Boulder police radio traffic as we look live here at SWAT officers escorting people from the scene there right now. What a horrifying sight to see. And we are hearing unconfirmed reports from the building. We don't want to get into those just yet because, as we said, they're not confirmed. But as soon as we can confirm them, we will. We noticed in our view from Skyfox a moment ago that police were paying extra close attention to a vehicle in the parking lot. It was right at the front of the parking lot, looked to be some sort of SUV. It appeared they were sort of combing through the outside of that vehicle, looking through the windows, that sort of thing. Hadn't yet entered it, but appeared to be very curious about what was going on inside of it. We saw 3 air ambulances on the ground that had landed, presumably to help take injured people away from this shooting scene. But we haven't seen anybody loaded into those just yet. In fact, the only person we've seen loaded into an ambulance was that one person who was shirtless and bloodied, wearing handcuffs, being escorted to the hospital there in Boulder just moments ago. Again, we don't know a lot about police tactics or what they do in this situation, but it's safe to assume that even if one suspect is in custody, when you broach a gigantic superstore like that and get inside, you have to sweep the place and make sure that there's no danger in there at all still. And so I can assume that's what's going on now. If not, it will be soon. They have to get in there, go through every row, every nook and cranny just to make sure the danger is gone. If there's one bit of promise we've seen, it's that we've seen several people led away from the building. We assume they are employees and customers, and they were uninjured. We hope that's true of everybody who was inside the store, but we cannot yet confirm that. Our coverage will continue right now here on Fox 31 and our news partners Channel 2 News at 4 p.m. right here as we continue to follow this breaking news. And for those following this breaking news, joining us now on Channel 2 News at 4 p.m., this is an active shooter situation at the King Supers in South Boulder, just off Table Mesa. Details are few, but we know the call came in around 2:30 this afternoon. Reports of an active shooter. We have moments ago seen somebody led away in handcuffs. They were shirtless, shoeless, and bloodied. We believe that may be a suspect, as there are reports of one suspect under arrest. We don't know anything about injuries just yet, although we have seen 3 air ambulances land and park in a nearby parking lot. And there is a massive law enforcement presence right now at this moment on the south side of Boulder as this breaking news situation unfolds. This is the live scene from Skyfox. We should tell you it is leaving the scene momentarily as law enforcement there has instituted what is called a TFR, a temporary flight restriction, banning aircraft from the area as they continue to investigate this situation. But we do have crews on the ground.
We do have multiple crews on the scene right now. In fact, we're going to go to our Kagan Harsha. We know 3600 Table Mesa Drive, by the way, too, is where this is. It's about 2 miles south of the University of Colorado Boulder campus. Kagan has talked to a couple witnesses so far today. Kagan, obviously, we're still awaiting confirmation from police right now, the extent of injuries, how many injured, unconfirmed reports from Boulder police that one suspect is in custody. We're hearing that just via scanners. What can you tell us from witnesses' accounts and from where you're standing, your vantage point?
I want to give you a vantage point where we're kind of right out front at the edge of the parking lot here in front of the store. And what we're seeing now is officers here in tactical gear going vehicle to vehicle with flashlights, weapons, looking into all these vehicles in the parking lot. Again, this is all part of the police response to situations like this and the tactical response. But we're also seeing, just past them, you can see the front of this building here where we're now getting our first real good view from the front of the store where you can see the windows just blown out and shattered here. Kind of a casualty of what happened here a short time ago. We've been telling you about this huge law enforcement presence. We're seeing dozens upon dozens, I'd say close to 100 officers here in some form or fashion, coupled with paramedics around this building, police cars everywhere you look, drones above the building. We've also seen a lot of employees in the last few minutes being escorted out here to police vehicles. You can tell they're obviously shaken up by the way they're walking past this, being escorted, ducking behind cars as they try to get away from this scene. And we believe the officers here are still just making sure there's no other suspects involved in this. It's definitely a very active scene still, as you can see a lot unfolding here with looking into vehicles. But we do know, a lot of witnesses we've spoken to. We talked to a man inside the store who was telling us that every customer in the store got down on the ground. They could hear those gunshots. They could see that man in tactical gear out in front of the store shooting several shots, fully wearing tactical gear. Again, they believe that's the same man who was escorted out a short time later, bleeding, wearing nothing but underwear, but definitely going vehicle to vehicle now and looking for possibly any other suspects in this situation.
All right, Kagan, thank you. Speaking of suspects, we have some video we do want to show you from a short time ago. This was video taken from Skyfox as they led away somebody who appeared to perhaps be a suspect. You're going to see two people coming out of the store here. First, you can see that guy in what appears to be a light-colored coat, hands near his head. We believe that's a customer or an employee of some sort. He is being taken to safety, but just a few feet in front of him, as you'll see just moments from now, as the camera pans, there is what I should say a few feet in front of him. Right there's the camera pans. You're going to see what we believe may be the suspect. This is that shirtless, bloodied man, loosely matching the description of one of the witnesses we talked to earlier. Has dark hair and a beard. You can see he's wearing shorts, no shirt, no shoes, and that right leg of his is exceedingly bloodied. He was led away by law enforcement and first responders to an ambulance that was then driven across town to the hospital in Boulder. We believe this may be the suspect, although no confirmation from Boulder police at this moment. We await those details. In fact, we await all details. The only information from Boulder police came out over an hour ago, and that was just a brief tweet saying that there was an active shooter situation at this King Soopers grocery store on the south side of Boulder. You can see that man limping away. He was led to one ambulance and then taken to another, and that is the only person that we've seen transported so far, despite the fact that 3 air ambulances sit on the ground there outside the King Soopers.
Yeah, the one thing to give us some color we've been able to contribute here since we've been on the air just over an hour is multiple witness accounts. We do have several reporters on scene right now, and those witness reports all corroborating one another, talking about, well, we're looking to some running that's going on. Just the frantic nature, it looks like, of shoppers that are being escorted away from the scene. Obviously, any bit of activity or intensity, we're going to bring it to you as the story does continue to develop. But back to those witness accounts. We've got Ashley Michaels on the scene, perhaps more color to tell us about the activity we're seeing. Ashley.
Hey, Aristea, I'm going to step away from the camera for just a second so we can show you what is going on. Everybody who was on that sidewalk where Kagan Harsha was just live has just now scurried back away from the store. And that's because we just heard police or SWAT come over the loudspeaker saying that you are surrounded. Please sit up in your vehicle. Police are actually telling us to get back and behind the building right now. They say they have a suspect surrounded in a vehicle. They're asking him to sit up and surrender right now. You can see this happening live. Police are coming right to us, telling us we need to get back as far as possible and to seek shelter behind buildings. Jeremy and Eric, we're going to send it back to you.
Go do that.
Yeah, you need to get to a safe place.
We'll get to another camera crew if we can. If not, we'll just bring it back to our cameras here as we continue to bring this breaking news. Again, our chopper coverage had to end because of a TFR, temporary flight restriction, put into place by local law enforcement. They wanted aircraft cleared out of the area. Our Kagan Harsha, though, is on the scene, on the ground, as we see more people being led away from the store. And Kagan, we talked about that one person we presumed was a suspect being led away earlier, the guy with the bloodied leg. But we did notice moments ago they were paying a lot of attention to a vehicle in the parking lot. Were you able to see that from your vantage point at all? Do you know the car we're talking about?
Yeah, we can show you that vehicle right now. We're actually right across from it. Just a moment ago, we were actually across the street from where we are now. You could hear our law enforcement on those loudspeakers saying, "You are surrounded." They said he was slouching in his vehicle. The suspect was slouching in their vehicle to sit up. "You are surrounded." We heard that message, and then we were quickly told to get across the road here. And so you're looking right here. This is the area they're focusing on, that vehicle they're focusing on. And we told you just moments ago, you came to us, they were going vehicle to vehicle, looking into some of these with flashlights, surrounded with tactical gear, officers in tactical gear, and that's when they discovered this individual inside this vehicle. And everybody was quickly told to get across the street, and they were telling that person they were surrounded and to sit up and to surrender. Okay. So that's what we're seeing at the moment. If we look down, and they're quickly blocking the scene off down here, quickly surrounding or expanding their parameter here around this scene. They were kind of laxing these barriers, and we've seen this heavy law enforcement presence, and they're stretching this tape out everywhere we can see at the moment.
Make sure you're at a safe distance.
And is it safe to say you think that this could potentially be a coordinated attempt now? Obviously, they're expanding the parameter of the scene. It seems that they're talking to an additional suspect. We know the other suspect had already been led away by officers. So would you say at this point it's safe to at least speculate this could be coordinated?
I mean, it's hard to say that. Obviously, they have reason to believe there might be another suspect based on the way they were searching these vehicles and the fact they believe they have identified someone else in one of these vehicles who they are telling to surrender. But based on how they're expanding this perimeter, it does believe they think there's a sudden danger that wasn't here moments ago. They were letting us get pretty close to the scene. We are in a safe position now. They told us to stand back here. But this is definitely a change scene from what we saw moments ago. And as I say that, we're being pushed back a little bit further here. So it doesn't believe they necessarily knew there was another suspect involved, but something that led them to believe there might be after finding an individual inside one of these vehicles. We don't know what's happened with that individual, I should point out.
Real quickly, we can say the Boulder Daily Camera now reporting that Boulder Community Health confirming at least one person transported from the King Soopers shooting to Foothills Hospital. And we believe that was the person without the shirt with the bloodied leg who was limping away from the scene in handcuffs. We saw that ambulance driving into the parking garage of the hospital, and we believe that is the victim or the person that they are talking about right now. Actually, we're just getting this confirmation. Actually, it is confirmed. Yes, they are treating one patient. Situation still unclear. They will keep us in the loop as soon as we learn more.
It's interesting, too. Vicente Arenas just minutes ago was saying to us, kind of painting the picture and saying, it's interesting, these officers, he didn't feel the relaxed kind of disposition that oftentimes, not a relaxed, let's just say, not as high alert typically as they would be in an active shooter situation. He said he didn't quite feel like it was over. And now here we are seeing, as Kagan just described to us, the parameter being extended. And as Ashley Michaels, in a really intense live shot, just told us she heard them over the loudspeaker saying that they needed to back away, and as they were talking to somebody who appeared to be in the vehicle. Now, one does wonder, was that the same vehicle that the first suspect drove in, and perhaps was this other person waiting as a getaway car, or were there multiple vehicles? The first witness that we talked to, Brian, had told us that he saw shooting happening in the parking lot. And I do wonder, Kagan, if you can still hear us, is there evidence of any cars or windows being shattered in that parking lot? Or Greg Nieto is actually on the scene for us. Greg, from your vantage point, I don't know if you can hear us. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can? Looks like Greg is trying. Yep, he can. Greg, hey, appreciate you being out there. Make sure you're in a safe position for us, first and foremost. Secondly, any evidence of any car windows being shot? We talked to a witness about an hour ago who said that he noticed the gentleman with the AR-15 rifle-style weapon shooting at vehicles. Does it look like there was an active scene there in the parking lot?
Well, yeah, I believe that to be the case, definitely. Saying when we're talking about what is developing since 2:30. Now, we are at the intersection of Table Mesa and Broadway to kind of set it up for you. We're kind of behind at least one building, but I don't think I've ever seen this much law enforcement response in my career. It's not only Boulder Police, Boulder Sheriff, but we're seeing agencies from Broomfield. DPD is up here as well, as both Kagan and I believe Nicole had mentioned. We're just behind a kind of a PIO type vehicle vehicle with the sheriff's office where they were, again, playing that recording. This is the SWAT team, basically giving commands to do what they say. We also saw a number of folks that must have been released, just from a visual standpoint, must have been released from the store itself, and they were being escorted across Table Mesa to a safe spot, and then they were being told to get to the other side of the street. But again, this has kind of been ground zero, if you will, for law enforcement from all over the metro area showing up here. And again, obviously the pictures say it all.
Greg, real quickly, while you're there, we're just hearing from the governor. Governor Polis tweeting moments ago, like my fellow Coloradans, I'm closely watching unfolding events at King Soopers in Boulder. My prayers are with our fellow Coloradans at this time of sadness and grief as we learn more about the extent of the tragedy. Of course, we know that Governor Polis calls Boulder home. He's no doubt been to this very store, I'm sure, and so this hits close to him as he informs the people of Colorado via Twitter that he is closely watching, as you all are, these events unfold live here on TV. Again, this active shooter situation reported about 2:30 this afternoon on the south side of Boulder at the King Soopers store just off Table Mesa Drive. And we have seen one person led away bloodied into an ambulance, but we have so few details about what else has gone on inside this store, except from an eyewitness who early on told us that he saw somebody in tactical gear with an AR-15 style weapon firing shots. It sounded like fireworks at first, but that guy, Brian, helped clear the store and hopefully saved some lives today too. We have reporters on the scene, heroes. For sure. We have reporters on the scene, about 6 of them, I believe. And Pat, who are we going to again? Vicente Arenas. He's got a witness. Let's go to Vicente.
Yeah, I do. And Jim was inside the store. Jim, walk me through what you saw happen.
Well, I didn't see anything. It's what I heard. But I was in the back of the store toward the meat, and all of a sudden I heard I think we all, like 5 people around me, heard something that sounded, in retrospect, it sounded like a misfire. Didn't know what it was at the time. But then, within a second or two, there was just a cadence of pop, but it was more of a full sound that I'd never heard before, and it was obvious it was a very dangerous situation. And so I was near the front of a stampede that just headed out and didn't know where a door would be in the back. We just went flying through those doors, and we all just rushed and jumped about 5 feet down from the loading dock and just ran for our lives. And
all right, we're having some microphone problems with Vicente there. But Aristea, as you heard him, that witness say, he sort of backs up what we heard from Brian Crucy early on in this, and that is that people heard these shots. They rushed to the back of the store. They exited that emergency exit out by the loading ramp, and they got out of there. And that quick action, you can only assume, saved some lives today.
Unbelievable when he told us that. I mean, just minutes really after it happened, you think a lot of people wouldn't have taken that route. That man, as I said earlier on, definitely going to be a name that you hear often as the story develops. We have seen police continue to escort shoppers as well out of the store. Vicente Arenas telling us earlier that people were going into the store with their battering rams. We thought possibly to scale the store to make sure there were no additional victims. We know 3 air ambulances had arrived. That was at least from our vantage point as we brought you Skyfox. We do plan to get Skyfox up here momentarily, and we have about 4 crews on the scene as well. At about 3:45, we saw police lead someone in handcuffs out of the store. Interesting enough, that person had no shirt, no pants, and with what looked like a bloodied leg. They then put that suspect into an ambulance. And then just about 10 minutes ago, our Ashley Michaels live as it was happening, telling us that SWAT seemed to be talking to another person, potentially a suspect, that was inside of a car that they had seemed to be surveying for a period of time. So we are waiting on confirmation on several different things. How many injured, extent of the injury. We do have 1 confirmed injury at a nearby hospital. But the way several of these witnesses have made it sound, at least at this this point, they heard several series of gunshots fired. So we are calling area hospitals right now and seeing if we can get any more information as to how many have been transported. Jeremy?
Yeah, witness Daniel Douglas told us he was in the store grabbing lunch. He said, as we were waiting on the pizza, we started hearing gunshots. Sounded like someone was breaking the glass at first. We started screaming and hit the ground. He said a lot of people were crying. My nerves are so racked right now. He said, I'm having a hard time talking, and we can understand that. Our Nicole Fierro on scene right by the police tape just outside that King Superstore. We could see some people behind that police line, just behind you there. We assume maybe that's a law enforcement officer. They've got you all backed up, right?
Yeah, Jeremy, let me just get out of the way right away to show you. I mean, this very active scene here. You can see all of the police and tactical gear. We've seen several bomb squad vans come over here. The greatest police presence I've ever seen here. Trucks, cars, every light's flashing. It's a very, very active. Now, this is where we will hear from a public information officer, hopefully at some point. And just to show you how much of a team effort this is, we're hearing from a public information officer in Broomfield telling us Boulder is tweeting out an update any minute now so that they're all teaming together to try to make the situation safe and get us the information as soon as possible. But walking up here, you know, I spoke with several people. They feel so lucky. They were planning to go into the King Supers. They didn't, but they heard from couples that were inside and an employee. This one family so shaken up telling me that they heard from an employee who saw a man get shot several times. They heard from a couple who just got married. They were going and getting groceries, and then they went out a secret exit, she says, and they are safe. Everyone who lives in this area telling us they just can't believe this is happening. They're so shaken up. Everyone knows everyone in this King Supers. They know the employees, so they are so worried. They, like us, waiting for an update, waiting to learn anything we can. We are told, though, in just a few minutes that we can expect an update on Twitter. We're refreshing now, and as soon as we can get any information, any interview, we will bring it live from right here. But as you can see, very active scene right here behind me. The King Supers all the way down here, but you can see how many police ambulance. There's 4 or 5 ambulance right over here, several more up there. Everywhere. We've got Arvada fire ambulance paramedics. You got them from all over the place. It's a huge team effort to try to contain the situation, but as we are told, it's a very active one, and that everyone here is on alert. You do see people with tactical gear, with guns, running back and forth several times in the few minutes we've been here, coming back towards this area now.
Nicole, on that note, you know, we just saw Ashley Michaels about 10 minutes ago talking about SWAT officers yelling into a vehicle with their loudspeakers to exit the vehicle, keep their hands up. Any more activities surrounding a vehicle from your vantage point, or have you heard any more from the SWAT officers potentially looking for a second suspect?
I did hear that radio announcement a few minutes ago. I do see a man running this way right now. It seemed like more crews were going closer towards the King Supers and whatever vehicle may be over there, but it's eerily quiet at this moment. It looks like everyone's just eyes are peeled on that one direction right by that King Supers right now, as ours are too, looking for any update.
Yeah, and we should say...
shoppers?
Sorry, go ahead, Aristea. Go ahead.
Our shoppers, this is the nature of being separated in studios. We apologize. We're trying to take safety measures with coronavirus. Nicole, are shoppers still being escorted out, or does it seem like they've pretty much exited the center at this point?
From where we are, we're here on Broadway, where it is completely taped off. The only people I am seeing moving around this area of the parking lot are all first responders, police, SWAT. That's what we're seeing right now. I don't see any regularly dressed customers or community members in here in this blocked off area right now.
All right, Nicole Fierro, one of our 7 reporters on the scene there. If there's an upside to this, and we do always try to find one in these situations, it is that the store was not terribly busy at the time. That, according to Brian Crucy, who was inside checking out when those first shots were fired, he said that thankfully Monday morning, not too busy, and that was good news, it appears. Our Michael Konopasek on the scene as well. Michael, where are you? What are you seeing?
Hey, Jeremy, we got here a short time ago. Let me tell you, though, we are, you can see the King Soopers here in the distance. It is hard to overstate just how many law enforcement vehicles are here. We see those from the pictures, of course, but one thing that I did see that I want to point out here is, okay, so this guy's telling us that the ambulances are going to be coming out the way that we're standing. So we're going to move over, Dan, just come over just a little bit, just in case. We just want to be prepared for that. One thing that I did see is where you saw that officer come up to the yellow tape, just a short time ago, another officer came up to the tape and asked a bystander what he saw. So this is all still very fluid here outside of the King Soopers. Police are still trying to piece this together, of course, but it looks like they're still trying to get some of those eyewitnesses, more than an hour after this is all started. I'm not sure how many of those eyewitnesses may have scattered beyond this parking lot that we see right here, but they have been coming up to the yellow tape again to ask people, what have you seen, trying to get more of those eyewitnesses.
Yeah, we would like to update the information you see at the bottom of your screen where it says active shooter at King Soopers on Table Mesa. That is the most recent information we have from Boulder Police. That came out in a tweet about an hour ago, and they have yet to give us more information. We understand it is busy, and they are in the middle of trying to figure out what exactly has gone on inside that store. So many details we're waiting on still. Number of injured, information on the suspect. What led up to all this? What about those eyewitness descriptions of this man in tactical gear? As we look live here from our crew, you can see this newer method of law enforcement, a drone in the air. Just what an interesting backdrop there with the mountains of Boulder. Just behind it, there's Chautauqua Park and the cliffs there, as they try and figure out what's gone on inside that store. Yeah, look, we don't paint any Colorado town as utopia, although those of us who live here and love it enough like to think that everywhere we live and play is a bit utopia-like. But Boulder has a certain air about it where you truly just don't expect this sort of thing. It's a pretty laid-back place. You shouldn't.
And the serenity of the mountains, sorry, Jeremy, behind it, with the juxtaposition of the drone flying in front of it. And what's particularly disconcerting to me is so many of our veteran reporters, Greg Nieto, 2 decades reporting in Colorado, saying that this was the most massive amount of law enforcement presence that they have ever seen. So whether that's an indication of quick response time, we're hoping by these agencies, and hoping it's not an indication of the magnitude of what they're dealing with, but that to come. We're understanding Nicole Fierro said we should get an update here within the next couple minutes.
Yeah, we just got a new tweet from Boulder Police a couple of minutes ago. Still active scene, Table Mesa and Broadway. Stay away, please avoid the area. They tweeted a picture much like the images you're seeing of the scene there, with lots of ambulances on the ground and lots of people standing by. We understand
too from Boulder Community Health, one patient is on the way. They say the situation is still very, very unclear at this point. Jeremy.
Yep. Again, for those just joining us, this is live continuous coverage of breaking news that happened around 2:30 this afternoon. Reports of an active shooter in the parking lot at the King Soopers on the south side of Boulder. If you're familiar with the area, if you make the drive into Boulder, either from Highway 36 or Highway 93 from the Denver metro area, you'll come upon this store there on the south end of town, south of the University of Colorado campus. Busy street, usually a very busy store. It's in a strip mall area with lots of restaurants and stores nearby. But again, thankfully, according to one witness on a Monday morning, or Monday afternoon, I should say, when this all began, it was not terribly busy inside. And so that's good news. Although we have seen lots of people come from the scene, what we assume were workers and customers inside the store. And we know that there are people in the parking lot and nearby looking for their loved ones who were at the store or near the store at the time and perhaps have not yet made that connection. Vicente Arenas, are you seeing some of that too?
We're still kind of in the same position that we were earlier, but one of the heartbreaking moments of a scene like this is there is a man here who's been frantically running around. I tried to talk to him for just a second or two, but he's searching for his son. His son works at Starbucks. He was out of breath. He was on the verge of tears, and this is something behind the scenes that we don't always see. We see all the flashing lights and the police officers, but the family members of people who have people in this store, they're trying to figure out where they are. are. And so that was just one of those moments at a scene like this when you cover something like this, you see this happening and your heart just breaks for the people trying to determine where their loved ones are. He said his son works at Starbucks. He didn't know if he was okay. We did see like a very large number of people that were inside the store. They were put into a bus and led away from here. They'll be taken away and they'll be debriefed somewhere else and to make sure they're okay. And you heard from the guy that we talked to just a moment ago, and he's still here if we want to hear from him again, in case you didn't hear all of his sound. But he was saying that he believes that the shooting took place somewhere in the middle of the store in an aisle, and he said at one point that it sounded like there were a gun misfired. And he said before the shooting happened, it was very quiet inside the store. It was extremely quiet, and he said they just all ran for their lives outside the front door. We're being told that we should be getting some sort of briefing here sometime soon. The police officers have been talking to us for just a moment ago, but again, many of them just staging still in the area. The SWAT officers' cars, the armored units are still in front of the building. But they appear to be kind of. I see some of them running inside this, away from the store now, running towards us, and I don't know why they're running towards us right now, but they are, and they're kind of moving in a hurry, and I don't know what that means. It could mean anything, but usually when they're running like that, it's for a reason. I don't know exactly why. We were told just a moment ago that they would try to move some of the folks away from the area where we're standing, but that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Everyone's still staging, standing by to handle whatever situation might develop here. Just a moment. Drones still over the parking lot. And I believe there is one law enforcement plane flying above the area allowed to fly here because it is law enforcement. I believe that it's an observation plane, could be from CSP at this time. So that's what I'm seeing on the ground here. I'll check back in with you guys as soon as I have something more. If you have any questions, let me know. Jeremy and Aristeo.
Yeah, Vincent, a quick question for you. We heard about 20 minutes ago that police were going car to car in the King Soopers parking lot. Does it still seem like they're surveying the parking lot? And what is happening with that car? We keep asking our reporters, the car that they were surveying at one point earlier. Actually, we're going to... Vicente, let's get back to that question in a second. We're going to go straight to our Nicole Fierro right now with a witness. Nicole.
Right away and just kind of be on the scene since the beginning.
And sir, for those joining us right now, we are speaking with a gentleman who was inside, left shortly before it happened. What did you hear? What did you see?
We heard gunshots going off. It sounded like a heavy caliber type, maybe a shotgun. And so I have a live stream, so I fired up immediately. And I never saw anyone, but I saw some victims on the ground as I came around the corner. So I knew what was happening. I knew there was a live shooter situation.
How many victims do you estimate that you saw?
I only saw 3, but I heard at least a dozen shots, if not more.
What's going through your mind right now? How are you feeling? I can't imagine seeing victims. I mean, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I have some friends who are in there who are very close to me, so I'm just hoping that they're all right. I'm waiting to hear more. I don't know do you guys know if they've even caught the shooter, or is this still an active situation?
We're told it's an active situation right now. They're going to get us an update momentarily, but we haven't heard one yet.
Right.
Just waiting to hear. Are you're worried too? You were right out there. How long after would you say that you left before the gunshots were?
It wasn't even a minute. It was 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So, yeah, immediately.
And you live in this area?
Yeah, I live right across the street.
So you're probably still just processing this all right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll set in later. But as for now, like I was telling them, I'm a journalist. I'm used to a little bit more intense, high energy situations. So this isn't totally out of my realm of understanding. But
our anchor has a quick question for you. Do you mind if I relay it? Yes.
Yeah, Nicole, if you could ask him. He said he saw 3 victims. What was the condition of those victims?
You saw 3 victims. What was the condition of those victims?
They were lifeless, not moving, face down. I could not tell if they were even breathing.
And that was right outside in the parking lot, or?
There were 2 outside in the parking lot and 1 directly inside the door that I saw.
Could you tell if they were shot in the parking lot, or did they come out from the store into the parking lot?
I couldn't answer that exactly. My guess is they were shot right where they laid. So the first 2 probably got shot outside the building, and the first person that he saw when he came in was the first victim, is my guess.
Nicole, one quick follow-up. Did any of them appear to be law enforcement?
Blood, which is a little unusual, I guess.
Did you see people running out?
Pardon me, Jeremy?
Real quickly, did any of the victims
when I
appear
got
to be
in
law
there,
enforcement?
Everyone had already ducked and covered. So, I mean, I saw groceries and carts left abandoned. And it looked like everyone who was hiding or gone.
Did any of those victims that you saw, did they appear to be law enforcement or regular customers?
They looked like regular customers. Law enforcement had not arrived yet.
Sir, I can't.
And Nicole, he said he
imagine what you feel
heard
like
the
seeing that. I really
gunshots.
just
Does
want to
he-
Thank you so much.
One more question.
He did hear
Nicole.
gunshots.
He said
He
he
did say he
heard the
did.
gunshots. Does he say what path does he think the gunman took? Does he think it was from the parking lot into the store?
Can you spell that?
DeAnschiller.
Do you think that the gunshots, when you heard them, were they coming from inside the store, out in the parking lot? Do you know what direction they were?
At first, they were outside for sure, and then they were definitely inside after that. Yep.
All right, there you have it. That's Dean Schiller, one of the witnesses there. Our Nicole Fierro talking to him, and he's giving us really the most information we've heard so far, and some of it not great details to relay. He says he saw 3 lifeless victims, not moving, face down, 2 of them in the parking lot, 1 just inside the store. He heard about a dozen gunshots. He thought they sounded like shotgun, heavy caliber rounds. Again, we heard earlier that one witness saw what appeared to be an AR-15 style rifle there, and the gunman in tactical gear. But again, this the most detailed information from Dean Schiller, who was live streaming much of this on YouTube throughout the afternoon, and we had heard about this YouTube live stream. We had monitored it in our newsroom. We certainly didn't want to share that live with you because of some of the things he was seeing in real time and conveying on YouTube. We didn't want to bring those to you live because obviously not great. We are just hearing from, there is some scanner traffic that Boulder police have cleared the King Soopers building. So that would explain why, if true, why we're not seeing much of a frantic scene outside in the store right now. But we do have Brian Crucy on the phone with us, actually. Let's get back to Kagan. We'll get to Brian in a moment. He was the other eyewitness who was talking to us just after this unfolded. But Kagan's on the scene there. Kagan, what are you seeing?
Well, we are still right across the street, kind of the front of the store. We've been watching a lot of activity here with those shattered storefront windows. And I am standing here now next to Brandon, who was just about a block away when this all started. And kind of describe, I know you sent us some videos. We're going to try to get you on air here in just a few moments. But what'd you hear? What'd you see?
Originally, I was just sitting at the light, and I had heard the gunshot. And that's when I looked over to my left. And at that point, I was watching somebody flee from about halfway to the parking lot towards the grocery store. But I was watching people flee from that scene. And I thought initially it was right in front of the Asian kitchen. And I just, with everything going on, I figured it had something to do with that perhaps, but it was enough to draw my attention. And then as soon as I was about to turn the corner here, I saw the first officer respond, and that's when something just didn't seem right because he stopped short. He didn't pursue or proceed into the parking lot. But at that point, I thought that the suspect was wearing like a tan shirt. But when we saw, the guy came out with no shirt on.
And you heard how many gunshots, kind of what did you hear? And then you also saw officers walking into another store here.
So the reaction was I heard just the one shot. And then I saw, when I came up here to the side, that's when I saw officers, I guess with Boulder County, storm the one store above, Snarf's basically. And then, while we were sitting here, just, 45 minutes later is when we heard dozens of shots coming in from the inside. And, I mean, you could hear the significant difference between the gunshot that occurred in the parking lot versus the shots that we heard inside the store.
And you were saying at least a dozen is what you thought you heard?
Probably close to 2, maybe a full clip.
And I know you sent this video. You can actually hear some of those gunshots and see some of this unfolding. Also, you said you could tell that suspect, again, we've got video of him, it looked like he had an injury of some kind.
Yeah. When we saw the suspect come out, you could tell he was bleeding from the leg. Thinking it was just protocol when they had him in custody, but they really didn't seem to care less about walking him through the parking lot. But while we were standing here, prior to that, prior before them going in, while they were getting people together and ready to assemble, you could hear shots coming from inside the store.
Did you see any of those employees leaving the store? Did you get a chance to talk to any of those witnesses or people that might have been inside?
I didn't get a chance to talk to any of them, but we did get to see the Starbucks employees come out. And the little old woman who works at Starbucks inside there, it was nice to see her come out. But you could definitely see that some of the hostages, or one old gentleman who first came out, you could tell he was just shook. And I mean, there was a guy with a Twitter feed had a video of just him standing in the front entrance going nuts because they couldn't tell if the shooter was inside. And by the time they realized that they thought the shooter was in the parking lot, he was inside the store taking shots.
And you'd actually planned to go into that store. You got a little delayed.
I was going to get a Starbucks, yeah. I was one light away from being inside. Yeah.
So back out here live, guys, and Brandon, thanks so much for that. Definitely an active scene. We've seen a lot of the commotion. We talked about that vehicle that officers, these teams, SWAT teams were focused around. Doesn't seem to be so much attention on that vehicle at this point. We don't really know what happened there, but definitely we've seen them going through the parking lot, still looking into vehicles, and every now and then we'll see them kind of running across the parking lot. So definitely it does not appear that this scene is far from being over.
Okay.
Kagan, so heartbreaking to hear, too, those testimonies. I mean, like the little Starbucks employee. Here they were waiting for their friends one by one to come out. We can only imagine. We thank you for that. I want to get right now to our Brian Crucy, who we talked to early on in this. Brian, thank you so much for continuing to give us this live coverage. You were the first person we talked to give us information. And again, we can't highlight enough how impressed we were with your heroism. We know that you heard shots in the parking lot. You ran in to the store to alert the patrons that there was somebody who was actively firing an AR-15 rifle-style weapon. A question for you, Brian. I don't know if you've been able to follow our coverage thus far, unfortunately, and it was heartbreaking to hear, again, witness account, nothing confirmed, but we just heard a witness tell us that he did see several lifeless, not moving victims in the store. Were you watching when he told us that?
Yeah, I did hear that. It really was pretty disturbing to hear, because I just feel like I must have seen those people while I was in the store, because I was there at that exact moment when he started shooting. So I hope that it was just people that were lying down, ducking for cover, but to hear that is very disturbing.
Hey, Brian, are you near a TV right now? I wonder if you can watch our live signal right now on Channel 31, because we're showing video of the man led away in handcuffs. He's shirtless. He's wearing shorts or underwear, it appears. He's got a really bloody right leg. He's hobbling. He's being taken away in handcuffs. You told us when you were live on the air with us that the gunman you saw, and again, it was a brief view, I know that because you were moving pretty fast, but you saw what appeared to be a dark-haired guy with a beard in tactical gear. Any idea if this matches that person you saw?
I'm on the internet watching your feed.
Yeah. You might be a little
delayed.
delayed.
Just a live feed.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm not sure. I don't know for. Let's see. Is this? I think they're showing it now.
Oh, okay, Brian. Appreciate it. We know that you'll stand by for us all night, as you have. We really appreciate it. I know this has been a harrowing incident for you and your family and your wife and everybody who loves you, but we are happy that you're okay and giving these crucial details to us right now. I want to go to Michael Kanapasa. Key2 is on the scene, one of our 7 reporters covering this story live in Boulder right now. Kana, where are you? What's happening there?
Jeremy, right now there's an interview going on right outside the King Soopers. Let's take a listen to see what this gentleman heard.
It's just like eye-opening for everybody. I think it really just like convicts us a lot, because like we really want to share the gospel with people and like share Jesus and like the love that he has for people, and like we just never know when they're gonna go. Like we could walk past someone during the day and they could die later on that day, and like they didn't know who God was.
Did you see the shooter?
No, we didn't see him, but we saw people like running towards us, like towards the back, because I think that was the safest place. But we did talk to someone that was at the front that had just walked in and
Saw someone go down.
He said that he saw someone go down, and yeah, it's just a terrible thing. But
what do you remember after the gunshots and that when you were running out? What do you remember seeing?
So she ran off. I told her just like get the heck like miles away from here. And I stayed like in the back area, like where a ton of people were coming through, because I was like, dang, this guy could like come out and start shooting these guys. I want to make sure they're like as far away as they can be. And so another guy named Michael, he was great, he was lovely, but we were helping people get away. And I remember seeing more people run away, the cops coming up, like their response was awesome. Like, thank God for these guys.
How fast would you say it was until police arrived?
It's probably like 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
Or maybe less. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we're just hoping that everybody really just has a moment to think about their hearts and where they're at with God, and just to know that like Jesus loves them. And
how many injured?
Crazy about them. I don't know.
We're not quite sure.
We saw a live stream of a couple people on the ground. I think there's like around 10 that we saw like on the live stream.
There was for sure
like
a couple like in the front of King Soopers, and then there were some like in like the parking lot.
Yeah.
Now you're out.
So you said you saw some out front. Like, could you tell if the shooter was coming from the outside to the inside or vice versa?
Outside to inside is what I think it was. Because I don't know if the first shot was quieter because he was outside and we were still hearing it from the inside, or if he was just inside, just entering in.
When you mention a live stream, what are you talking about?
There was someone just on YouTube that had a live stream of it. It was one of the workers in King Supers.
You saw a worker's live stream, and then you said you were estimating 10 injured?
Potentially, yeah, is what we were thinking.
Yeah, so...
In any injured that you saw outside of the live stream just as you were trying to get out?
No, I saw a lot of people running towards us. I was trying to make sure there wasn't anybody injured. That's why I stayed a little bit longer. But there was a good, probably 50 people that were running in the back there, maybe 40.
How busy was this King Supers when everything was happening?
It's probably
it was
not
too
busy as the peak, but it was probably half.
How were people escaping? Of course, when you're at a grocery store, you know where the exit is, but it might not be very close to you.
Yeah, so for us at least, I was standing right next to, I was a couple steps away from the main emergency exit, and I think most people just knew to run to the back, because I think most people knew that it was in the front of the store, but they were well, my best guess is to run to the back for an emergency exit. So
not a lot of people came out of the exit that we went out, though. Probably 10 people, I'd say.
From everything that you experienced, what is your feeling as far as suspect or suspects? How many would you say? One?
No, probably two.
It's probably, more than one. Just because when there were a couple that went off at first, and then there was a pause, and then it was really fast. And it was probably 15 to 20 in 15 seconds. So we suspect that it must have been more than one.
This seemed like a premeditated deal. Did you see the suspects? Did you see what they were wearing?
No.
Okay.
We've heard that they were wearing
tactical
SWAT gear and stuff, but
we didn't see them, so we don't know.
Did you see that the gentleman who was being taken away in the handcuffs in the video?
Picture of it, yeah. Because we left and we were just trying to make sure people were getting away, and we were going praying with people, and took a girl back home to her house, so we didn't stay around too long afterwards. I don't even know what time it is right now.
I'm sure. Is there anything else that you would like to add that we may have missed out on asking?
I mean, just for the audience to know that Jesus loves them and that he's with them, and regardless of this evil act that happened, God is so much bigger than that. And Satan's not going to win the day. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Faith obviously so important during these trying times, and yes, what they did see, of course, absolutely evil. I think the biggest takeaway, and we have been wall-to-wall coverage on this for a while now, and I'll go ahead and show you just how much we see here. But I think the biggest takeaway, Jeremy and Aristea, that we got out of that is that from everything that they experienced, they say that they're confident that there was more than one suspect.
Yeah. All right. Michael's apologies. Our producer was talking in our ear there. We are getting just a few details before we go back to Kagan. We have confirmation of one patient being treated. We believe that is the person with the bloodied leg in handcuffs being led away and taken via ambulance to a Boulder hospital. We believe that may be the suspect. No confirmation from police just yet. Also, just learning the ATF is now involved in the investigation. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms responding to Boulder now and helping Boulder police. Also, just minutes ago, getting a tweet from Senator John Hickenlooper saying, we're closely monitoring the ongoing situation in Boulder, grateful for all of our first responders on scene, and praying for the officers and individuals who are inside the grocery store. That tweet on the heels of one from Governor Polis, who calls Boulder home and has said the same thing.
Yeah, we have been hearing from multiple witnesses throughout the afternoon since we came on the air just before 3 o'clock. Our Kagan Harsha on the scene right now. Kagan, we understand you have another witness.
I do. I'm speaking here with Anna Haynes, who happens to live right across the street from this King Supers, right up front. Anna, thanks for joining us. And I can't imagine what you saw and witnessed today. You actually saw this all unfold. Kind of describe what happened.
Yeah, so my roommate and I both heard multiple shots, 10 to 15 shots maybe. She was in class, but I went outside to look. I thought it was maybe a car engine failing or some shots going off or some fireworks going off. And I looked outside and I saw a man with a semi-automatic rifle shooting at people in the parking lot. I saw a dead body on the ground in the parking lot. I know he was dead because they took him away in a body bag a few minutes later when the police came, and he shot, I believe, at somebody going up the ramp to one of the doors of the King Soopers. He shot multiple times, and then he ran inside the King Soopers, and multiple people immediately started running out of the building after that.
How many victims could you see? How many people you believe were shot?
I only saw 2. I think he was mostly inside the building, but in the parking lot, I saw one body, and I think he shot one more person that I couldn't see from my vantage point, but based on people's reactions to the area, I think there was one more.
Do you have any reason to believe from what you saw or heard that there were multiple suspects? I know police were out here ordering another individual in the vehicle to get out of the vehicle at one point. Did you see anybody else that might have been involved?
No, I only saw one person. He, I believe, had a shirt on, like a jacket on, but I could be misremembering. But I only saw one person.
How about, and you heard how many shots, and kind of what was the reaction immediately after that? Were people running from the store, the parking lot? What did you witness?
Yeah, so there was, really probably like more than 10 shots before I looked outside, thinking that it could be something other than like a firework. And yeah, I saw people sprinting. I saw people getting into their cars and driving away. I saw a lot of people running across the street right to the front of our apartment. There was one woman who ran and started like kneeling on the ground, like crying, screaming. And that was really the point where I realized that I had just seen what I had seen, was when I saw her sort of mourning in front of our apartment.
So those 2 victims you saw, you talked one on the ramp going into the store, and where was that correct? And where was this other victim? And do you know anything about a man or a woman? Or
I believe there was one, I believe I didn't see directly, but going up the ramp, like on the bottom of the ramp. The second one that I saw was just like in the middle of the parking lot. I believe he was a man, and he was there for a while, like 10 minutes maybe, before they got him. So
what do you know about the suspect? Can you describe him for us? And I know we have some images of who we believe that suspect might be. Reports that he was wearing tactical gear at one point. Was he shouting? Was he saying anything that you could hear?
I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear him say anything. He did seem panicked. He was like shooting sort of like freely a little bit, and he seemed a little panicked. He was more heavy set. He was white. He, like I said, I thought he was wearing like a heavy jacket, but I could be just misremembering, but that's what I thought. Yeah.
And then we've seen the parade of employees and customers leave the store. I don't know if you've had, and they walked right by the sidewalk in front of us here. If you happen to get their reaction at all, and maybe how many people you've seen walk past here. Has it been dozens?
It's definitely been dozens. Maybe over 100 people have walked sort of through this area, and it's a very like quiet, sort of small area. So having so many people around is odd. And yeah, we've seen a lot of people. We saw some Starbucks employees from their aprons. We saw them leave. We've seen a lot of people being escorted out. A lot of them seemed to be injured.
Yeah, we saw a few folks limping. I don't know did you see anybody else without obvious injuries on them?
No obvious injuries. Just, yeah, like you said, like limping, hunching over. A lot of that too was, I think they were trying to just shield from the area, but.
And just last but not least, I'm so sorry you had to witness this and go through this. I mean, when you're watching this unfold, what is going through your head, having never seen anything like this, I'm sure?
I mean, I think it's sort of, my roommate and I both have sort of an adrenaline rush from it. But I think once we start really like learning more about it and processing what happened, I think that'll be hard for us to work through, and hard for just a lot of people in this area to work through. I think a lot of us have been really traumatized by what we've seen.
And probably shop at this grocery store all the time.
Almost every day. I was thinking about going over earlier today to just get like Starbucks or something, and I'm the same with a lot of my friends who live around this area, and I'm so glad that I didn't and that none of my friends didn't. And yeah, we've been saying to each other, my roommate and I, that we are not going to go there for a while. We need to go somewhere else.
Well, stay safe. Again, I'm so sorry you went through this, and thanks so much for talking with us. I can't imagine what this has been like. And to give you guys a sense for what's happened out front here in the last few moments, definitely a much quieter scene. Just moments ago, we saw one of those big armored SWAT vehicles full of a lot of officers in tactical gear actually leave the scene. The presence of the law enforcement presence, while still heavy out here, has died down certainly from what we saw just a short time ago. The commotion has died down. This perimeter is still being pushed back to right where these apartments are. Again, we're directly across the street from the front of the store where you can see the shattered storefront windows. Most of the windows, big windows in front of this building, are gone at this moment. And a lot of witnesses still milling around out here, many of them from this apartment complex that, again, witnessed this just a short time ago earlier this afternoon.
It has to be such a horrific thing to witness. Kagan, we appreciate it. We know you're continuing to gather witness accounts for us. Our Vicente Arena is also one of the first reporters on the scene. Vicente, who are you with?
I'm with someone who is coming up in the store just after it happened, but I just want to give you a bit of an update that is a bit encouraging, if there is anything encouraging at this moment. And we're watching now a bunch of the SWAT officers beginning to leave the scene, and they don't appear to be as urgent as they were earlier, so it really seems like things are tapering down a bit. So that's just a bit of an update from my vantage point from when we first got here. Now I have a CU student who is going to describe to us what he saw as he was driving up to the store. Walk me through what you saw again, please.
So, yeah, I was just walking around the corner, and then that's when I saw a ton of cop cars, ton of noises, and then I was just getting breakfast, and I heard these two loud bangs. And after a ton of commotion was over there, I saw the SWAT pull up, and then I saw this one guy getting detained outside. He got carried out, blood, shot, leg, was all bleedy, probably had a couple other injuries. But yeah, thank God everyone's okay, but scary sight for sure.
So tell me about the whole idea of the person that you saw that was bleeding. Can you describe that more to me, please?
Well, I guess it was, that's the suspect.
What you saw, though.
So I saw him getting carried out of the King Super. He had a limp. He was definitely shot in the leg somewhere, covered in blood.
And who was carrying him? Did it appear to be officers?
Yeah, he wasn't being carried, more detained.
Okay.
But yeah.
And what were you thinking when you saw this happen?
You're a scumbag. I hate you if you did this. But
so if we can kind of keep those words down to just a minimum.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. But you're shaking as you were telling me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm scared. Thank God. It could have been me. It could have been you. Could have been my mom. Anybody.
You were driving up to get groceries, you said.
I was getting groceries. Yeah, I could have been in there 5 minutes earlier.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're okay, and thank you for your time. I know it's an emotional time, so we just try to keep those words to a minimum. I'm glad you're okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So that just gives you an idea of just kind of the emotions that people are feeling right now. So just kind of have to kind of walk them through it a little bit, because people are shaken up when something like this happens. So, but it seems to be calming down just a bit, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think we all tend to put ourselves in that situation just as that young man did. I was at King Soopers yesterday with my family, not that King Soopers, but we all go to the grocery store. And we all should be able to go to the grocery store without fear of something like this happening. Now, he did say, thank God everybody's okay. And sadly, we don't know that to be true. In fact, just the opposite. We heard moments ago from a young woman who was witness to all this. Vicente, thank you, and we'll get back to you in just a bit. We heard moments ago from a young woman who was witness to this, who says she's convinced that she saw a dead body being taken away from the scene there. Not confirmed by police, although we do await that information. And Dean Schiller, who was basically live streaming much of this on YouTube today, one of the witnesses, says he saw 3 lifeless victims not moving, face down, 2 in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. Now, again, this is information coming to us from witnesses, not confirmed by police, and we're awaiting that. But these are the most recent details we have received in the last few minutes from people who were there or came up on the scene shortly after this all unfolded, just around 2:30 this afternoon at the King Superstore on Table Mesa in South Boulder when this report of an active shooter first came in. I'm still struck by that eyewitness report from Brian Crucy. We heard from him early on. He was checking out at the grocery store midday on a Monday, not a very busy store, but he starts hearing these sounds that seem like fireworks, and then he sees a guy in the parking lot in tactical gear, dark hair and a beard, firing a gun that appeared to be an AR-15 style weapon. Windows shot out. Brian and others ran to the back of the store telling people to get to safety. They left through the loading dock and got to safety through the back of the store, ran to an office building down the street, and they are okay. But we don't know that everybody inside that store was okay. In fact, we fear quite the opposite.
Yeah, we certainly do. In fact, hearing from a witness just about 10 minutes ago that he did see 3 lifeless people, his words, that certainly made our heart sink. And in fact, we had Brian on the phone right after that witness account. And Brian said to us he couldn't believe it hearing that. He doesn't know, maybe he passed that scene, and just with the adrenaline pumping, he wanted to warn those that were shopping to get out as quickly as possible, confirming that, yes, there is somebody with a gun, having seen the man that he saw shooting at that AR-15 weapon. You have to wonder too, Jeremy, just piecing together several of these different witness accounts that we've heard. It sounds like it started in the parking lot and then the man made his way into the store. Michael Konopasek right now with yet another witness account. Michael.
I'm joined with this man right here named Dan Winters. Now, he's looking for his wife, and this is another story to this massive story that we are covering, is people not knowing exactly where their loved ones are. So you said that your wife was shopping in the area, and you're trying to contact her.
Yeah, she left the house. She said she was going to do some shopping, but she didn't say where. And we lived where she would have come right by, King Super. We only lived 4 or 5 blocks away from here.
Does she have a cell phone that you've been trying?
We have a cell phone that's used for emergencies, but it's sitting at home.
I hear you. How are you doing emotionally? I hope that you're able to contact her soon. What's her name?
Sheila.
Sheila Winters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The odds are overwhelming that she's fine.
Okay.
She probably didn't even go to King Super, but she has a few times sort of snuck somewhere that I wouldn't be happy with. So.
And Dan, you were saying though that you didn't see anything. This is just, you're just trying to make sure your wife is okay.
Yes, that's right. I didn't see anything.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. So there you go. And you can just imagine with how many people that were in the King Supers, which I'm looking at right now, we're just across the street, how many people were in there. In fact, let's go ahead and just take the camera and just show people, get it off me and show what's going on here. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. You can just imagine how many more Dans there are out there. Wondering, if everyone's okay. In this case, of course, she didn't have a cell phone, but he seems pretty optimistic. Back to you guys.
Yeah. All right, Connor, thank you. We are getting a bit of welcome news here, too. We're hearing from police traffic that, they had interest in a vehicle in the parking lot. It turns out maybe there was not a suspect in there, but a large dog in the back. That, according to some police traffic. Haven't confirmed that, but we believe that to be the case. And if so, that is certainly welcome news, because there were fears that there might have been a suspect still in the parking lot long after all of this went. Also hearing from Representative Jonah Goose, who represents Boulder, praying for the entire Boulder community and all of the first responders and law enforcement responding to this terrible incident. We're hearing a lot of people weigh in, from the governor to the senator to the representative tonight. Our Ashley Michaels on the scene there. And Ashley, last we spoke to you, you were being sort of rushed away by officers as they widen that perimeter. Can you confirm what I just reported there about the dog in the car? Do you know?
So, Jeremy, it's really interesting that you just said that. I believe I actually spoke to the owner of that dog about 30 minutes ago. She was inside the store, she says, with her son at the self-checkout line when the shooter came into the store and started firing rounds of his gun. She was very concerned about her dog that was still in the parking lot, because she was worried that shots had been fired in the parking lot as well. So we do believe that the owner of that dog is a person who was inside that store shopping and not related to the shooter at this point. Now, I do want to show you what's going on out here live right now. Within the last, I'd say 60 seconds, about a dozen or more Denver police officers just showed up out here to help. They're just one of a number of agencies. We've seen, in addition to Jefferson County, we've seen Longmont Police out here. A lot of different agencies coming to help, because this is such a big, ongoing, developing situation. And, I do want to say as well, since the last time you guys checked in with me, it seems a lot more calm out here. Obviously, in that moment that I last spoke with you guys, that's when we were being rushed back. That was a very, very hectic, tense, and I have to admit, scary moment. When you hear the things that police were saying and telling everybody to get back, a lot more calm at this moment, and we hope that's the case going forward. We'll update you just as soon as we learn more. Jeremy and Aristea.
Yeah, such a frenetic scene when you were talking earlier, Ashley. It's certainly good to see that things have calmed down a bit. And we know it's just before 5 o'clock when a lot of you are tuning in. So we're going to give you a recap here as we take some scene video. Several different police departments and emergency personnel on the scene of what was an active shooter situation. As Ashley and several of our other reporters have detailed, things do seem to have calmed. We are awaiting official report. This is at the King Soopers at 3600 Table Mesa Drive. I've been hearing from several different witnesses on scene today saying that, one of them saying that they saw several lifeless bodies on the ground. Again, still working to confirm that. Also unconfirmed reports that officers may have been involved and possibly shot. This is all things we're working to confirm. We did confirm with one of the area hospitals that one person has been transported to the hospital. Their condition unknown at this point, but hoping to get official word here momentarily.
We have been on the air with this live continuous breaking news coverage since just after 2 o'clock this afternoon, and our coverage continues right now in the free Fox 31 News app. We know many of you have been joining us live on Channel 2 News at 4 p.m. So we ask that you turn over to our news partners, Fox 31. For those who are watching currently on Fox 31, stay right where you are. Again, our continuous breaking news live coverage continues of this active shooter at the King Soopers on Table Mesa in Boulder. Stay right here. Breaking news coverage continues now. And again, this is breaking news coverage at 5 p.m. here on Fox 31 News of an active shooter unfolding this afternoon at the King Superstore on Table Mesa Boulevard on the south side of Boulder. Witnesses telling us that they saw a man in the parking lot with a gun in tactical gear firing shots. And earlier this afternoon, we saw an arrest. We'll show you the video of that. A man being led out of the King Superstore there on Table Mesa in handcuffs. He was bloodied on his lower right leg, wearing no shirt, no pants, no shoes. It appears he might have been in his underwear. And you'll see him moments from now in this video that's right there on the right side of your screen. There are SWAT officers leading what we believe to be a customer or employee out of the store, one of many led to safety this afternoon. But again, it appears one person in custody and taken to the hospital. That person right there in the middle of your screen. This unfolded live just a short time ago here on Fox 31 as we watched this person being led away. Again, he's handcuffed. That is a police officer to his left and a firefighter, a first responder to his right, a SWAT officer behind him there. If you see closely when we zoom in here, his leg is bloody and he is hobbling a bit. We don't know if he was shot or how he was injured, but we believe this may be a suspect after this active shooting situation at the King Soopers in Boulder today.
Yeah, police have not yet given any information regarding the number of victims or any information regarding this person we do, at least at this point, believe to be a suspect. We do know several of the reporters we have on scene, and we have 5 right now on scene, have said that they have seen the most law enforcement agencies they've ever seen on a scene. We've also gotten several different witness accounts, all corroborating the same story that there was a man in tactical gear loaded with assault-style weapon going from the parking lot where he was firing several rounds, making his way into the King Soopers. And one witness in particular that we talked to early on saying he actually ran into the store to alert the shoppers that they needed to take shelter or get out and to do it quickly. Our Kagan Harshaw, one of the first reporters on the scene. Kagan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Aristay, and I'm right across the store again where there's an apartment complex here where we've spoken with several witnesses who saw this unfold, and one of those witnesses is Mark Naughton. Mark, thanks for speaking with us. I know you're nervous to talk to us here, but kind of explain, you were inside your apartment, and I can't imagine what this was like, and probably hard to believe what you were seeing, but walk us through what you saw this afternoon.
Yeah, I heard a loud bang. I thought at first it was like a car crash, and then there was like a series. I was in my kitchen, and there was a series of like 7 more. It sounded like loud fireworks, like not firecrackers, but like really loud fireworks. And that's when I ran to my window overlooking the parking lot, and I saw the guy moving from right to left across the main driveway, and that's when he shot one of the people. And looked like he had a shortish assault rifle, and he was holding it like this and just like moving kind of quickly through the parking lot. And then I went to grab my phone, and that's when I lost sight of him. And then I didn't know where he went at that point.
Sure, and you said those were scary moments because you didn't know which direction he'd taken off. I know your fear was maybe he'd cross the street trying to get away toward your place.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was like coming across the street towards us or which direction he was in. So I like shut off all my lights and just kind of hunkered down for a bit.
Was everybody fleeing the scene? Did anybody run to the aid of that victim? You believe it was a man in the parking lot?
Yeah, it looked like a man that he shot, and it was kind of bizarre. There was some people were fleeing, but some people were still milling about like it was normal. And then I saw a lady. She pulled in the main entrance, and she saw the guy lying there in the middle of the driveway, and she got out and she started to walk towards him. And then I can't remember what she did next. I think she went back to her car, but people were still like pulling into the parking lot like it was a normal day.
And you didn't see the suspect again. Did you see any other victims, or do you know any idea where the suspect did take off?
I didn't see. I guess he went into the store, but I didn't see that part. It all happened really kind of fast.
And what's going through your head when you're watching all this unfold right across the street? You said you've been in the store just before this? Yeah, I was in there like about 5-10 minutes before that. I just walked across and grabbed some stuff, and if I'd been like 5 minutes later, I could have been in there. It's really scary. Well, Mark, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're safe. And just to give you, again, a sense where we are right outside the front of the store across the street. In the last few moments, we've seen a lot more police vehicles arrive. We talked about how the scene had kind of died down from a law enforcement perspective. Well, we have seen a lot of those vehicles return and kind of line up on the street in between us here in this apartment complex in the store. Again, that was Mark Naughton, who lives right across the street, was inside the store just 5 minutes before all this happened this afternoon. We spoke to another witness from this complex who saw at least 2 victims, she believed, out here in this parking lot today. A scary scene unfolding right outside people's homes where there were a lot of shoppers. Again, the store not as busy as it could have been today, but certainly several people inside this building.
There were, Kagan, thank you, both of your witnesses echoing what another witness, Dean Schiller, told us. He was live streaming on YouTube as events unfolded this afternoon. He says he saw 3 lifeless bodies, not moving, face down, 2 of them in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. And this scene from earlier today, devastatingly familiar to those of us here in Colorado who've been a while and have covered more than one active shooting situation. We see people being comforted on the sidewalk just outside the store. We believe these to be customers, employees, perhaps a pharmacy tech who were inside the store when all of this happened, them crying, shedding tears over what they saw and how they had to escape. But here they are being draped in blankets to try and keep them warm as they waited to give their account of what happened. We did just get a tweet from the union representing King Soopers workers. They say Local 7 closely monitoring the unfolding events at the store there, number 33 in Boulder. We're praying all the grocery workers and shoppers today, including our 32 members that work at this store, are safe and unharmed. It has been, as we know, a devastating 12 months, not just for the first responders you see on scene here, but also for grocery store workers. There are members of this very union, at least 3 of them, who died because of COVID. They're on the front line serving people in the middle of this pandemic, and then to think that maybe there's a light at the end of the tunnel as vaccines are being administered and maybe the real harm is out of the way for people who work in places like this comes along something like what we saw today in Boulder.
Yeah, certainly not what we want to see. And Jeremy, you said it, kind of an idyllic. Excuse us, we're hearing from our producer right now who says that our Michael Konopasek might have another witness. We're trying to bring you all the new information as soon as it does become available, as we have not yet heard official word from police at this point. Michael, anything new you can tell us?
Yeah, well, we have been talking to a lot of witnesses, people who are inside the store. A lot of them are outside of the store, just haven't gone home yet. You know, they're just left in shock and curious to see what else might be going on. But let's just go ahead and recap what I know from talking to witnesses. 2 witnesses that we did speak to who were in the store together heard a series of gunshots, and we have been hearing that throughout all the witnesses. As you mentioned, Araceli, all the witness accounts seem to be lining up in perfect order. One of them said that she estimated around around 10 people injured is what she estimated. We heard another witness talk about 3 people dead that he saw with his own eyes. And then, of course, we saw that Skyfox video from earlier, right, of somebody in handcuffs walking with police to the ambulance. We've been showing that over and over again. Again, the only person that we have seen in handcuffs with a bloody leg. Again, as you just mentioned, what is missing from all of this right now, and understandably so because they're so busy, is official confirmation of the details that we are learning from eyewitnesses, but official confirmation from police. And so we imagine that there will be undoubtedly some sort of a police press conference at some point, but they are still putting these pieces together and priorities. They have their priorities in order, of course, and focusing on this investigation. And so once they are available to give the media more updated information, we, of course, will have that for you. As we mentioned, we have multiple crews here, and so we'll have that for you. But right now, it is not as frantic as it was earlier, which is perhaps maybe some good news, if there is any, that we can see, is that it seems like they have things under control now. Back to you.
Hey, Connor, real quickly, you were the one talking to Mr. Winters earlier, right? Whose wife had not come back from the store yet. Was that you?
Yes, Jeremy.
Have we had any update on Sheila? Do we know anything yet?
No, and Mr. Winters was right next to me, and he's still in the general area, but we don't have an update just yet. He does seem pretty optimistic. He doesn't believe that his wife was at the grocery store, but Jeremy, I can relate to this with my own grandma. You know, people of an older generation, they're not going to have their cell phones with them all the time, right? And so that's the challenge here with the Winters.
One other quick update real quickly. FBI now chiming in, saying at the request of the Boulder Police Department, the FBI Denver personnel are assisting with the investigation into this active shooter situation at the King Superstore on Table Mesa in Boulder. So now we know the FBI, the ATF, Boulder Police, the County Sheriff's Department, law enforcement agencies from all up and down the metro area now assisting in this massive response to this active shooter this afternoon at the King Superstore.
Yeah, really amazing too, Jeremy. We've had so many of our veteran reporters today talk about how this is the largest law enforcement officials' response they've ever seen since they started reporting. Really obviously speaks to how serious this situation is and continues to be as we do try to gather information. We know this from the Boulder Community Health that one patient has been treated. The situation, they say, is still unclear. No update on conditions there at this point. We did see 3 air ambulances land earlier. That's what we were able to count from our aerial view, our Skyfox view. And as we said, if we can get that video again for those just joining us, we know police did lead someone out in handcuffs. This was out of the store earlier today. That person did not have a shirt or pants, and it looked like they had a bloodied leg of sorts. They put them into an ambulance. Several of the witnesses at this point, we've asked any estimation as to how many people might have been injured there on the shooting that started just before 3 p.m. A couple of them estimating right around 10 people in total. And our herd certainly sank about 30 minutes ago when one man said he did see 3 lifeless bodies. Again, working to confirm all of this. As you can imagine, a very frenetic scene. A lot of people saying it's hard to recount when your adrenaline is pumping at the degree it was pumping for these people. Still waiting for the official word as far as information regarding a number of victims or information regarding that man that we do think could have been the suspect. Again, interesting to note, the man we saw in that video we're working to get for you was the same, met the description that several of the witnesses told us earlier. They saw a man who had a beard, dark hair, in full tactical gear, shooting an AR-15 weapon in the parking lot and then looking as if he was moving inside of the store. You can see from some of this video that we're racking for you right now, police and SWAT officers. And then there is actually this video, there it is, of the gentleman in the suspect with, you can see that right leg appears to be very bloody. That's the man we're talking about that looked to be matching the description that several of the witnesses had given to us prior.
Yeah, you know, you always wonder how many of these details you'll be able to capture if, God forbid, you find yourself in this situation. We talked to one witness, Brian Crucy, early on, who had a stunning amount of knowledge of what he saw in just a few seconds. He was checking out, as we said, thought he heard fireworks, looked out in the parking lot, saw a guy in tactical gear firing what looked like an AR-15 style weapon. We don't know if that's the person you're seeing on the right side of your screen right now, but it certainly, as Aristeo said, matches a bit of the description. He ran inside, told customers and employees about the shooting. Brian, I'm talking about now. He told others to get to the back of the store. They got out through the loading dock, ran to a fire station and down the street to an Edward Jones office where they sought safety and have been for most of the afternoon, like several witnesses getting out of the building safely. But the big question tonight remains, how many did not get out of that building safely? And there is a real lack of confirmed information right now from Boulder Police. We know they're busy. They are continuing to investigate. They promise an update soon as they can. We understand that an emergency notification just went out by Boulder Police in the area near 17th and Grove. They're telling people to shelter in place while they respond to the report of an armed, dangerous individual near 17th and Grove. Do we have that shot, even though I know Courtney's not dialed in yet? Can we take that shot, Lauren? If so, let me know. But we do have a reporter near that scene. Again, here it is right here. And we should probably back off. If they could zoom out a bit, we don't want to give away their tactical plan. But we do know that the emergency notification just went out. Boulder Police asking people near 17th and Grove to shelter in place while they respond to the report of an armed, dangerous individual. Let's just get a shot of a cop car or something if we can, or just a generic shot of that neighborhood. We can see police gathered nearby, and they do have people sort of pushed back a bit. Apologies. We're trying to do the right thing here and certainly not give away police tactical information. But again, that was the scene from 17th and Grove, where an emergency notification just went out. Boulder Police asking people near that area to shelter in place while they respond to the report of an armed, dangerous individual. The police department is investigating to determine if it's related to the King Soopers shooting.
Yeah, we know there's so many agencies on the scene. FBI Denver, at the request of the Boulder Police Department, assisting with the investigation. It does look like that scene is not far, so a bit reassuring to know that there are so many law enforcement officials that are in the area that can respond quickly. Amazing, though, Jeremy. Really, we've covered several of these in the past 8 years that we've worked together. This situation really seems to be developing. It didn't seem to be one that has wrapped quickly. I mean, we came on the air just before 3 o'clock, and it just continues to develop as the minutes go on. Businesses put on lockdown. Then they had reports potentially of a second person that did turn out to be unfabricated inside of a car. But now this scene they're looking into.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so striking, Aristeo. We talked about it. We have reporters here who sadly have covered several of these, dating back to Columbine, and then you have the STEM school, and you have the Aurora Theater shooting, and there have been no shortage of these sorts of situations in our state. Yet, having covered all of these, some of our reporters say that what we saw unfold here in Boulder today was the most frantic, urgent sort of situation they'd seen. Yet that's really saying something. And I still think it's sort of stunning to see, this scene from Boulder just a minute ago. You saw that iconic backdrop of the flat tops. Flat irons. My apologies.
Yep.
We have flat tops over in Glenwood Springs. Got it wrong. But you saw the flat irons there off in the distance on this snowy spring day. And you see this large police presence with these officers from all over the place. And I don't equate this sort of scene with a place like Boulder. I think most of us don't. These things can happen everywhere, and we've certainly seen that here in Colorado. We do have
our Courtney Fromm. I'll take it, Jeremy. Courtney Fromm available right now on that scene we just brought to you, where police are asking the residents to be on lockdown. Courtney, what can you tell us?
Aristeo, it's a very active scene here. It's actually kind of quiet. They had police push us back a little bit here on 17th. I'm going to give you a look at what's going on. You can see there's a condo complex right here behind me and several SWAT members. I know we're not going to zoom in too much just to be careful and safe, but several SWAT members, about 20 arrived probably about 5 to 10 minutes ago. They've been banging on the door, asking whoever's inside to come out. Now, they did have two individuals, older looking individuals, brought out and taken over with SWAT further down 17th. But as of right now, what we know, the details of what we're seeing is that 17th is blocked off from Arapahoe Avenue up to Canyon Street all the way here. And we are just right next to Boulder High School as well. There's a lot of people out here. It looks like they're just starting, I don't know if you can see that over there, but potentially taping off an area, but very, very active, but not a lot of information as of right now.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. Again, Courtney there at 17th and Grove, where just minutes ago, an emergency notification went out from Boulder Police asking people near this neighborhood, 17th and Grove, to shelter in place while they responded to the report of an armed, dangerous individual. The police department investigating to determine if it's related to the King Soopers shooting. Again, this is 17th and Grove there in Boulder. We're just getting word of a news conference about a half hour from now at 5:45. It'll be at the Whole Foods grocery store just up the street there from this one off Table Mesa, where we hope to learn more details, because again, the only detail that we have really from Boulder Police at this point was that first tweet that went out earlier this afternoon saying that there had been an active shooting situation there at the King Soopers on Table Mesa.
And we know so many of you, some of you I've heard from via text message, Boulder residents that are watching us right now. Please know our hearts and our prayers are with you. They are heavy as we deliver and are the bearers of this terrible news with you today, especially as we continue to deliver news that has unended questions at this point, like that scene we just showed you at 17th and Grove. We're working to try to get the answers as quickly as they do become available. And we want to tell you, you again are our eyes and our ears. So much of what we've been able to report to you thus far has been because you have written into us. tips@kdvr.com is where you can email us if you have any information. Were you a witness? Were you inside the King Soopers? Are you looking for your loved one, like that sweet man that Michael Konopasek talked to you earlier, waiting for his wife Sheila to get in touch with him? Any information that you can tell us to help color this story. We depend on the community so much to be able to provide up-to-the-date information. So certainly email us. tips@kdvr.com is the place. Our entire newsroom diligently working right now to make phone calls. We know that several of the businesses are on lockdown. If we can get some information too from those making calls in the newsroom to see if those businesses are now allowed to go home. Are they allowed to leave the area? Have police given the green light on that? Waiting to hear that too.
By my count, we have 7 reporters on the scene. Our newsroom is filled with people who've been monitoring police radio traffic, watching videos on social media, taking phone calls from some of you witnesses. Thank you, as Aristea said, for all of your help as we gather news on this story. I think, if we can, Lauren, can we go to Vicente? He is at the Whole Foods, where we expect to hear from police just moments from now. Let's listen to Vicente. What do we know about this news conference? Any idea what we're going to learn here in about a half hour, Vicente?
Well, it's probably going to be the first official confirmation of any kind of news that the police department is releasing so far. This Whole Foods the grocery store is right behind the actual grocery store, the King Soopers, where it happened. And if you look here, there are a couple of police officers here. The area is cordoned off, and there's probably about 20 or 30 police cars lined up in the area. But certainly this is what we have been waiting for for some time now, for some sort of official information. That news conference coming up at 5:45 to learn more about what happened. So they're staging us now. And this is where we'll get that first official confirmation of what happened this afternoon. But that's what I can tell you what's happened here so far. But just again, talking to several witnesses today, people who were inside the store, they heard the gunshots, and we'll be getting that information shortly coming up at 5:45. Jeremy, Aristea.
All right, Vicente, thank you. As reporters gathered there at the Whole Foods up the street from the King Soopers, where the shooting unfolded earlier today, back live to that scene of the King Soopers. Again, much less frantic than we saw a couple of hours ago, but it is a stunning sight when you see it from a different angle and you see what appears to be the front windows of the store shot out after this active shooter earlier today at the King Soopers on Table Mesa. Early eyewitness reports of a guy in tactical gear in the parking lot firing shots, and then later reports from witnesses of 3 lifeless people not moving, face down, 2 of them in the parking lot, 1 inside the store.
And Jerry, Governor Jared Polis just releasing this statement within minutes ago on the Boulder shooting, saying, quote, "My heart is breaking as we watch this unspeakable event unfold in our Boulder community. We're making every public safety resource available to assist the Boulder County Sheriff's Department as they work to secure the store. I'm incredibly grateful to the brave men and women who have responded to the scene to help the victims of this senseless tragedy. This is very much an active situation. We continue to monitor it closely. We ask for your patience as law enforcement works tirelessly to secure the site. Right now, the biggest priority is to let law enforcement in the city of Boulder do their work to ensure the safety of those involved." Our Kagan Harsha on the scene right now. Kagan, you've been there from the very beginning, from before that person we believe to potentially be the suspect, the one we saw officers take out, apprehended. Describe to us the feel. Do things seem to have calmed? Does it seem like they have a handle on this situation? What are you hearing about potential developments at the 17th and Grove scene?
Yeah, it's definitely much calmer out here than it was when we first arrived. When we first got here, we heard law enforcement officers, these SWAT teams kind of shouting in the parking lot, at one point approaching one of these vehicles in here, telling the person inside to get out. That was over a loudspeaker. Meantime, we were seeing multiple employees of this store being escorted, kind of rushed along the street here. They were all ducking behind vehicles to safety. We also saw customers walking out with hands on their head. We're seeing a fire truck pull up at the moment right now with a police car here, but still a heavy law enforcement presence, dozens upon dozens of flashing lights. You can see here police vehicles. We're trying to show you tactical positions, but just to give you a sense of the scope of this, I mean, it's one police vehicle after another lined up throughout this entire block right now. And what I also want to show you, if this fire truck doesn't block our view here, is we're now getting a look inside the store. You can see kind of just the checkout aisles here, just empty, nobody obviously there. We're told that the front of the windows that were knocked out here, that wasn't from gunshots, that was from the SWAT teams trying to gain entry to the building. So they knocked those out, from what witnesses are telling us. But you can see into this store where we've heard from witnesses frantic moments. We talked to a witness earlier when we first got on scene, talking about everybody hitting the floor, running for cover, and other witnesses describing a completely different scene out in the parking lot where folks didn't know what was going on. There's an active shooter out here firing a weapon, and people were still pulling into the parking lot and getting out of their cars nonchalantly, not realizing the danger they were in at that moment. We also talked to Mark, who you just heard from a short time ago when we were here. He lives right across the street. He also, after I got to talk with him on air there, he told me that his neighbors right below him actually happened to work over here at the King Soopers in the sushi department. He hasn't been able to talk to them. He's hoping that they're okay. And if you have a loved one who's an employee at the store, we do want to point out most of them were rushed to safety in vehicles and bussed out of here. So they were interviewing, talking to police. There may be a delay in getting to their loved ones, because I know police were trying to conduct interviews with a lot of these workers as they were rushing them from the scene and to safety, along with a lot of these customers. Again, all of them walking out of the store with their hands on their heads. I think at that point, law enforcement just trying to make sure that there were no other suspects involved, and we're still kind of awaiting word on, this law enforcement presence here. And I think that's the big talk of all these neighbors, is why we're seeing so many of these officers still out here at several hours later. What is still a very active scene, guys.
Yeah, I can't imagine what is going through the minds of those people who haven't heard from their loved one who may have gone to the store earlier today, although sadly that is a feeling that a lot of Colorado families can relate to based on our past experience. But we do know that there are reports of 3 people down earlier. This from Dean Schiller, an eyewitness, he says, and he YouTube live streamed a video showing 3 people lifeless, not moving, face down, 2 of them in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. Just after this all unfolded a little while after 2 o'clock this afternoon at the King Soopers on Table Mesa there in Boulder.
Yeah, interesting too. That was the first that I had heard so far, Jeremy, from any of our reporters, about the fact that they actually bussed several of these King Soopers employees out to a safe location. I'm wondering if we can get the name of that location so we can talk to some of those employees and potentially bring them on air. If you are one of the loved ones sitting at home watching us, awaiting word, perhaps we can help be the bridge there. So if our news team can work on that would be great. But interesting, a lot of them probably didn't have access to their cell phone. You have to think when they were being ushered out, they heard the gunshots, they took shelter, SWAT teams came, told them to put their hands above their head, escorted them out. This probably all happened relatively quickly, and they've been unable to contact their loved ones. So we will work hard to get information regarding that.
And as all of this unfolds at the King Soopers there on Table Mesa, not far away, another scene, 17th and Grove, where Boulder police sent out an emergency notification to people asking those who live nearby this residence here at 17th and Grove to shelter in place while they responded to the report of an armed, dangerous individual. Police department investigating to determine if it was related to the King Soopers shooting. You can see they've roped off a big section of that street near 17th and Grove. They've pushed back reporters, neighbors, and bystanders to keep them away. And we did see SWAT officers near the front entrance to one of those townhomes not too long ago. There appears to be a neighbor checking out the scene right now. But again, this 17th and Grove, where emergency notifications just went out moments ago to shelter in place as police investigate this scene and try to figure out if it is at all related to what happened at King Soopers.
Yeah, and we again are awaiting a press conference for those of you who are almost to 5:30 here who are just joining us. 5:45 at the Whole Foods, where we will hear for the first time any word from authorities who, as we've said multiple times, have clearly been very preoccupied here trying to apprehend the suspect or potentially suspects that were involved. And if you are just joining us right now, we want to let you know we did hear from Boulder Community Health with one confirmed patient. That's the only confirmation we've gotten. We have no report on the situation or the condition of that suspect. We know 3 air ambulances did land nearby, and we did see earlier police leading someone in handcuffs. That was the only person we saw led out of the store with handcuffs, at least from our aerial view. That person without a shirt or pants, very peculiar, with what looked like a bloodied leg, put them into the ambulance. We also talked to several different witnesses who said that they saw, unfortunately, up to 3 lifeless people that were inside of King Soopers. Even talking to one man, if you're just joining us, who actually was one of the first. Here's that video too, by the way, that we're detailing for you. Talking to one man who was one of the first, we believe, to be on the scene, who said that he actually ran into the King Soopers, just unbelievable, and started screaming with his mask on to all of the shoppers, alerting them quickly, telling them to flee or get down, that there was a man with an AR-15 rifle shooting rapid fire. One witness estimating 10 people in total injured. That shooting reported just before 3 p.m. We got on the air just minutes after with very limited information. Again, still waiting the official confirmation regarding the number of victims or the number of suspects or suspect apprehension.
Well, and we have to say that candidly, it's a bit discouraging to see that we know that 3 air ambulances landed near the scene and they have not taken off, and they have not transported any victims from this hospital as far as we know. In fact, one confirmed that they had not transported anybody. The only person we know of that's been treated is, we believe, this person that you're seeing right now on the right side of your screen, which may well be the shooter. We don't know, but logic would tell you this is a person in handcuffs and that bloodied leg, and he was taken to Boulder Community Health earlier. And they're now saying that they believe he is the only person that they will receive today from the King Soopers shooting. That is from Mitchell Byers at the Daily Camera up at Boulder. So, again, on one hand, you'd like to think that perhaps this is the only casualty, but based on eyewitness reports, we just don't believe that to be the case, and we're waiting for confirmation from police in about 15 or 20 minutes now to get some more details about that.
Yeah, one of the things, too, so many of our reporters have spoke to is the dozens of emergency response vehicles that have just been lining the streets around this King Soopers as police responding to this active shooter situation. They said that Greg Nieto, who's been a veteran reporter for us for 25 years, just really stuck out to me. Jeremy earlier said, this is the biggest police presence that I have ever seen. What continues to be a developing situation as well. Our Nicole Fierro is one of the reporters on scene who's talked to several different witnesses today. Nicole, any other color you can give us from any of those witnesses about what potentially could have happened inside that building around 3 o'clock?
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is police presence starting to leave. We've seen several ordinary cars also come out of here, assuming those were people stuck in the parking lot. Now, we also are seeing some police come back and forth. We don't want to show their location for safety reasons, but certainly eerily quiet here at the moment. Everyone just wondering when we're going to get an update, what's going on, if their loved ones were in there, are they okay? Just, you can't imagine what local people are coming and feeling right now. Every person that we spoke to that was either in the parking lot or that was nearby, they said this is the local pharmacy everyone goes to. This is the grocery store. Everyone knows someone. Everyone knows an employee there. So everyone's just so heartbroken and upset that this happened. We heard live earlier, I was interviewing a man who said he saw 3 people lifeless laying there, heard all of the gunshots. Now we're seeing some regular cars start to come out. I think this looks like a family here. I'll probably try to talk to them if possible. Let's see as they come out. Hey, excuse me? Were you in there? Oh, you're all right?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, thanks so much. Yeah, so we are seeing some cars come out. They said they were not in King Soopers and they're fine. This elderly woman and her daughter over there,
leaving now. So cars are being able to leave here. And as you can see, not as much as a presence over here. Seems that some of the crews are leaving right now, but as soon as we get any update, we do know that we're going to get that 5:45 press conference. That's where we'll really hear a lot, and so many people want to know, community members, everyone here. I definitely have seen, though, about 5 police cars leave here all within the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, encouraging indeed. It says that perhaps the thing has cleared, the scene has cleared. We got that information earlier from police too, that they had cleared the store, so that's good news. As you know, we've been hearing from witnesses throughout the afternoon, several of them earlier giving us very vivid eyewitness accounts. Let's hear some of that.
I saw a man with a semi-automatic rifle shooting at people in the parking lot. I saw a dead body on the ground in the parking lot. I know he was dead because they took him away in a body bag a few minutes later when the police came.
I heard gunshots going off. It sounded like a heavy caliber type, maybe a shotgun. And so I have a live stream, so I fired up immediately. And I never saw anyone, but I saw some victims on the ground as I came around the corner.
And that last witness there, Airstay, Dean Schiller, who was, as he said, YouTube live streaming much of what unfolded outside the parking lot. Others in our newsroom who've seen that YouTube video confirm what he described there, and that was the report of 3 lifeless bodies there, face down, 2 in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. And those are the harrowing details that we hope to learn more about in the next 15 minutes, and pray that they're not true.
Certainly can't reemphasize that enough. There's that picture you were talking about, Jeremy, of those gorgeous flat irons with the really eerie view of being illuminated by these sheriff's vehicles' lights. We also saw Kagan Harshaw earlier show us front windows of the store that had been broken in. He said at one point police could be heard trying to communicate with the attacker via bullhorn. We also saw officers that were standing on the roof. This was just shortly after 3 o'clock. I'm just hearing that they were apparently lifted onto the roof in a cherry picker as they were trying to do their best to apprehend the suspect. Again, Boulder Police Department have not confirmed how many attackers involved, really whether anyone was arrested, though at this point the speculation leads us to believe that the one man with the bloodied leg that was in handcuffs was obviously arrested at this point. We do know that when police arrived, that suspect did open fire. We did hear that, but we're waiting to hear if there were any injuries to any police officers. The hardest part about this is just like you said, Jeremy, it's hearing these harrowing tales from the witnesses, all stories that seem to add up at this point, and just seeing the frenetic seeing the intense emotion as you see these victims that are covered in blankets just crying as they look to be reunited with their loved ones who seem to just have potentially escaped death. And yet not having that confirmation. Our minds are immediately going to hard places. So certainly stick with us for the next 10 minutes because we will get the official word.
The common theme in these mass shootings that we've seen here in Colorado is their relatability. They happen at places where we could see ourselves going. They happen at schools and movie theaters and grocery stores. And if not for the grace of God, it could have been us inside that store today. And so I think that's part of what makes this so heartbreaking, is the knowledge that this was just a random Monday afternoon at a grocery store in Boulder where nobody expected anything to happen. And then the unthinkable unfolds. The mind immediately goes to motive, and obviously we don't have an answer there, but you wonder based on past experience. Is this a disgruntled employee? Was this, who knows what might have led up to all of this? I'm sure that police are trying to answer those very questions right now, and I guarantee we won't have answers to that just yet when they do give us a debrief 10 minutes from now, but hopefully they can answer some fundamental questions, like how many people were injured? Was that the suspect we saw being led away with the bloodied leg? And how on earth did this unfold without even more casualty? Was it because of people like we saw Brian, who hurried in there and told everybody to get to the back of the store and then hurry out through the loading dock? Did that save lives today?
Yeah, this is just a couple miles, too, from CU Boulder's campus. And I'm wondering, too, if our producers can make some phone calls and to see if there's been any lockdowns issued on the campus at this point. But obviously, a lot of parents tuning in right now so concerned that this King Soopers is so close. Obviously, there could have been some students shopping inside. So we are working to get all of these details for you. We know that several of the employees and likely some of the shoppers were bused to a point of of safety. And we apologize. We're losing. There we go. We got our picture back here. Our Michael Konopasek, one of the first reporters on scene right now. Michael, any new information for us?
Yeah, you know, our objective here is to try to piece together exactly what's happening, and we do that with witnesses until we get the official information from police, which we're still waiting on. And so Pedro lives very close to the King Soopers. In fact, he just lives in this building right over here. So I'm going to have Dan push off and show more of the scene while we talk to Pedro here. And Pedro, you were at home in your apartment, and tell me, you started hearing the shots, right?
Yes. So actually what happened was that I had just gotten out of the shower, and I was thinking about going to the grocery store, because that's the King Soopers that I go every time I go to the grocery store, to buy deodorant, actually.
Yeah.
But I got too lazy to go, and I stayed home, and I was having lunch when I started hearing lots of sirens and shouting and shots. Yeah.
So, and the shots, you would have heard the shots before the sirens, of course, right?
I didn't hear anything before.
I see. So you perhaps we don't want to assume too much, but perhaps you didn't hear the initial shots. Is that how you understand it?
I would understand like that. Yes.
And you heard some shooting. You were aware of where the shots were coming from after you heard the sirens. Did you know was it evident that it was coming from law enforcement? You probably weren't looking at that point.
I mean, I was having lunch at that point, and everything was very confused because I was hearing lots of things at the same time. I was hearing the sirens and then that was the point when I heard a couple of shots.
Now, you also told me before we took this live shot here that you saw what we saw from Sky Fox, which was a man in handcuffs and a bloody leg. But I just want to make sure that I want to see if you saw anything that perhaps we didn't see. And so tell us what you saw from the beginning to end when it comes to that man in handcuffs.
Yeah, so what happened was that at that point already I was texting my family, and they already knew, and they were texting me to see if I was okay. So I came outside to take a look at what was going on, and the same people that were over here, we were standing, and then I think that was the first time when somebody came out of the grocery store, and I remember I saw I think 2 police officers and the guy in handcuffs. I didn't see if he was in handcuffs, actually. I knew he had his arms in his back. I thought that he didn't have any handcuffs, actually, because what I thought was really weird is that he was shirtless. He had very short shorts, and he didn't have any shoes on.
But were you close enough to hear any words exchanged between law enforcement and that person who was in handcuffs?
No, not that, no. Later on, so what was interesting is that we thought that at that point that they had caught the shooter, but after that, the police officers were still in the area, and then they started saying surrender to somebody in the grocery store. So
anything else that you witnessed that you think we should know?
I don't think so. I think that was all. Unfortunately, fortunately I wasn't there, but I could see this. Yeah. But
Thank you, Pedro. We appreciate it. Have a great day. Thank you for that information. So, and we've heard that before from other people as well. I was just about to go into the store and I saw the commotion, or in Pedro's case, he lives at these apartments just on the other side of the street from the King Soopers, and he just told us he was about to go in there, but he was feeling kind of lazy and decided he didn't want to go right at that moment, and thankfully that was the case for him. Just another eyewitness and what he heard and what he saw. As we continue to piece this all together. Back to you guys.
Yeah, many thanks, Connor. We're glad he's safe and well. We are just getting word from University of Colorado Boulder. They're canceling all classes from 5:30 onward tonight. So basically no night school at CU Boulder tonight in light of what's happened. Again, just a short distance from the CU Boulder campus here at this King Superstore. This is video from earlier as we saw employees. These look like pharmacy techs even. The very people administering COVID-19 shots to people being led to safety after the last danger they expected to face going to work today.
And Jeremy, I would just piggyback too, for parents and students alike, you can visit alerts.colorado.edu for updates as well. They will expand on the classes that are being canceled at 5:30 and later. So if you want all the latest information regarding your students, you can certainly receive it there. We're also working to send reporters right now to the area where some of those employees may have been bused to safety, likely some of those pharmacy technicians that you see right there. Still amazing to see, Jeremy, how many of those law enforcement vehicles are still on scene right now. And really interesting too, our Kagan Harsha kept talking about how the perimeter of the scene has only expanded here. So they're certainly doing a wide-scale investigation.
They are indeed. We are just minutes away from a planned press briefing at the nearby Whole Foods. It's about 3 miles away from the King Superstore. If we could take a live peek in there, reporters are getting ready, as is the police department there. We have learned just moments ago, as is usually the case, that this is running a bit late, so it probably will not happen at 5:45, but probably 5:55 instead. In fact, I think this woman is telling reporters that bit of information even as we speak. Nevertheless, we will bring you all of the new details as soon as we get them, and we are as eager to hear them as you are, because again, the only confirmed information we have from Boulder Police is that there was an active shooter. That tweet coming out 2 hours ago, and that's the last sort of official word from Boulder Police on this incident. Although again, just a short time ago, we know there were reverse 911 calls in the area of 17th and Grove as they told people to avoid that area, get out of the area, shelter in place as they responded to the report of an armed, dangerous individual.
Jeremy, right as you say that, of course, too, Boulder Police tweeting this. Briefing to begin at 5:45. We will live tweet from the briefing. They say this is your chance to hear directly from first responders. Lots of speculation and some incorrect information that's out there on social media right now. So as always, be a little wary as you are looking to social media for the latest news. As soon as we get any official reports, we will typically push that information via text alert if you are signed up on our free KDVR app, and certainly you will find it here on KDVR.com as well.
Yeah, we welcome their clarification because, again, we have not heard much at all, and obviously they've been quite busy dealing with this active scene. Again, they got some help from area law enforcement agencies, Denver Police on scene, lots of other local law enforcement agencies, the FBI, the ATF also on scene, as is our entire team of reporters, including Kagan Harsha, who's still outside that grocery store. Kagan, anybody still around there? Police still leaving the scene?
Can you say that again, Jeremy? You were cutting out
Just
there.
questioning the presence there still. We have seen law enforcement leave, but there's still a decent presence. Looked like that fire truck behind you may be getting ready to leave.
Yeah, there's an officer that just came over, was talking to these firefighters a moment ago. This is actually the only fire truck we've really seen on scene over the past couple of hours, mainly just police cars. And we'll kind of pan down and show you the big row of law enforcement presence out here. Again, not giving away tactical operations, because it does seem like this is a much more relaxed scene than it was most of the afternoon. You can see officers that are close to me just kind of hanging out, standing out here right now, which is something we didn't see earlier. We saw a lot of officers around the building. At one point when we arrived on scene, there was actually a armed SWAT team members on top of the roof of this King Supers. And that fire truck, as you mentioned, is driving away to a new location at this moment. So I'm able to hear a little bit better out here, but kind of a difficult scene for officers because they were quickly responding out here. Meantime, we've got lots of apartment complexes across the street, a residential area, and we had a lot of folks who were walking outside to see what was going on. And this was just moments after we had this the shots fired out here. I think a lot of folks heard those shots. They came outside to see what was happening, and because a lot of people pulling into the parking lot didn't know what was going on, there wasn't a lot of instant reaction, commotion. It took people some time to process what was happening. Again, you can see the front windows to the building shattered, knocked out. Again, that was with the SWAT team trying to gain access earlier today. I don't know if we've gotten it on air yet, but a video where you can actually hear gunshots inside the store that was captured by somebody on a cell phone. And just chaos is what folks are describing out here as they were trying to run across the street to locations like where we're standing right now, not fully knowing what was going on, not knowing if there was a threat to nearby businesses. This Table Mesa shopping center has dozens of businesses. Right next door, there's a Snarf sandwich shop, which we know officers ran into. after the shooting happened. We're kind of zooming in on this area, but this is kind of there's a dry cleaners over there, an Asian restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, we believe, of some kind, liquor store. So this is definitely a very busy area. Typically at that time of day, people are starting to, think about getting home from work, and as the afternoon drags on, a lot more activity here. So the good news is this is a much quieter scene at this hour, but still dozens upon dozens of police vehicles, and should point out, when we drove up here from Denver, we were probably passed by at least 2 dozen of those police cars from the Denver area rushing to the scene this afternoon, guys.
Yeah, you have to commend those law enforcement agencies, too, for reacting as quickly as they did. Really unbelievable to see the response so quickly. Kagan, we thank you. Nicole Fierro also joining Kagan Harshaw on the scene right now. Nicole, we understand you have a witness with you.
Yeah. We actually are speaking right now with the owner of a restaurant right in this complex, trying to decide if he should open at least for the end of the week, trying to understand what's going on. He was here, heard shots. Walk us through what you went through.
We were standing inside our restaurant and we saw a bunch of police pull up, and we knew it was really serious because they were running with machine guns. And so we pulled up a live stream of it. There was a guy that was live streaming the event from right over here. And so once we realized how serious it is, I called our team. That both places were closed today, so I called them and told them to get into the office, lock the doors, and stay shelter in place.
I mean, I'm sure you were extremely scared, nervous. This is what we hear, a community where you know everyone and know the people inside King Super.
We were almost just going to go over there and get lunch, so it's kind of crazy, but it's weird. You don't really know what to do because we don't practice for this.
We never would prepare.
Yeah. I mean, luckily I told our team upstairs to go into the office that had a window so they could jump out the window. That's kind of what you're trying to think of, like, in the moment. It's pretty insane.
You seem stunned.
Yeah, it's shocking. This is our neighborhood center. So, yeah, all of our employees live within a mile of here, and all of our community that comes in lives in these residential areas right behind this place. So you didn't think it would happen in Boulder, Colorado?
No, to see this amount of police presence, to know what's going on right now. They're going to, he like so many other people are wondering what's going on, how many, if any, lives were lost, and hopefully we are told they're going a little late, but we are going to have a press conference soon. So
yeah, we just sheltered some of the people from the grocery store and gave them some water and tea and coffee, and they're pretty in shock. And it's just horrible that we're still having to deal with these situations.
The people from the grocery store, I mean, what are they telling you?
They saw bodies. So there's a live stream that shows some bodies in the parking lot too. So it's pretty crazy. You think about what you would do. You don't do what you think you're supposed to do, because you kind of start watching for a minute, and when you really should have just locked the doors and hid.
It's that stunning, that panic and shock before you gotta duck.
Everyone know. We know. I just hope everyone lived and that everybody gets out of this okay.
As soon as we get an update, I'll get your contact info and I'll let you know. Thank you so much, sir.
I'll just give you my card.
Okay, perfect. As you can imagine, so many people in this area just wondering what's going on. We are staying in touch. He said that he had several people sheltering from the grocery store who saw bodies themselves. They were watching on a live stream just in the same complex, so they ducked underneath chairs and tables to try to stay safe. Nothing anyone would imagine happening to them.
Well, you heard him say it. I didn't think it would happen in Boulder, Colorado. That's a sentence we heard uttered in Littleton and Aurora and in Highlands Ranch, too. I didn't think it would happen here, and yet it appears to have happened again. Getting word that there have been 4 medical helicopters at the scene, but we have not seen them leave the scene just yet, which is discouraging news. And again, 2 active scenes, not just the King Superstore, but also a neighborhood, 17th and Grove, where police have surrounded a residence and where our Courtney Fromm is live right now. Courtney.
Jeremy, it's still a very fluid scene here. A lot of people kind of standing around watching what's going on, including us. Now, we did see SWAT officers. We're going to stay on a wide shot, but we did see SWAT officers earlier take out several individuals from this condo complex, obviously not from the main door that they're focused on. It may have been other residents who lived in the building, I imagine, just evacuating them out of here. Now, they were knocking on the door earlier, asking whoever's inside to come outside, but they do have their shields builds up. There's been some other gear that has been brought in possibly to breach the door. We're just kind of standing by. They have put up some tape here on 17th and Grove to kind of keep people back. Like I mentioned, there are a lot of people out here kind of watching as this all unfolds. But as of right now, we have no details on who the individual is inside of this condo complex here on 17th and Grove.
Yeah, and police, Courtney, aren't saying at this point, too, if this is related at all in any way. Obviously, you're not hearing any official sound from them at this point.
Yeah, we have not heard anything yet if this is related or not. We do see the road is completely blocked off now for several streets beyond 17th and Grove in both directions. A lot of SWAT officers and Boulder police in this area, but no connections yet that we know of.
Okay. Courtney Fromm reporting from the shelter-in-place order that was issued at 17th and Grove. As we take you back to the scene at the Table Mesa King Soopers, again, awaiting that press conference 9 minutes from now. They did push it back, as is often the case with these things, as they do try to do their due diligence in gathering the information. But you can still see, just as it now begins to get darker on this eerie Monday evening in Boulder, Colorado, you see all of the law enforcement agency vehicles just lining the streets of that King Soopers as they begin what will be likely a very long investigation. Really just so difficult to hear so many of these witnesses describe what they say was just a chaotic scene as they were rushing to the exits at the front store. We heard that one couple that said they were lucky to be right near the back of the store, right near the exit. We've pieced together, again, have not heard this officially, we've pieced together, we think that the gunman went from the parking lot where he first initially fired shots and moved his way slowly inside the store. We heard from one witness who said that he saw 3 lifeless bodies at the front of the store. We also heard a witness telling local media the shooter wasn't saying anything either as he was opening fire. Also, then we have not released this, obviously. We're very careful with the video that we release. We want to be sensitive at all times. That is of priority for us here at Fox 31. But video from a witness who apparently they've been talking about it live streamed on YouTube, some video from the store's parking lot showing a really chaotic scene as well. That's certainly something we don't always see in these situations, only adding to the heartbreak here tonight, Chairman.
Yeah, and others may be reporting websites, maybe reporting Twitter and Facebook, and others may be reporting certain lurid details about what's gone on here. We're just not going to do that because there are families waiting for details about what's gone on with their loved one, and we want to make sure we get that information directly from police. I'm still struck, though, by that witness that Nicole talked to minutes ago, that restaurant owner who said, I told all my employees to go up there and get next to the window in case they had to jump out. What a sign of the times that we are living in when that's the sort of thing. Our Michael Konopasek still on scene there, talking to witnesses with equally harrowing stories, and he joins us now with one of them. Michael.
This is Eileen. This is her neighborhood, King Soopers, and we were just talking, Eileen, about how the reaction here in the community. I mean, this is a tight-knit area, I would assume. You probably know a lot of the people when you go in there. Yeah, you were just telling me you were on your way you're on your way from work, trying to get home. Hasn't been easy, of course. What's your reaction to everything that's happening in here right now, and what did you?
It's awful, and it's heart-wrenching, and I might know some of the people that have been injured. So.
And that's what we keep hearing is from people who are just walking by. I hope I don't know any of the people who are injured. Another story to this is the traffic, of course, not a priority story by any means, just an inconvenience, but it is something that is an issue as well. You said you're trying to get from North Boulder back to your home, and it's near impossible.
Well, I haven't figured out if it's impossible, but I'm not home yet.
You're not home yet. All right, well, we wish you a safe ride home.
My heart goes out to any of the victims.
Yes, thank you, Eileen. Take care. So again, this is just some of the people who are walking around right now. Just to give you a perspective from where we are, we'll have Dan, who's in a higher position than I am, my photographer, give you a good look here. The press conference that we keep waiting for is where you're looking at right now, which is just on the side of the King Soopers, and we have a lot of crews here from Fox 31. So we do have a crew on standby waiting for police to give us the very latest information. We're going to stick with this vantage point higher up, being able to give you more of a bird's eye view of what we're seeing. And as we get more people coming by us, perhaps eyewitnesses, perhaps people just trying to get home from work, like Eileen, we're going to continue to talk to them. We're going to continue to tell this story the best we can. Back to you guys.
Okay, Michael Konopasek, thank you so much. Just getting this, too, that Boulder Valley School District tweeting out that they are currently on secure lockout, that any students on the campus will stay inside. This is due to that police activity. They say do not, in all caps not, come to the area at this time. So clearly, the entire Boulder Metro on very high alert at this point. Also getting so many of our representatives and different state leaders tweeting their condolences. Representative Diana DeGette adding to them, saying our hearts go out to everyone in the Boulder area. We can't continue to live like this. We have to do more to protect our communities from the constant threat of gun violence. We have to find a way to come together and collectively declare enough is enough.
We want to take you live, if we can, to the parking lot of the Whole Foods, which is just up the road from this grocery store, the King Soopers on Table Mesa, where moments from now we do expect Boulder Police to give us an update on the situation and on what unfolded this afternoon at King Soopers, because we don't know many confirmed details. All we know officially is that there was an active shooter at that King Soopers after 3 p.m. today, and from witnesses we've been able to cobble together the story that this person was in tactical gear firing shots. Other witnesses reporting at least 3 victims, lifeless, not moving, 2 in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. But we don't know on the record much of anything, and we've been waiting all afternoon for that as Boulder Police investigate this scene at a second scene at 17th and Grove in a neighborhood where they believe there have been maybe some connection, and they were looking at an armed and possibly dangerous person there. Kagan Harsha on the scene, too, as we continue to wait for this news conference. Kagan, what are you hearing?
Well, guys, we've seen more police vehicles pull up in the last couple of minutes. I want to show you the side here. A lot of these recent ones are from our Arvada Police Department, but a big line out here of more police vehicles while this scene still remains calm. We've heard reports of up to 3 people, victims in this case. We don't know law enforcement if they were involved in any of this at all in terms of stopping that shooter when he was actively firing, or if any of them may have been injured. But we do want to point out we're seeing an American flag that's been draped outside on the ground right outside the front entrance of this King Soopers as we zoom in. And that happened a while ago. We're finally able to get a high enough vantage point to be able to see that. And we see several armed officers, SWAT team members, it appears, kind of standing right around that American flag. Now, we don't know what that is in regards to or why it was placed there. Just something new we've seen out on the scene today in the past couple of minutes. It's definitely a striking for us out here, and we've seen at least 5 or 6 officers standing right there beside it the entire time over the past couple of hours. Again, more law enforcement vehicles, police vehicles continue to arrive at the scene as we're now seeing at least, 3-4 dozen police cars lined up outside of this King Soopers in Boulder at this hour.
Yeah, one of the things that, Kagan, thanks so much, we're trying to assess this at this point as were there any police officers that were injured? We've heard unconfirmed reports at this point. It is interesting to see both that American flag and the officers that are lining up waiting to get corroboration from officials at this point to see exactly who was injured, if they know at this point inside the King Soopers. Coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We've got Vicente Arenas outside of the Whole Foods where we are awaiting that update to come. The only confirmations that we've been able to make at this point are from phone calls that we made. We called area hospitals ourselves. We do know Boulder Community Health telling us that they had a patient condition unknown. And we also saw 3 air ambulances. Jeremy, you made the point earlier that we didn't, and this is certainly not something we want to, we report it gives us a heavy heart, let's just say that the air ambulances never seemed to return back to the hospital.
We actually now know there were 4 of those air ambulances, and again, none of them returned to the hospitals. They came from all over the place, Fort Collins and Greeley and Boulder and the metro area. None of them ever transported a single patient, which, as you said, is a bit disheartening, and we hope it doesn't forebode bad news that we anticipate hearing any time now from the Boulder Police Department. We are approaching the 6 o'clock hour as we look at this video from earlier this afternoon. afternoon. These are store employees and customers being led away to safety. It really reminds me of that video we saw back in April 1999 outside Columbine of students, young kids, being rushed out of their building to safety after a shooting there. And as we've said, we are all too familiar with this kind of thing here in Colorado, far too familiar. Again, it's 6 o'clock now. This is breaking news coverage of the active shooting at the King Soopers on Table Mesa this afternoon in South Boulder.
Yeah, we know, again, that this is just a couple miles from the University of Colorado Boulder campus. Definitely getting some emails at this point from concerned parents. We know that they have canceled classes after 5:30. We know several of the schools are on lockdown in that area. We've talked to several witnesses who just describe an utterly chaotic scene. One witness telling us earlier that they actually were the one to run inside the King Soopers and notify some of the shoppers that there was somebody with an AR-15 rifle, describing that person, interestingly enough, as a white male with brown hair. And you can see, interesting, the only person we have seen apprehended at this point is this man who's got the bloodied leg. We saw police escorting him outside of the building, looks to be handcuffed. And that's the only suspect. Now, again, the big question is, was this some sort of a corroborated attempt? We do know at 17th and Grove right now, and this is completely unconfirmed if it's related at all, that they have a shelter-in-place order. Our Courtney Fromm is on scene there monitoring the situation.
If I can interrupt real quickly. We now have it confirmed. Multiple law enforcement officers telling us that multiple law enforcement sources saying one officer has been killed and 2 others wounded. Again, this information coming from one of our reporters, confirmed by multiple law enforcement sources, saying 1 officer has been killed and 2 others wounded.
Yeah, and they say that the number of civilian casualties continues to change. So that is an unconfirmed number, so we will not give you that. Jeremy, that is not the news we wanted to report this evening.
Yeah, and we've been hearing unconfirmed reports about this for the past couple of hours. Of course, we weren't going to report it unconfirmed, but again, we're getting this from several law enforcement sources now. And as you said, it's not the news we wanted to deliver. And I'm sure it's with a heavy heart that Boulder police are going to talk about it just minutes from now. And it certainly could help explain that American flag that Kagan Harsha just saw draped outside the entrance to the King Superstore, surrounded by SWAT officers, which again, if true, if what we've confirmed appears to be true, these were the co-workers of the officer that appears to have lost his or her life today.
So unexpectedly here, called to duty Monday, just at 3 o'clock on reports of an active shooter, and little did they know. We are again awaiting the press conference to start here in just a couple of minutes. As you can see, we will update the graphic at the bottom of your screen with the very latest. As you can see, we know 2 officers wounded so far in the King Super shooting. That much we have confirmed, and that the 1 officer has killed. This is coming from multiple different outlets that we felt that it was safe to at least confirm this information on the air to you this evening.
Yeah, obviously in these situations, you try to get it right and not necessarily first. And we are sad to report that news. Obviously, any loss of life is devastating, but witnesses earlier today told us that one witness told us he saw 3 lifeless bodies there. 2 of them outside the store, face down in the parking lot, 1 inside the store. And hopefully we will get some more details and perhaps confirmation on that from Boulder Police when they begin this news conference just minutes from now. Again, they are running behind. They have pushed it back about 15 minutes from its anticipated start time. We are going to stay on the air with this continuous breaking news coverage because obviously there is still a whole lot to be learned, and we want you to learn it with us.
Yeah, we want to know the information really particularly regarding the number of victims, the extent of the injuries. We will get, again, another confirmation on these 2 officers wounded, the 1 officer that lost their lives there inside of that King Soopers this afternoon. And more information on if that was indeed the suspect that we saw being apprehended there earlier today. That shooting, again, reported just before 3 p.m. If you're just now joining us at the 6 o'clock hour. hour at the 3600 Table Mesa Drive King Soopers. It's about 2 miles south, to give you an idea, of the University of Colorado Boulder campus, where they know they did go ahead and cancel classes into the evening. We've also heard from several school districts in the area that are keeping their students on lockdown, if there were any of them staying, likely for after-school activities. We have seen so many emergency crews responding to the scene of the active shooter, and the numbers only increasing. In fact, our Kagan Harsha right now bringing us a live look at a procession that seems to be lining up. Kagan, the confirmation just coming in that officer was killed, likely explaining why we're seeing these vehicles line up now.
Yeah, exactly, guys. As we've been talking about, a very calm scene, and we continue to see the law enforcement presence continue to grow, though, however. We mentioned a few moments ago, we saw Arvada police pull up. Well, in the past few minutes, we've seen even more police vehicles lining up on the street out in front of the store, stretching for several blocks at this point. Again, several officers, we're going to just show you the wide perspective out here, but guarding the or standing guard in the front of the building. We don't know any details about those officers at this point. We just know that they have been arriving from all across the metro and beyond here at the scene tonight. Part of the reason why hours later the presence continues to grow, and that's been the big question in a lot of residents' minds, the neighbors who live around here, is it seems like the activity has died down, but yet we're seeing more people here. We're still seeing SWAT team members on various parts of this building, though, surrounding it, still armed, walking around. And we don't want to show you their exact positions, but definitely still on guard, kind of surveying the entire area out here. So maybe just in case there is any more activity out here, but again, we don't have any reason to believe that. We've seen off and on throughout the day, people on top of the building, surrounding the building, across the street, pretty much everywhere you can imagine. And as this law enforcement presence has grown, so has the amount of spectators, people stopping by on their way home from work, just checking this out and starting to arrive at their homes here and seeing this huge police presence in what is a very busy residential and commercial area here in this part of Boulder.
All right, Kagan, thank you again. If you're just joining us, the confirmation that one law enforcement officer has been killed, 2 others wounded in this shooting today at King Soopers. We're just getting news that the news conference scheduled for first 5:45 and then 6 has been moved back to 6:30. So we will stay on the scene here as we look live at the microphone stand where we expect Boulder Police to address reporters just minutes from now. This is set up in the parking lot of the Whole Foods, which is about 3 miles away from the King Soopers where the shooting happened earlier today. For those unsure of the geography here, if you've been to Boulder, if you've driven from the Denver area, either via Highway 36 or Highway 93, you come to the south end of Boulder, and this is that first King Soopers you see to the west side of Highway 36 there. It is sort of adjacent to those tall towers on the south side of Boulder, those residences, and not far from the CU campus. And again, campus has shut down all classes tonight, post 5:30. Anything this evening, any night class has been canceled at CU Boulder as they continue to investigate what's gone on at this King Soopers today.
And the scene continues to develop here tonight, too. Just after 5 p.m., we know Boulder Police sent out an emergency notification asking people that do live right near that 17th and Grove Street to shelter in place. They're responding to a report of an armed, and dangerous individual. Unclear if, again, that suspect is related to this King Soopers shooting. We know those of you that are watching us in Boulder right now are on extraordinarily high alert. Can only imagine that there are parents watching us with students at CU Boulder, knowing that this is miles away from where their children attend school. We also know that some of you have high schoolers that are in lockdown in nearby high schools. Some of you are waiting to hear from your loved ones that may have been in the area or in businesses that are in lockdown. Please know that our hearts are heavy with you. We also want to thank you for so many of the tips that you've sent us, tips at KDVR.com. We've gotten video from you. We had witnesses call into us that were among the heroes in the situation, that were running into the store to alert the shoppers of what was happening, the horrific scene that was happening just feet away from them unknowingly as they just thought they were checking out their groceries here on this Monday afternoon. So thank you to those of you who have sent in the tips. And if you have questions or anything that we can be of help, please continue to send those emails, tips at KDVR.com.
Pretty much the only confirmed detail we can give you is that one person has been taken to the hospital. That was Foothills Hospital in Boulder. and that was the person being led away in handcuffs with the bloodied leg. Presumably the suspect, although again, not confirmed. Governor Polis, who calls Boulder home, of course, a short time ago saying via Twitter, like my fellow Coloradans, I'm closely watching unfolding events at King Soopers in Boulder. My prayers are with our fellow Coloradans in this time of sadness and grief as we learn more about the extent of the tragedy. And if we could, can we go back to that picture you guys just had of all those officers gathered together at the front entrance? Because that is really chilling, striking, and sad, because this is where Kagan moments ago saw that American flag draped on the ground, and you can see these officers from the Boulder Police Department gathered there on the scene, and again preparing for this procession, which has become an all too familiar sight here in Colorado as officers lose their life in the line of duty. I remember it just a few months ago when an officer was killed in a crash in Commerce City. We saw it in Douglas County a couple years back, and several other places here in the metro. It is a dangerous job, and the folks in Boulder learned that today for sure.
And here they are standing right in front of windows that have been completely broken out because of the chaos that ensued earlier. And so many people, so many of the witnesses today have said it could have been me. And of course, those officers thinking of their fellow brother or sister in blue and thinking that that could have easily been them today too. Jerry, I have to say, I mean, in about a decade doing this with you, I think some of our darkest moments together, bringing viewers news on the air, have seen the officers that are just overtaken by the solemn news of losing one of their coworkers.
Well, it's crushing, not just for law enforcement, but for anybody who knows and loves Colorado. It's crushing, and it's a far too familiar sight. I mean, the sad reality is when this story broke earlier today, we sort of went into familiar mode because we know how to do these. Unfortunately, it's become familiar, and I wish we didn't know how to cover stories like this, but we've learned over time how to cover them because they just keep happening.
Well, it's just like Representative Diana DeGette said earlier, enough is enough. And I think we all are so overcome with that same sentiment. And again, I mean, just here we go. We've got another, it looks like a police vehicle rushing by. You have to wonder, again, this is purely speculative and we can't emphasize that enough, if they are trying to figure out if that 17th and Grove scene is related. Any of the activity that we see right now, it seems to be going in the direction of that 17th and Grove. So again, we do have reporters on standby there. But as I was saying, here is that scene, live scene for you. We've got, again, a team of reporters monitoring right now, trying to see was there some sort of a corroborated attempt here today. But unbelievable to see, as I was saying, Jeremy, so many of the officers responding so quickly, departments from all across the state that were there. I mean, we came on the air just before 3 o'clock, and we saw by 3:30 dozens upon dozens of SWAT officers, ATF, police officers, fire officials, all of them responding on scene.
Yeah, we heard from a couple of witnesses who said they thought law enforcement was on the scene within a couple of minutes. So yeah, as you said, they were right there. They helped make the response a quick one, and that no doubt likely saved lives today. As we see these two officers covered in tactical gear appear to be leaving the scene there on a somber night for law enforcement in Boulder, with the news that at least one officer has been killed, 2 wounded in this King Soopers shooting. Now, we don't know about other casualties. There have been a range of numbers on social media and elsewhere of people saying this many were injured, this many were injured. We just don't know that number. And again, we hope to get that information from police, but we do know what we heard from from first responders, witnesses. They said they saw, one person said he saw 3 lifeless bodies there on the scene face down. And so those are the details that we hope to get confirmed by police officially without further speculation.
Yeah, we do have a team of reporters, to our count 7 right now, and they're photographers that are spanned out all over the Boulder Metro covering this story. We are trying to bring you every single angle. And if you do have to back away from your television, we want to remind you KDVR has a free app you can download. We will send push alerts with any big breaking developments at any time. KDVR.com also has minute-by-minute updates. We try to give you all of the latest tweets and information that we can see. Anything, again, that's official. We try really hard here to not deliver misinformation. So make sure that you are tuned in with our several different avenues so that you can be on top of the story as well.
Quick point of clarification, that Whole Foods that I mentioned being 3 miles away is not. It's just across the road there in Boulder. So we expect that news conference from that nearby Whole Foods just minutes from now. Meantime, we will talk to some more of our reporters who've been there on the scene, including our Michael Konopasek talking to witnesses today. Michael.
Yeah, Jeremy, we have been talking to a lot of witnesses. I can tell you from where we are right now, we have seen a lot of police leaving. So let's just go through the chronological order of our experience being here. When we first arrived, of course, there was a swarm. I don't even know if words could really describe just how many police officers were here from our vantage point. As far as the eye could see, not nearly as many, although there's still a good number. And I would relate it to, from my reporting experience, about the same as the STEM school shooting in Highlands Ranch. But now a lot have left from multiple different agencies, but there will still be undoubtedly a large police presence here for many, many more hours to come as the investigation continues. But when we first got here, it was a frantic situation where we did see SWAT officers running to different locations. Now, we haven't seen that for quite some time, of course. And then the very latest is, we're actually seeing law enforcement officials leave. We're in Boulder. We're in Boulder County. And I saw the sheriff of Jefferson County. I saw Denver's police chief. And then you see the rank and file from multiple agencies, ATF, FBI, so you have federal, state, and local. It's just incredible just what kind of a response we have. And then, of course, we've confirmed that one officer has lost his or her life. So again, this is the vantage point that we're going to continue to stay at for a while as we continue to see people coming and going. We want to make sure that we have the very best information that we have until that press conference happens. So we are continually looking for people who may have seen something that we have not yet reported out yet. And that's going to be our objective from now on.
I imagine at this point most of the witnesses have left the scene to go be reunited with their friends and their family. Is there anybody that's kind of hanging around? Maybe they're looking for their car, looking for their vehicle, or has it kind of quieted where you are?
It's quieted quite a bit, Aristea, and you're exactly right. What you're seeing is what we're experiencing. So yes, there were lots of witnesses and not as many anymore. I mean, we just aren't seeing as many. And so we are anxious, of course, for that police press conference to give us the very latest information, the most detailed information. In fact, something I did just see on Twitter from Boulder Police is that there is a lot of misinformation on social media right now. And we take lots and lots of caution. We take lots of time to make sure that what we're reporting out, of course, is accurate. And we're talking to people who are eyewitnesses. But just so many people have cell phones, of course. So many people live stream these days. Just one tap on Facebook, you could just be somebody shopping in the grocery store and you could be broadcasting out to the masses on Facebook. And so what police are saying is that they're monitoring social media and seeing that there's a lot of misinformation out there in general. So we are really anxious to hear directly from them so they can clear that up.
Indeed, we are. Michael Konopasek on scene there. Thank you so much. We've been talking about these eyewitness accounts that we got early on in the afternoon from people who had seen what unfolded. Let's listen to some of that.
I saw a man with a semi-automatic rifle shooting at people in the parking lot. I saw a dead body on the ground in the parking lot. I know he was dead because they took him away in a body bag a few minutes later when the police came.
Heard gunshots going off. It sounded like a heavy caliber type, maybe a shotgun. And so I have a live stream, so I fired up immediately. And I never saw anyone, but I saw some victims on the ground as I came around the corner.
That was Dean Schiller, the last person you heard from right there, with the most sort of stunning account of what unfolded there. He reported seeing 3 lifeless bodies at the grocery store today.
Yeah, so difficult to hear it. It's almost surreal. We can only even imagine what it would have been like to be a Dean Schiller and to be in that situation. Just absolutely heartbreaking. Again, it's 6:18 right now. We have the last report they've been telling us since 5:45. Clearly, they are very busy right now. We are being told that the press conference will happen now at 6:30 at this Whole Foods that is right there across the way. If you are just joining us, we're going to give you what we do know. This is the stuff that we have confirmed at this point. We know that there was an active shooter reported at the King Soopers at Table Mesa Drive just just before 3 o'clock. We are awaiting any information regarding that number of victims. We're awaiting information regarding the suspect, potentially suspects. We know hundreds of law enforcement vehicles from different agencies responded. We have seen them continuing to respond as well. And we know just after 5 p.m., Boulder Police Department sent out an emergency notification. They asked people at that apartment complex that's right near 17th and Grove to shelter in place. Will they go ahead and respond to a report of a dangerous individual and an armed individual? One of the big questions at this point that continues to remain as we see this area that's blocked off.
You are watching News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. We continue to listen to the coverage there from our Fox 31 there reporting and really going wall-to-wall coverage on this terrible situation in this afternoon there in Boulder, Colorado. Imagine you are at the grocery store and then all of a sudden mayhem starts, and that's unfortunately what we have been seeing in the past. You're at a movie theater, mayhem there, now a grocery store, so it's happening at common places, and this is now the situation that we are in right now. So we are awaiting any moment now, within the next 10 minutes, a news conference from the police. This will be their first update regarding this situation. We already know from Fox 31 that unfortunately 1 police officer has been killed and 2 others have been wounded. We don't know anybody else that was injured or killed in this massacre, but we will continue to provide you the very latest as it's happening. Let's go back out now to Fox 31 as they continue to provide us the updates, and we will be any moment right now taking you out live to this news conference when it does get going.
In front, we also have police officers from the Erie department who are here as well to have this process go as smoothly as possible, and it's supposed to take place here at any minute. So again, for good reason, we're several miles away from the King Soopers. It gives plenty of space in between what has happened earlier today and an opportunity to be reunited with so many folks who have waited, for the good news to see their loved ones. I know a lot of our crews have been talking to different folks who are waiting for their loved ones. We had talked to one lady who was simply waiting for her daughter who worked at the King Soopers, and she was told at one point this will be the spot where once again they will be reunited. As for the campus itself, we still see plenty of students kind of going from spot to spot, but again, hopefully some happy moments about to take place here inside and outside the CU Event Center.
We sure hope so, because we've seen that go both ways in our experience here in Colorado with mass shootings. So we certainly hope there are some happy reunions after the shooting there where you are. Greg, thank you. Just getting an update from Courtney Fromm about that scene there at 17th and Grove where those reverse 911 calls had gone out telling people to take shelter. Courtney's telling us now that they're taking down this tape and that the SWAT team appears to have moved. There's no longer a fluid scene here. Not sure where they went, but they've reopened the street there, 17th. And this does not appear to be a very active scene right now. So that new detail coming to us from Courtney Fromm, one of our many reporters on the scene covering this story this afternoon. Again, we await this news conference at the nearby Whole Foods just a few minutes from now, where we expect new details. And we already know that some of them will be heartbreaking, because we have been able to confirm 1 officer's been killed, 2 officers wounded. At least there may be bigger numbers than what we're seeing here, but we can confirm 1 officer killed, 2 officers wounded in this King Sooper shooting.
And if any of the witness accounts come to fabrication too, certainly we know it will be heartbreaking news that's delivered tonight. I wanted to add too, in that 17th and Grove scene, I understand from a source close to the area that it's really close to Boulder High School, that area. So thank you for that. I think that it does explain why Boulder High School has decided to go on lockdown at this point. Again, not knowing if that person that was there considered armed and dangerous was connected to the incident that happened starting at 3 o'clock at King Soopers. So Boulder High School clearly taking that precaution as well.
Also, Aristide, just getting word, the President of the United States has been briefed on this. This coming from his press secretary, Jen Psaki. She tweeted, the President has been briefed on the shooting in Colorado. He'll be kept up to date by his team as there are additional developments. So this news reaching the White House tonight. President Biden has been briefed on what is going on here in Boulder, Colorado.
And really, and that just underscores the tragedy that we're experiencing right in our state and so many people's backyards at this point. You know, one of the things we've been really careful too, and police ask this of all media, so we hope that all of our counterparts have taken the same caution. We've tried very hard to not show any of tactical strategy by police officers. You never know in these situations who may be monitoring. And so we certainly take that quite seriously. So forgive some of the quick movements on our camera work. This is a live developing situation, and oftentimes that's how it manifests on the air. Our Ashley Michaels on scene right now. Ashley, last time we talked, you were just across from King Soopers. You still there? What are you seeing now?
Hey, Aristeo. Yeah, we've actually moved to the corner of Table Mesa and Broadway instead. I want to give you just kind of an overview look at what we're seeing. We've got still a lot of police cars. I know a lot have left throughout the evening so far. There's still quite a large police presence. I want to kind of just show you down Broadway here. And there's just flashing lights up and down. There are still a lot of people just milling about, a lot of people we've been talking to throughout the day. And I kind of asked a lot of these people, you know, what is it that's keeping you here? And they just feel a real connection to what happened inside. Some of them were inside. Some of them were about to go inside to go grocery shopping. And a lot of them say, you know, they just haven't been able to leave the scene because they feel such a connection to what's happening here. They're invested in it. They want to make sure they know the people that they know inside are safe, or people that they know were supposed to be shopping here are safe. Still, a lot of those questions out here tonight, just a lot of uncertainty. And I think that's the reason we still have quite a lot of folks who are just, you know, standing around watching. Not a lot actually happening right now, but they just can't take their eyes away from it. They're still waiting on those details like we are at this hour. But, you know, if you guys can kind of look off into the distance, I want to paint this other perspective for you. This is right in front of the Flatirons. You guys, this is one of the most beautiful scenes in Denver, in Boulder, excuse me, and just such a tragic scene in front of one of the most picturesque, iconic places in this city, in all of Colorado, really. And it's really just tough to see this large police presence and hear all of the horrible things that have happened here today. A lot of the folks that I've been talking to, they still haven't really processed what they've seen, what they've heard, and what they've felt out here today. I think it's going to take a long time for all of us. Jeremy and Aristeo.
Yeah, indeed it will. Sadly, though, we've been through this before, many of us, and so we're all too used to reporting this kind of news. I'm still struck by some of the people and their attention to detail. We saw Brian Crucy earlier. He was in the line at the store and heard what he thought was fireworks, and then he looked out and saw a guy in the parking lot with tactical gear firing his gun. So he ran out to the back of the store, told others to get out of there too, and they all went to the loading dock and got out. And then there was Dean Schiller, who saw, you know, these three lifeless bodies in the parking lot and was live streaming much of what happened today on YouTube, and thousands of people watched it all unfold.
Yeah, certainly something we don't often see in these situations. I want to add to, I'm just hearing from a parent, Jeremy, from the Boulder Valley School District, saying that as we've reported, Boulder High on secure lockout. Apparently a lot of these students and coaches and athletic teams were all at Boulder High School. They were alerted then of police responding to that situation at 17th and Grove. This parent says so far that they have heard everybody is safe, and they are at this point still waiting for the all clear. We know they're on secure lockout, so that means any students on campus, they have to stay inside as long as that police activity resumes right outside from where they are.
6:28 right now. We await word from the Boulder Police Department. We expect a news conference a couple of minutes from now, although that's fluid and it may change. It's already changed a couple of times. As we continue to see law enforcement gathered there in the King Soopers parking lot, here's some more officers arriving there on the scene. They appear to be in tactical SWAT gear. Not sure what department. I can't see that quite yet because they're covering up the markings there. It may be Boulder Police, not sure. But what we typically see in these situations, based on the information we've confirmed that one officer's been killed, is that there'll be some sort of procession tonight, likely from the scene of the shooting to the county coroner's office. If this holds true to past experience like this, and it likely will, and sadly there is a lot of past experience when it comes to this kind of thing in Colorado. We've had plenty of law enforcement deaths in the line of duty and in recent times too, so we've seen this process unfold. So in theory, they are going to line up and form a procession that will then take to the streets of Boulder later on this evening as we await more word on what happened.
Yeah, we're doing our best here to gather details as we await official confirmation. They tell us that should be coming in 2 minutes. Clearly, they are working hard to confirm their details before they go public with them. Did just receive a message at Boulder Valley Schools on spring break right now. So that's reassuring, of course, for a lot of parents in the area, because we know that this happened probably right around the time that schools would have been let out. So Boulder Valley Schools on spring break. If you are just now joining us and looking at these images, they're probably making the hairs on your arms stand a little bit right now. We know an active shooting happened, prompting this massive response to this grocery store. It's right there on Table Mesa Drive. It's just 2 miles at the University of Colorado Boulder campus, just 2 miles south of where this is. You see so many businesses there right in the area, as we show you, the Chase Bank right there. A lot of those businesses put on lockdown immediately once they heard reports of an active shooter, and it's been just unbelievable. There hasn't been a reporter we've taken live yet. We have several of them on the scene who hasn't remarked on the hundreds of officers really from all around the metro area that have responded. And our Kagan Harsha is right in the middle of that response. Kagan, have you seen the response die down at all, or does it only continue to grow as the procession continues to grow?
Yeah, it continues to grow. We talked about this team that just arrived, these SWAT team members. This is from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. We've been able to confirm. And the presence continues to grow by the minute here as we see more vehicles pulling up, dropping off more officers and SWAT team members. And the vehicles, if you look back here at the front of the store, kind of outside, we really filled in all these areas where now it's stretching all the way to the store, up and down the streets for blocks. Hard to say how many police vehicles we're seeing out here, but it's at least conservative estimate 4 or 5 dozen out here. Again, since the moment we've arrived, not realizing this when we arrived on the scene, we've seen this contingent of 5 or 6 officers, armed officers, SWAT gear, it looks like, right outside the entrance of King Soopers. And that is where we saw that American flag shortly after we got here. But the police department's representative, we've seen sheriff's offices, we've seen a lot of departments from across the metro in Denver show up. Arvada, Westminster, Denver, list goes on, and those officers have continued to arrive. We've seen firefighters as well. We still have a fire truck with a bucket up to the top of the building, and we saw a few firefighters walking up on top of the building a short time ago. Not sure what they are doing out here, but definitely appears that we're going to have a procession of some kind as the end of this police line keeps getting pushed further up the street over the past hour. And as you just saw moments ago, that armored vehicle dropped off between a couple armored vehicles, I should say, several dozen SWAT team members in tactical gear a short time right in front of this store. Those again from the Boulder County Sheriff's Department. Jeremy Arcea.
Kagan, we're just getting some new information here, and we are able to confirm multiple fatalities now, including that one police officer. So we now know several people have been killed. We can't give you an exact number, but multiple fatalities, including a police officer, in this shooting today at the King Soopers.
And that really does explain this huge police response that we saw earlier. Kagan, go ahead. You're on scene. Tell us what you see.
And Jeremy, I was just going to tell you and Arcea, I'm out here if you guys can still hear me. You talked about confirming those fatalities. We have seen some video given to us out here that we haven't been able to necessarily show yet. Of at least, and this matches what witnesses have told us, at least 2 of those individuals have been shot out in the parking lot. We saw those bodies on the ground through some videos taken by witnesses earlier today. We also saw someone lying on the floor of that store just inside the entrance here. So we've seen at least 3 through videos, people that were victims to this mass shooting out here today. Again, not sure how many of those are law enforcement officers, how many were customers of this store. And we've been talking about this throughout the afternoon, but just an eerie scene for a lot of these folks who were just arriving as this was all happening. In fact, people were told were walking into the store when that shooter was inside, not knowing that there was an active shooting situation. At the time, there were people just trying to rush for the exits, and you can only imagine arriving at the store to do your shop for your groceries and not fully comprehending what was happening until you got inside. We've heard seen videos too. You can hear the gunshots inside the store. Again, witnesses out here said they heard at least a dozen gunshots in pretty quick, rapid succession. They saw that individual kind of darting across the parking lot, described as frantic as he was moving through here, and people just running for cover at the same time that others were nonchalantly arriving to shop for groceries.
Kagan, thank you.
We understand the news conference is just about to begin here any minute, so we want to go to that Whole Foods. It's just across the way to make sure that we are
5 minutes.
Already, we're getting a 5-minute warning.
We've got some time here. Somebody pointed out, and they make a good point. This is supposed to be such a celebratory, triumphant time for Boulder. We got the CU Buffs playing in the basketball tournament, doing quite well. We've seen this school and this community rebound from the pandemic. Hopefully, things getting back to normal. Inside this very store, there were lab techs administering COVID shots. This was supposed to be that time of year finally when we were starting to have something to be positive about, and then you see something like this unfold.
Well, and Jeremy, you said it so beautifully earlier that, we have referred to so many of the people that work at our King Supers, that work at our grocery stores. I mean, we can all think back to a year ago. They're our heroes. They were making sure we were fed. They were putting themselves at risk doing it. We know several deaths that happened within the King Supers family, and we learned what a tight-knit family that was. And now for this to come on the heels, multiple fatalities, including a police officer, to come on the heels of what that family has already been through. It's really heartbreaking to report.
We can also tell you may be wondering why our helicopter's not in the air. There's a TFR in place. It's called a temporary flight restriction. Basically, law enforcement's put this in place while they investigate the scene. They don't want a lot of air traffic overhead, and so they put this TFR in place, and it's going to be in place through, I believe, tomorrow night. While they continue this investigation, 7 p.m. tomorrow, if my information is correct. And so typically in these situations, we would show you via helicopter this long procession. We won't be able to show you that. Nevertheless, the images will be heart-rendering from the ground and heartbreaking for the coworkers of this law enforcement officer among multiple fatalities at this King Supers today after this shooting.
Yeah, and we definitely will have our reporters on the ground taking you through that entire procession as we pay respect to the officer that lost their life there today. Again, just probably a couple minutes out. We finally got a 5-minute warning, which is a good sign as officers continue to do their due diligence in gathering information today. But there's definitely some unknowns that we've been waiting since we first came on the air before 3 o'clock here this evening. So we're now going on 3.5 hours and counting, but we are definitely waiting to hear more on official word when it comes to the victims that lost their lives there this afternoon at the King Supers, and also the suspect. Jeremy, what sticks with me, it was bone chilling when we heard the gentleman come on earlier, Brian, and say to us, minutes after it happened, he said I saw a guy with an AR-15. I ran into the King Supers, likely knowing that's where that the shooter was going, and he just started screaming to people to get down. I mean, you'd hope that in that situation you'd have that same instinct, that same heroic instinct, but you don't know. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Indeed it is. We were talking about Boulder and how they're doing well in the tournament. The basketball team is. We saw a tweet from CU Boulder Athletics a while ago saying we're shocked and saddened by the shooting that's rocked the Boulder community this afternoon. Our hearts go out to those impacted. Campus resources available to those who need them. Again, these are kids who are off in Indianapolis taking part in this basketball tournament and wondering what's going on back home. And so you have to feel for them and everybody with any connection to the community, to the school, to the grocery store. We talked about what a difficult year this has been for grocery workers. We know at least 3 King Supers employees alone died from coronavirus, working right there on the front lines, trying to help people through this pandemic. And then this has been such a difficult year for grocery store workers, for first responders, law enforcement, and then to see something like this happen in the spring, which tends to be when these things happen here in Colorado for whatever reason, it's pretty disheartening.
It really is. Like I said, it's the darkest moments that we have as broadcasters delivering news like this to you. You can see all the microphones set up there on the left of your screen at the podium, awaiting the official word, and the caution tape that's there. So clearly they're right in front of the scene, about to give us. So I wonder if is this the Whole Foods? Can we get confirmation, or is this on scene?
That's the Whole Foods.
So it really is right across the street.
Yeah, it is. And they say they just tweeted, press conference about to begin. It will be live streamed. Of course, we'll show it to you here, so no reason to watch that. Michael Konoposka has a bit more information on that procession while we await this news conference. Kono, quickly, what do you know?
Yeah, Jeremy, I just spoke to a Denver police officer because we saw them lining up. We thought perhaps that would be the start of the procession, but that Denver police officer told me that it is going, he believes, to be led by the Colorado State Patrol. They went ahead and are taking on this duty, and of course, we'll start from the parking lot, and then, as you mentioned, most likely over right to the coroner's office. So we are going to monitor that, and once it starts, of course, we'll provide you live images of that.
And Connor, did they give you any sense of how many departments might be involved in this?
Oh my goodness. We lost count. It is truly amazing how many different agencies we have seen here. I wouldn't be surprised if we have more than a couple dozen agencies. That's an estimation on my part, but I feel like it's a pretty safe one.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. We've certainly seen numbers like that. All right, let's go back to the podium there at the Whole Foods across the street. It looks like law enforcement officers are getting ready to approach the microphone. I say that as they walk away, so we will continue to keep an eye on this. Apologies, these things are fluid. Obviously, they are hesitant, I'm sure, to deliver the heartbreaking news that we have confirmed, and that is that multiple people are dead, including one law enforcement officer.
You know, you think about so many of the visuals that you've seen here in the last 3 hours, some of the poignant videos, another police officer, City of Arvada, detailing again just how many of the departments and agencies have reported from the state. But back to the images that we showed you here today on your TV screens as they develop live. We have seconds sometimes to censor it before we bring it to you. But you think about the American flag that you saw draped right outside the King Soopers where the windows were blown out eerily. You think about the image of the SWAT officers with their heads hung somber. You think about the image of the man bloodied without a shirt being taken out, the images of men and women comforting one another, family members, young shoppers that were inside, CU Boulder students that were inside. And it's heartbreaking to kind of think of the sum total that this is going to have here on our community collectively in the next days, months, and years coming. This is going to be something we refer to, and it's definitely a somber, dark moment for our state.
Not just for our state, but for the parent company of King Soopers. A viewer just alerted me to the fact that just days ago at a Kroger warehouse distribution center near Milwaukee, a worker shot and killed two co-workers. This was last Tuesday night, just days ago. Same company, Kroger, and this all unfolded just last week. So obviously difficult times for those folks and for all of Colorado as we continue to follow this story.
Yeah.
And we've been listening to Fox 31 there in Denver on this tragic situation in Boulder, Colorado. We are just now moments away from this live news conference that we will be getting, and we will be bringing it to you live, raw, and of course, always unfiltered right here. So we've been covering this now for you for the last about 3.5 hours. Here's what we know right now. Unfortunately, from Fox 31's reporting there, one officer killed, 2 officers wounded, and we are hearing that there could be even more casualties associated with this shooting that happened at a grocery store. I mean, just think about it. You're inside of a grocery store, and then all of a sudden you're witnessing a massacre. Well, we've seen this way too many times. We've seen it at a movie theater in Colorado. Remember that time in Aurora when the Batman movie was coming out, and then all of a sudden guns start blasting there. And then of course, we all remember what happened at Columbine High School there in Colorado as well. So Colorado, unfortunately, is no stranger to these mass shootings, these massacres, and it looks like once again that they are on the cusp of breaking this big news. Just moments away now, we are going to be hearing from the police, the first responders there at the scene that saw everything that happened here. So this is what happened a little bit earlier. We had news that there would be an update. Then they pushed it back 10 minutes. Then they pushed it back another 5 minutes. And now we are about an hour delayed here from this update. But you can see the media there all waiting for this very moment when they will be getting a fresh update. The first news conference from the police, and unfortunately probably one of many that we will be hearing this week here. Here's another live look that we are seeing at this supermarket there in Boulder, Colorado. What will happen next? We will be getting an update from the police that will be happening at any moment. We want to know how many suspects are involved. Was it one suspect? Was it two? Do they have everybody accounted for as far as people that they are looking at? What was up with that other situation that they had in Boulder down the road? We're going to get an update from that as well. So be on the lookout here. You could see the live update just moments away. And this just, once again, just shows you that at any moment, at any time, people have to be ready for, unfortunately, the very worst that could happen. And now we take a look here at this moment. Podium is set up. We have other shots available to us as well. You can still see police there in the distance. Now, the best thing here about this situation that we are seeing right now, the body language from the police and the first responders, it doesn't look like any more big motion that we were seeing earlier when there was a lot of running. They were running to and from different points. They're at the supermarket now. It's much more calmer. So that would let you to believe that they have the situation under control. But now we wait for these live updates, and unfortunately it doesn't sound like it is going to be good there at all. Any update involving an officer killed and 2 officers wounded, never good. But now we brace for the moment where we could potentially hear of more victims. And then after that, many will be saying, why? Why a supermarket? Why did this person have to do it? Was it multiple people? We're going to be getting these breakdowns as they happen just moments away here. And this has, like we've been talking about, a delay for quite some time. But the police, once they do get to the podium, you will see it here, live, raw, and unfiltered right here on News Now from Fox. We thank all our viewers from around the country and around the world here waiting this horrible, horrible day there in Colorado. Not only in Colorado, but just a bad day across the board for our country. Anytime you hear about this type of news, it's never good, and we wish we never had to bring you this, but this is what we do here on News Now from Fox, bringing you the stories and updates and live feeds as they are happening in real time. We did get some notification from the White House that President Biden has been briefed on this situation and is monitoring it right now with his team and will be providing updates as they get them. And it looks like we are now moments away. It looked like we could have just got a brief 2-minute warning here. Okay. So they keep giving these warnings here and these updates, but we will continue to wait for them right here on News Now from Fox. We monitor the situation here for you. It's just been obviously a very fluid last 3.5 hours that we've been bringing you this breaking news. It started out with unfortunately what we hear too many times here in the newsrooms of a shooting that is happening, and sometimes those shootings don't come of anything. So that was what we were hoping for in this situation. That was not the case here, and that is the type of thing that in the media you hope you never have to report in these types of stories, but unfortunately what we've been seeing in the past and what we see today, that it is a real present danger in our communities and in our country. So we wait for this update. This is what Fox 31 has reported. An officer has been killed, 2 officers wounded in the shooting, and then they reported also that there was other casualties involved here, presumably some workers or some people that were in the store as customers. We don't know all of the details, but we will be getting the update. It looks like the police are now coming up to the podium here, and you could see the full range of the police. You're going to have members of the county, the FBI, and many others that are now coming up to the podium to provide us this update. You're watching News Now from Fox. We show everything to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it is happening in real time. We didn't take any commercial breaks, and we're not going to take any commercial breaks in the foreseeable future right now, as we are in this breaking news pattern. And now we will give you the audio, and you are watching live here, as we will be watching it all in real time just like you are. So we are going to increase the audio now and provide you these updates from the police. This is the first news conference, and it will be the first of many throughout the week here, unfortunately, of this mass casualty situation that happened at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. Let's listen.
Three speakers. Commander Kerry Yamaguchi with the Boulder Police Department is going to speak first. It's Commander, and it's KERRYYAMAGUCHI. And then we're going to have District Attorney Michael Dougherty, MICHAEL DOUGHERTY. And then we're going to have Kelly McGannon from King Super speak. It's KELLYMCGANNON. After they speak, we will take a few questions, but please understand we're in the very early stages of a very large investigation that is going to take some time, so we will not be able to answer a lot of your questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commander Kerry Yamaguchi from the Boulder Police Department.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay? As Dion shared, we had a very tragic incident today here at the King Supers. There was loss of life. We have multiple people who were killed in this incident. And I am sorry to have to report that one of them was a Boulder police officer. During this trying time, I would ask the media and the public to honor the privacy of the officer's family and his co-workers here at the police department. I will also share that we got tremendous support from our fellow law enforcement agencies, both in Boulder County, which some of them you see behind me, the FBI, ATF, and other Denver metro agencies. Without that quick response, we don't know if there would have been more loss of life. I can share with the public today, or this evening, that there is no ongoing public threat, that we do have a person of interest in custody. That person was injured during the incident and is being treated for the injuries.
Good evening. My name is Michael Dougherty. I'm the District Attorney for Boulder County. This is a tragedy and a nightmare for Boulder County, and in response, we have cooperation and assistance from local, state, and federal authorities. This will very much be a coordinated effort, and we will stand united in support of the victims and their families to ensure that justice is done. It's a very early stage in the investigation, as you've heard, and we have a lot of work to do. But we'll be giving out more information as that becomes available and as we nail down the facts here. As Commander Yamaguchi said, there is an individual in custody currently with multiple victims, and we'll be doing everything we can to fight for them and their families to make sure that we reach the right and just outcome. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kelly McGannon, spokesperson for King Supers. Our hearts are broken over this senseless act of violence. The entire King Soopers family offers our thoughts, prayers, and support to our associates, our customers, and first responders who so bravely responded to these acts of violence. We are working in full cooperation with local law enforcement and will be deferring all questions to them for the integrity of the investigation. Thank you.
Take a few questions.
Commander, can you tell us what happened?
So, as has already been mentioned, we're very early in the investigation. As Dion shared, that we responded here, officers were here within minutes of the initial 911 calls and entered the building very quickly.
Do you know any possible motive for this?
Very early in the investigation, we don't have any details that I can share at this point. There will be additional information released as it's gathered and it's appropriate to release, but that will come from the Boulder Police Department.
How many other people the number of deaths, sir? Can you confirm the number of deaths?
When did the call come in? Before 3 o'clock?
Just before 3 o'clock today.
Can you tell us how many people have died?
We're very early in the investigation. We are still processing the scene.
Do you know if the shooter said anything as the shooter entered the building?
That will be part of the investigation.
What happened on 17th Street?
That was unrelated, we believe, to this incident.
Will there be...
We're still investigating.
Are there injuries in addition to those who were killed? Were there injuries in addition to those who were killed?
So at this point, the only injured party we are aware of significant injury was the suspect. We know of no other serious injuries at this point.
Do you have any identifying information about the suspect?
No.
Commander, do you know if there was any relationship between the gunman and the people that were shot?
That will be part of the investigation.
When you say multiple fatalities, can you tell us how many?
No, we don't know. They're still processing the scene.
Are there more than 5, sir?
Don't know.
How many in the hospital? Multiple people in the hospital?
Don't know how many are at the hospital currently. I know for sure there is one.
Commander, was there video of the video cameras that might have taken what happened?
That's all going to be part of the investigation.
Does this man have any connection at all to King Soopers or any of the workers?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know. That's part of the investigation.
Was your first call of a man and an active shooter in the parking lot, then it moved inside?
So I haven't had a chance to review any of those calls, and so I can't tell you in what order things were reported to us.
Was this man wearing military gear?
I'm sorry, I got 2 questions.
Military style, was he wearing military style gear during this?
Don't know. That'll be part of the investigation.
What about the weapon?
Don't have information on that. As I said, the crime scene folks have just very recently entered the crime scene to start processing it.
Is the shirtless guy the person of interest? The shirtless man who was seen taken out in handcuffs and put in an ambulance?
Since I would be speculating of who you're talking about, I can't confirm that. I don't know.
Commander, not to be critical, but it's been more than 3 hours since you got the call. You can't tell us how many people were dead?
I don't have that information right now.
Does anybody?
That'll be part of the investigation.
Is the suspect an older community?
So if I could just interject for one moment, there's a lot of investigation already underway. A lot of things are being realized as the crime scene's being processed, including the number of victims, which is known to police investigators, but I want to stress that victims' family members are still being notified, so we're being really sensitive to the victims' families. So I appreciate Commander Yamaguchi not giving out more information at this point, but even for the facts of which we're certain, those conversations are going to happen with the families first. Those conversations are now taking place.
If we know there are some...
We're going to be talking to the families first and then giving out more information. Okay. Well, Boulder Police Department's going to be giving out that information. I recognize the need to get the information out as soon as possible. I do. But I also recognize that we have one suspect in custody. We're going to ensure that justice is done. And to do that, we're going to make sure we have the facts certain and understood before we start sharing them with the media and the public. That's going to happen. That's going to happen in the next couple hours.
Can you describe the suspect? With you? You don't have to share the motive, but is he presented why he did what he did?
I do not have any information as to the motive at this point. It's really early in the investigation, but I cannot do that at this point, but I can promise you the Boulder Police Department is going to be releasing more information in the next few hours.
How are families who might have been impacted by this, maybe looking for loved ones, being notified that their family members are okay? Can you tell us that?
So the CU Police Department is helping with family members that may have questions about loved ones, and Chief Joe Kirst will be able to provide more information for family members to contact the CU Police Department for information. So there is a suspect in custody. There's no scheduled court appearances as yet.
Have there been any charges that have been filed? Will any charges be filed?
Well, the suspect is being treated medically at the hospital right now. I can promise you that more information. The Boulder Police Department will be in charge of giving out more information. I'm going to ask Chief Joe Kirst, if she will, just to let family members know where they could go for or call in for notifications on possible victims.
If people were in the parking lot or saw something, who should they call to give that statement?
Thank you for that question. If there are witnesses out there who have information, and there were many witnesses to this who are cooperating with the investigation already, but if there are additional witnesses, they should contact the Boulder Police Department. But let me turn it over to Chief Joe Kirst.
So if there was witnesses that saw this event, they can contact 303-441-3333, and that's the main number to the Boulder Police Department.
Say that one more time, please.
Yep, no problem. 303-441-3333, and that's the main number to the Boulder Police Department. If there's family or loved ones that have questions as well, they can contact that main number, and they'll be sent an address in regards to additional information there. Thank you very much.
About the courage of your officer, we're told he or she went back in, saved lives by what they did.
And that's all the questions we can take right now. I know we wanted more information, but we don't have any more information we can share at this time. We will continue to post all information that we can on our Twitter, and we will announce the next press conference as soon as we know with more information.
Help us understand how you don't know how
We are hoping to
many
have
deaths
more
there are?
information to release later this evening, yes.
Will there be a procession for the fallen officer? How do you not know?
I will find out and we will let you know. We'll do that. This area, we will continue to ask everybody to avoid the area. This is going to be blocked off for quite some time. So please continue to tell individuals to avoid this area. So, thank you.
Media has already reported there were 6.
So, we will.
Already out there.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of it, and we will have this. We will have more information to release soon. So, thank you for your.
All right, so that is the update. Not much of an update there, but confirming, unfortunately, that the one Boulder police officer has been killed there in that shooting. Now, we are learning that multiple people were killed, but they would not give a number just on how many people are dead inside of that supermarket there in Boulder, Colorado there. So not much of an update there, but they said the investigation continues, and it's going to be continuing all night and into the morning hours there. And of course, we will continue to keep an eye on it. We're going to go back out now to our station, Fox 31 there in Denver, that continues to provide the updates. It looks like there could be another news conference sometime later tonight. If that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Let's go back out to Fox 31 in Denver.
Yeah, not getting into the specific number of people that have died, although, as you just heard, media really pressing it. They did say that one suspect was taken into custody. They said that person was injured as well in this incident that happened at the King Supers. You heard the Commander Kerry Yamaguchi saying that they did their best to prevent the loss of life. They're trying to honor the privacy of the officer's family and coworkers, not releasing any more information about the officer that lost their life, speaking to the tremendous support they received from fellow law enforcement. Also, a reporter asking specifically about this person of interest that was in custody, asking again, is it this man that you see in this video, the one person that we saw in handcuffs being led outside of the building by police officers? Commander Yamaguchi saying multiple times that he didn't want to get into specifics. He said if he confirmed this, it would be speculative in nature at this point. And then we heard Michael Doherty kind of come to his defense saying that they were trying to make sure that they had all of their facts completely intact before they went public with them in order to ensure that justice was done for all of the victims that suffered today in the tragedy.
Part of that, they say, is that they are still processing the scene. They said, yes, we know how many people died. We're not going to say, though, to the media just yet because we're still notifying families. That came from the district attorney there. They, as we said, are still processing the scene but won't confirm the number killed, only saying that that one injured party is apparently the suspect. We do want to thank those of you who are just joining us on Channel 2 News at 7 for joining our ongoing breaking news coverage of this mass shooting today at a King Soopers in South Boulder. At least six people dead, including a Boulder police officer in this King Soopers shooting. You heard the King Soopers spokesperson, Kelly McGannon, who we've worked with over the years closely. She said, our hearts are broken over this senseless act of violence. And as we've said, it's a familiar thing that Kroger, the parent company, had a shooting at one of their Wisconsin warehouses just days ago.
Yeah, you know, one of the other questions that was asked multiple times by reporters here was, do we know if there was any connection? Was there a motive? Was there a reason that the gunman decided to go into King Soopers? And again, that's something that they said that they were still processing, still investigating. Another new piece of information, we've been bringing you the apartment scene there on 17th and Grove, and the officer saying that they do believe that was unrelated to this incident. Certainly social media going wild saying that this was some sort of a corroborated incident. So that was one thing they did definitively say, that they do believe so far the 17th and Grove apartments where there was an armed and dangerous person reported, they do believe that was unrelated. They also made the point that CU Police Department is helping with family at this point. So if you have any loved one that you're still trying to get a hold of, if you still have unanswered questions, maybe regarding your students or any of the other particulars regarding people, they want you to get a hold of the CU Police Department.
One other quick thing to point out, so many people wondering about motive. We certainly wonder about it. I've had people texting me wondering why did this person do it. The police said they are not sure of the relationship, if any, between the suspect and those who were shot. That is something they hope to answer in the coming days. Our Vicente Arenas, one of many reporters there on the scene for us tonight. Vicente, you were right there as the questions were asked, and sadly there were as many unanswered as there were answered, if not more.
As these things go, Jeremy, it is very early on in the investigation. I thought one of the things that stood out is that they were not saying if there might have been anybody else involved in this shooting. One of the questions I asked of the commander and the district attorney was if there was anything that was said before the shooting took place. Of course, they're not answering that question. Still so many questions tonight about exactly what happened. They're trying to figure it all out still. And one thing to kind of walk back in this press conference, we as reporters are always wanting to know more information, but I thought that one very poignant part of this news conference tonight is that they are still trying to notify family members. We live in a society now where we always want information very quickly, but you have to understand that there could be people who are dead that family members don't even know. So I can see why they would keep some of that information not quite public just yet. I mean, when we were here earlier today, there were people that were, one man in particular, basically in tears, looking for his son, a guy who worked at Starbucks. So this is one reason they're saying we can only give you so much information now. We want it now. Another question I asked was if there was any video surveillance that might have showed us exactly the sequence of events that took place. Again, they're saying all that is under investigation. We are expecting to get more information tonight from the Boulder Police Department. It is not clear if that will be a news conference, but in the past, the way Boulder PD does something like this is that they release information in tweets, so we will be watching for that. We were there just a short while after this shooting took place, and we saw the person that the Boulder Police Department was talking about be loaded into an ambulance, and we could see the police officers that were around him, talking to him. We saw as this individual that has been identified as at least the shooter or one of the shooters, at least one shooter they're saying, as he was being loaded into the police department. Still tonight, we do not know if he acted alone or if there were others. So they were just a lot of questions that were being asked tonight. And again tonight, the CU Police Department trying to help families reunite with those family members who still may have a lot of questions, Jeremy and Aristea. So it's frustrating. It is. But at the same time, you got to give them some room to kind of work their way through this, you guys.
To process it, right, along with the rest of the community. All right, Vicente, thank you so much. Nicole Fierro right now on scene. We understand, Nicole, you have a witness who was locked in the bathroom at one point in King Soopers.
Yeah, a really heartbreaking conversation just had with a man named David. He came up to us shaking. We embraced, and he just said he's dealing with such trauma right now from what he heard and saw inside. He said he was going to get sushi, and all of a sudden he heard gunfire going off. There was a bathroom nearby. He sprinted and ran behind a urinal. That's where he hid as he heard shots going off. He said these shots were not going into the air, and that's the painful thing. He heard potentially neighbors, loved ones being shot in the grocery store beyond the walls of that bathroom where he was hiding for his life. Now, he told us he is so traumatized, and now he's just wondering if he knows who these victims are. He said this is the place where people go to get their groceries. He goes there all the time to get his favorite sushi, and that all of his friends go there. He's friends with the workers, so he's just so terrified to find out who is the victims in this situation, as so many other people in our community are. He said he came from New York and that he thought this was a peaceful place, and he would never expect something like this to happen, never expect to hear what he heard, to hide in the bathroom for his life. And you can only imagine what he's going through right now.
Nicole, thank you for that. Apologies. We are getting information from our control room here, too. We will continue this coverage for the next few minutes here, both on Fox 31, on Channel 2 News as well. And then, of course, we'll have updates throughout the evening on our Fox 31 News app and on Channel 2. But stay with us for the next few moments as we continue to update you on what we just learned from Boulder Police in this long-awaited news conference where they confirmed multiple people killed. We have reported and confirmed at least 6 dead, but Boulder Police will not give us that exact number. They say they want to reach out to families before they give us the exact number of those who were killed, and they say they're still processing this crime scene. No details on the motive, but we do know this all happened a little over 4 hours ago, and it has been a frantic scene ever since as law enforcement converged on the south side of Boulder for this shooting outside the King Soopers right there. We do anticipate a procession tonight involving that one law enforcement officer who was killed, that Boulder police officer. Usually these things go from the scene of the crime to the local coroner's office. Not sure exactly what time that's going to happen just yet.
And sort of the other big headline, too, from Boulder Police Commander Kerry Yamaguchi was that this person of interest is in custody at this point. They said that person was injured in the incident as well. But again, as Vicente was saying earlier, still a lot of unanswered questions at this point. We don't know, again, how many fatalities. That's the big thing. They say they're still processing the scene. We don't know how many are at the hospital currently. The commander did detail the one person of interest that was injured and being treated. We don't know, again, if that man has a connection to King Soopers anyway. There were also questions asked surrounding the weapon, like from a couple of different witnesses. We had heard an AR-15 weapon possibly was used. No information at this point surrounding the weapon either. We've got Michael Konopasek right in front of our screen there, as well as a huge team of reporters fanned out all around the Boulder Metro covering this story for you. Michael, you obviously were able to listen in on the press conference. Still a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, just as Jeremy was saying, there's perhaps more unanswered questions than answered questions as we take a live look here as it starts to become darker here in Boulder. Still a lot of police here on scene. And yes, I was just live tweeting the information that was coming in. And as Vicente noted as well, one of the big things that stuck out with me is that the victims' family members are still being notified. The person of interest is being treated for injuries at a hospital. Police do believe that the area area is now safe. But when Boulder police were asked if there was only one shooter, police responded, "We are still investigating." So they would not say one way or the other on that. Authorities can't or won't say how many people have died in total, but we have been getting sourced information that it has been widely reported, as you heard reporters shouting with questions. We've been hearing it 6. 6 is already out there, is what one reporter said. But again, police staying tight-lipped due to the sensitivity of the investigation. They don't want to jeopardize the investigation. So we weren't expecting a lot of details from this press conference, because that's usually we get that later, at a later time. One thing also that stood out to me, Aristea and Jeremy, was hearing from King Soopers. And the first thing that spokeswoman said was, "Our hearts are broken. Our hearts are broken." A short statement from King Soopers there. And Boulder police also saying, without the tremendous police response, they're unsure if more life would have been lost. It's likely that many more people could have died without the tremendous response from all over the Denver and Boulder metro area here. The DA calling this a tragedy, of course, and a nightmare. Some of the takeaways that I got from this press conference as we continue to take a live look here and as we prepare for the procession of that police officer. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Michael, thank you. Again, our coverage continues right now on our news partners, Channel 2. If you're watching on Channel 2, please stay with us. If you're with us on Fox 31 and would like to continue watching our coverage, switch over to Channel 2 or the Fox 31 News app as our coverage of this breaking news story continues right now. And again, we are coming to you live. For those of you joining us here on Channel 2, we appreciate it. And if anybody switching over from Fox 31, we appreciate that too. This is coverage of the breaking news story today and the heartbreaking news that we just confirmed a short time ago. 6 people dead after a mass shooting at a King Superstore on the south side of Boulder today.
Yeah, the Boulder police.
All right, and that was Fox 31's coverage there of that just horrible situation in Boulder, Colorado. We just heard the update from police. Wasn't much of an update. They wouldn't say how many are dead inside of that grocery store. The only information that we got is that they told us that unfortunately one Boulder police officer has been killed and that they have a person of interest in custody, and that there are besides the officer, multiple people dead inside of that grocery store. That massacre that happened just before 3 o'clock local time there in Boulder, Colorado. This is a live look right now. You could still see the flashing police signs there and sirens going off at this moment here. And pretty soon, like we just heard, there will be a procession for that fallen officer that died in the line of duty. And hearts go out to him or her and the family and friends of that officer, wishing the very best for everyone out there. So here is what we are going to do. I want to show you this tweet here. This is from a representative, a congresswoman from Colorado, representing Colorado's 3rd district, saying, "My prayers are with the shoppers, employees, first responders, and others affected by the shooting in Boulder. May God be with them. While we are still awaiting important information and details in this case, random public shootings and senseless acts of violence are never okay there." So what we will do is continue to monitor the situation out there in Colorado. If there is any updates happening tonight, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. We will take a quick 2-minute break for some of you. Stay right here with us. More news from across the country happening in just a little bit. And for those of you that continue with us here, we appreciate you joining us. We are going to show you some other tweets that are making headlines. This is from the governor, Jared Polis, right here, saying, like my fellow Coloradans, I am closely watching unfolding events at King Soopers in Boulder. My prayers are with our fellow Coloradans in this time of sadness and grief as we learn more about the extent of the tragedy. And we have some more tweets here. Continuing on, saying, so many things about this break my heart, but this quote in particular gutted me. It seemed like all of us had imagined we'd be in a situation like this at some point in our lives. Shooter opens fire inside King Soopers there in Boulder. That's from Christy Orellano. Next one here from Steve Fenberg saying, tragically, this is something that too many communities have gone through. No doubt we will get through this as a community, but tonight there's going to be a lot of pain for a lot of people. I'm sorry, but I don't have thoughts or prayers to offer, mostly anger. And then this one from Jesse Danielson saying, my heart goes out to the King Soopers employees and shoppers in Boulder, Colorado. An awful day for Colorado. And this one from Reverend Dr. Chuck Curry saying, no one should ever have to fear getting shot in a grocery store. Benjamin Higgins saying, thinking about all those near us in Boulder, Colorado right now, absolutely tragic. No words, just terrible. And yeah, I think that's how a lot of people feel right now at this hour as we learned of that horrible breaking news situation earlier this afternoon in Boulder, Colorado. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. If you're just joining us, this is the scene now that we are seeing. Police lights stretched for miles right now in what is going to be a very moving procession for a fallen officer, an officer that is gone way too soon, that died in the line of duty today, trying to protect people as a suspect goes into the store and just starts shooting. What is the motive? We don't know the motive, but clearly the motive was fear and just pretty much hate for human life, because that is what we saw here this afternoon and evening. You know, you can't go too far anymore without hearing about some sort of tragedy, not only in this country, but the world. Unfortunately, that's the type of world that we are living in, and it's something that, as journalists, we don't want to report on this any more than you want to see it. And we have to just show you the feeds that are coming in, and as they come in, we give you the news, but this is something that we don't like to do. And you hear about these types of stories, you almost get desensitized. It's not only as a journalist, but as you at home. You get desensitized from these moments when you see people running out of a grocery store or running out of a school or a movie theater, or where else can a shooting happen? Just down the block. But let's keep this also in perspective as well. Every day in this country, there are shootings in the cities like Chicago, New York. Big cities doesn't get the traffic that or even talked about that it should be. In the summers in Chicago, you see any time on a weekend 40 to 60 people being shot over the weekend, and barely any type of news being brought about that. There is a definite problem in this country with shootings, but what we are seeing now is that there is a focus on just some shootings. So we're hoping to really expand that. And that's what we do great here on NewsNOW from Fox. You saw our coverage here for the last 3.5 hours. We just let it go. We didn't even show you a commercial break, minus that one that we just had. But for 3.5 hours, we had no break. We were showing it to you like you were seeing it. All the images that were coming to us, we were giving it to you. And that's one of the great things that we do here on NewsNOW from Fox. When we get a live feed, we bring it to you and we break it down, and we try to give you the updates as they are coming in. This is another powerful shot that we are seeing right now. And soon that procession will be taking place of an officer that died in the line of duty, a hero not only in Boulder, a hero not only in Colorado, but a hero across the country. And of course, that thin blue line. When an officer dies, it could be in any part of this country, from the smallest town in our country to the biggest city, and it is felt in that community. And it really should be felt across the country and in every human being when we hear about an officer being shot in the line of duty, doing what they have to do, protect us. And they even, unfortunately, they have to protect the bad guys too in some certain cases. But this is what we are seeing right now. Too many flashing lights in this country, and just too many flashing lights regarding shootings here. Another look here that we are seeing from an ambulance pull out from the scene here. We have a couple camera shots that we are offering here for you. And once we get some more updated news, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. But this is just another sad day in the country, and really a sad day around the world here. We should also point out that a reunification center for family members looking for unaccounted or missing relatives has been established at the CU Event Center, CUPD. That is the Boulder Police Department there is assisting with the effort. Witnesses who have not spoken to police are asked to contact Boulder Police Department at 303-441-3333. Again, that is 303-441-3333 there. So crime scene analysts are inside the building still processing evidence. They are expected to do that into the night, into the morning hours. No numbers right now about how many dead are inside of that grocery store. It's going to be released. It's not going to be released until families are notified there. The police also made sure to thank and appreciate the first responders from other agencies who helped with this tragic situation. Right now, the only known injury was to the person of interest. There were multiple deaths. We don't know that number, but one number is one too many. Once you have one, that's way too many. But now we are going to hear about some new information a little bit later, possibly this evening or into the morning hours. We always invite you to continue to watch News Now from Fox, as we will provide you the coverage when we get it, of course, right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here. Stay right here with us. We now take a look here, another live look that we are getting for the people that did not take a break here with us. You are seeing some more first responders there near the scene of this supermarket massacre that happened earlier this afternoon. We will continue to follow these two feeds for us, and once we get some more information, we'll pop in right here and give you those details, everybody. What I want to do now is take you out to some other news here. For the last 4 hours, we've really been covering this really wall to wall, and we are going to break it up just a little bit and provide you some other coverage throughout the day. Big day in Arizona as the COVID vaccines, they're going to be made available to more and more people. Some counties at the county level and the state sites could see vaccines for people that are 16 and older. Take a look at this.
Availability of state sites to vaccinate large numbers of people rapidly. As we look toward getting more and more vaccine, and as the demand for appointments among currently prioritized groups continues to decrease, this is an ideal time to make vaccine available at all of our state-operated sites. As of Monday morning, there were still 58,000 appointments available from Friday's release. Arizona has done a great job at using all of the vaccine available to us, and this change helps us keep that momentum. The change also applies to federal pharmacies, or federal programs for pharmacies and federally qualified health centers. Counties can still sub-prioritize within each of the groups, so you'll want to check where your county stands. However, most counties, or some counties, have moved to prioritizing their general population. As of this morning, doses administered in Arizona was approaching 3 million, and individuals with at least one dose was approaching 2 million. Meanwhile, more than 1.1 million Arizonans have been fully vaccinated. At least 3 states are already vaccinating all adults, and several others are set to make the change. And as you know, President Biden has said vaccination will be available to all by May 1st. The state and our county partners are committed to distributing vaccine equitably. In fact, a recent CDC report rated Arizona as one of the best in the nation for getting COVID-19 vaccine into vulnerable communities. ADHS is expanding our targeted outreach among underserved areas. That will include our disability community. So we will be working with our partners to get vaccination out to those communities. We will also be launching public service announcements and promoting vaccination to our underserved populations and to the general public. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Hi, Cameron.
So can you explain the factors that went into this decision, specifically on demand and supply? What are you expecting at the end of this month that will make such a significant difference on the amounts of supply that you're getting by the end of the month compared to what we're getting now? If you could talk a little bit about those numbers, and then talk about demand too, because it's a balancing act, right? So if you could expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we want to keep the forward momentum going with our vaccinations. We were actually a little surprised that we still had that many appointments left. And that was at every state site across the state. And so in order to make sure that we're utilizing our resources efficiently, what we wanted to do was open it up to everyone who was eligible. When we were going to open it by age categories, what we identified was that we were already meeting a large portion of those with chronic medical conditions that put them at higher risk. But because of the age category, we weren't able to vaccinate those that lived with them or worked around them. This way, what it'll give us the ability to do is the ability to vaccinate entire families at the same time and really use our vaccination and the pods, because what we were noticing was people were able to find earlier appointments and canceling out here, and almost 3,000 a day. So we really want to be able to utilize this efficiency. We do expect to get increased amounts of vaccine starting at the last week of March, beginning of April. So we're excited to see what that allocation will look like for this week, but it's supposed to significantly ramp up through the month of April.
What are we getting now? Last check, I think it was around 300,000 total doses across the 3 major vaccines. What will that hopefully go to with that next ramp up? What will that look like?
So what we're hearing is that they're going to increase it by several million each week over the next few weeks. So we get about 2% of that. So we're hoping that what that would give us is about 40 to 60,000 additional doses a week.
Every single week. And when it comes to demand, how are you weighing what you know when it comes to data? Are you using data to confirm demand decreases? We already knew that there would be a significant portion of people who not going to get the vaccine. They've chosen to not get it. They feel that that's the right not to get it. How much would that also play into this decision?
So when we looked at the age groups, what we anticipated was about a 55 to 60% uptake in each of those age groups. We anticipated actually having more 55-year-olds that were interested in getting vaccinated. So that's why we were surprised that we had such leftover appointments this week. So if anybody's looking, you can go to podsvaccine at azdhs.gov or call our call center to get those appointments.
Obviously, some folks are going to be a little worried about the competition out there. What do you have to say to them? How do you make sure that, like you said, those vulnerable populations, those who might be disabled, those who might speak a different language, who don't have as much access, how will you ensure that they don't get left behind when we have a huge swath of people who might be interested? And what's the size of the population left in this group? I'm curious, of the 16 plus, what's that population look like?
So we anticipate that there's about 1.8 million Arizonans that are under the age of 18. So out of the 7.3, that's about 5.5 million total. We've vaccinated almost 2 million with at least one dose. So that leaves us with about 3.5 million. If you anticipate that only about 55% are going to want to take the vaccine, we're probably looking at 1.5 to 2 million. That's just rough back of the napkin math. What we will do for those specialized groups, like our individuals with developmental or intellectual disabilities, we'll be working directly with our partners at DES and with some of our advocacy groups in the community to schedule vaccination events specifically for them, or potentially reaching out through their health plans to get them vaccinated. For some of those special communities, we're working with healthcare providers that are trusted sources in those communities through our county health departments to make sure that they're offering community-based vaccination sites in their area. So we know that transportation's a barrier, we know that language is a barrier, and so we'll be taking the vaccine directly to them. I think a lot of the people who have already wanted to get vaccinated have gotten vaccinated, because they still could qualify as healthcare workers, as teachers, those types of things. And so I would imagine that some of it has to do with vaccine hesitancy, although some of it may just be we've already vaccinated those individuals. So those are all great questions. We anticipate it'll still probably be the summer or the fall before we reach herd immunity. We know that there were certain phases where people, you had phase one, which is there's so much demand and very little vaccine. Hopefully we're starting to get out of that phase and into phase two, which is the demand meets the supply. And then phase three is when the supply outpaces the demand. And then that's when we're going to be you'll see our messaging change. So today we will be releasing, it's today, right, Steve? Our PSAs. So you'll see starting today that we've got PSAs running, really reaching people to let them know the vaccine is safe, it's effective, when it's your turn, get it. Because we want people to start thinking about that, but it'll probably still be a while. So that's one of the things that it's so important to get it to where, to community locations where people don't need to travel by car out to one of the mass vaccination sites. This is obviously very efficient, but it doesn't help those that can't get out here. So we'll be working with that. As you continue to see the supply increase, you'll find it at more pharmacies. You'll find more doses available at pharmacies. You'll also start to see them at healthcare providers, so your primary care and those types of things. Trying to get it out to where people who may not be as motivated to come out to a vaccination site, but if they were at their doctor or they were at Walgreens and they were like, oh, we have vaccine available, they'd go, oh, well, yeah, I've got time. I can go do that right now. So really then trying to make it convenient. I think that this is a very exciting day for us to be able to open it up to the general public because, I think that some of those decisions on how to prioritize and who to prioritize were just heartbreaking. I mean, no one wants to have to activate a committee called the Vaccine and Antiviral Prioritization Advisory Committee. It was one of the first times we had to do that. And so I think that this is now, whoever wants it is now eligible. They can find it in pharmacies, in FQHCs, and and more places as we continue through the summer.
Stephanie, we're going to go this way. Yeah, you mentioned cancellations or no-shows. So how many people are getting vaccinated a day here and how many are no-shows?
So we have the ability to vaccinate about 12 to 15,000 people here. We've been doing between 8,000 and 10,000 vaccinations. What we've been doing is as we identify cancellations, we've been opening them up to our call center so that the call center has appointments every day that they can fill into. But we've been getting quite a number of cancellations. As many as 3,000 is what my team has told me, yeah. And I think that that's one of the things that going to this new weekly date release will help. You know, when we were scheduling appointments for 2 to 4 weeks in advance, people were able to identify like a pharmacy nearby that had it, and then they would either cancel or no-show. Now, one of the things that they do try to do at these sites is, because we know we've got a certain amount of no-shows or cancellations, they would do the +1s and make it eligible. Well, now everybody, you know, as long as we have the vaccine and the appointments, everyone in the car would be eligible for a +1 as well.
And you mentioned the PSA, but are you concerned that we might not reach herd immunity given especially 58,000 appointments? Maybe there's more hesitancy than, you know?
So I think that that's always been a concern of ours, whether or not we would reach herd immunity. You know, we anticipate that we'd need around 70%. That would be our goal. And so, you know, based on our surveys that we did prior to the FDA reviewing the data, we knew that 55 to 60% at that time were willing to take it. So we've known that our work is cut out for us to get all of the people vaccinated that we need.
And then just 2 more questions. One is, was this a decision of VPAC, or was it you and the governor, or
Yeah, so when we met with VAPAC the last time, they had approved us moving down in the ages unless demand indicated that we should move more rapidly. So we had said about the 55%. When we looked at the appointments, this was a decision that my team made the recommendation to the governor's team that, you know, with 58,000 appointments still available, and knowing that we've got a lot of individuals that come with family members and that this was a good time to just open it up.
so was it VAPAC?
Not to move directly to 16, but to open it up as we saw based on demand.
And then the last thing is, when can people, I had a few readers try to reserve already, and they're in some of the younger age groups, and they said they were having trouble with 16 and 17-year-olds. When can people actually start, you know, in those age groups start reserving?
Yeah, so they should be able to start reserving Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Just to let everybody know, Pfizer is the only vaccine that's approved down to age 16. So at any state-operated site, those that are 16 and above can get vaccinated. The Moderna and the Johnson & Johnson or Janssen vaccine is approved for 18 and above. So just make sure that if you've got a 16 or 17-year-old, that they are that they're coming to a site that's doing Pfizer. You're welcome. Hi, Dylan. Yeah, so we were seeing pretty high vaccination rates at the beginning with our healthcare workers and our 75 and above. We knew that as we got down farther in the ages that it would be harder to convince people to get vaccinated. And so we're going to continue to provide education, to survey the community, but also meet people where they are, so that you know, if it's due to language barriers or transportation barriers or technology barriers, that we're in their community. But we're also going to be working with community leaders, and that's some of the things that you'll see in upcoming PSAs, is working with those leaders to encourage people, to have them encourage people to get vaccinated. So we're expanding that pilot into the South and Central Phoenix area. So we'll be doing those same type of activities, the targeted high intensity communication. But instead of like bringing them out to a mass vaccination site, we're working with healthcare providers in the county health department to get vaccination clinics right in their community. So very similar to what we did with testing, where we had community providers that were trusted provide kind of those wraparound services. But in addition to testing, now we'll take some of those same sites and add vaccination to it as well. So our COVID positivity, percent positivity is trending down. It's looking really, really good. We continue to see declining case rates. With the vaccination, I don't know that we'd have a number. We'd want to see continued demand. So it's hard to tell. It's kind of, there's not really a set formula to when we would say that about the emergency, because there's other things that the emergency allows us to do, like to continue working with DEMA and to draw down funding. So it would depend on where we were and how those things that would be affected by it would be affected. So, yeah. Yeah. So what we'll be doing is we've got Spanish PSAs and English PSAs, and so we'll be targeting them through social media, really trying to get the general population. It will go out to the general population for just general awareness and information, but then we will also be social media targeting like some of the Spanish PSAs to some of those underserved areas so that they can see it from one of their trusted leaders. So we continue to make enhancements to our website. This time, as people go through, they won't be their appointments will be saved, so they shouldn't be able to have them snatched out from under them, which will be a big, huge help. And we've heard a lot of comments on that. What we anticipate, we won't be releasing a large number of appointments. It'll be what's ever available from this most recent release. But then on Friday, we'll release more. So what we would encourage people, we continue to have a team that kind of stands on to make sure that we've got the adequate number of servers and that it's processing okay. But we would say probably for the next 2 weeks, anticipate high demand, and then it will likely slow down after that. So here's what I would recommend. Definitely try every Friday, because that's when the majority of the appointments are going to get released. If you are free and you're looking for something to do and you need to get vaccinated on a same day, you can call our call center. I would recommend calling like right at 8, because we release new appointments to the call center every single day.
One of the incentives for people to volunteer at this site was that they would get a vaccine also. Are you worried that this would plummet volunteer numbers, and would that affect this site because it wouldn't have a mandate?
So what we would do is, if it did impact our volunteer numbers, but I think we've had such a good, our volunteers have had such a good experience out at the sites that hopefully they would continue to return. We have waiting lists of people that want to be volunteers and businesses that have reached out. But if we had to, we would just work with ASU Assure to get contracts to pay people to be out here. So it shouldn't affect the operations of the site. We would just transition from volunteers to staff. Yeah, so we have to think in 3-week blocks at a time, because we are always scheduling that second appointment for anybody who's getting their first dose appointment. So currently we are scheduling appointments right now for the overnight clinic here at State Farm. But that is something that we would take into account. You know, ultimately we want this to be where people receive their normal health care. So as we get more and more vaccine, and as it's at more federally qualified health centers and doctors' offices and Walgreens, there will be less of a need for these types of things. So what we've been doing is just taking it week by week to determine, okay, if the demand slows down, then when should we phase this out? And as it gets, right now we've got about 500 pharmacies that have been activated through the federal pharmacy program, but we have up to 800. So we know that not all of the pharmacies have vaccine yet. And even when they do, it's like 100 or 200 doses for that week. So we would probably anticipate having something like this.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
So what we're looking to do is to not keep State Farm Stadium activated through the summer. We're looking at a venue to potentially move it indoors. And so that I think the Cardinals need their space back. I asked them for 6 to 8 weeks. That was back in January. And now we're here through potentially May. So we are looking for that indoor site. It's going to get awfully warm here, and our iPads aren't going to work out in the heat quite as well. So we anticipate having that at least through May, maybe into June. So we are looking, all of our sites are scalable. So they all have the ability to scale up to almost what State Farm does, if not meet what State Farm does. So we are evaluating, and we can always add hours before or after. But we still also have capacity to add appointments to each hour. So right now, State Farm's running about 500 appointments an hour. And we will be operating this throughout the night at that same pace. But if we had to, we could add more, or we can add more hours to other sites. But we anticipate that we'll see a lot of demand over the next couple of weeks, and then it'll probably slow down.
So in this next allotment of or expansion of appointments and doses, does that depend at all on AstraZeneca, which would be the fourth brand that would be approved, if it's going to be approved?
So no, that does not rely on the AstraZeneca for our projections. That would just increase the supply even more.
So basically, we would hope for that, of course, but everything is just on the pre-vaccines for now. Do you have any rough numbers as to what's coming in this week, if it's changed since what you told us last week?
So the numbers I gave you should be what's being shipped today. They've told us to anticipate that would be our baseline, and I think it was like 160,000 of Pfizer, 130 of Moderna, and about 15 or 16,000 of Johnson & Johnson. So we anticipate that outside of the Johnson & Johnson. For the Pfizer and Moderna, that's our baseline now moving forward, but they continue to promise to potentially increase. But then they're also increasing allocations to the federal programs, which come directly out of the federal allocation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Chris, I guess the decision to open it up to 16 and over for vaccination, is this coming much sooner than you had anticipated, and is that a good thing?
Yes, so it is coming sooner than we anticipated. We anticipated initially looking at May 1st, but we think that this is a good thing because it's going to take a lot of the questions out of whether or not you're eligible. Everyone now is eligible, and we will work to get as many people vaccinated as possible.
And I guess, what do you anticipate this week? I mean, that's just a big age group to open it up to. Do you anticipate this a big demand?
And unfortunately, right now, this is the moment and this is the scene of the day. If this shot doesn't say 1,000 words, nothing will here. A Boulder police officer today died in a supermarket massacre. We don't know how many others were killed. The police wouldn't say that in their latest update, but this is the scene right now of these moving images of this police caravan, of this police procession underway right now in Boulder, Colorado, as they unfortunately have to say goodbye to one of their own. This is what is the end result sometimes of being a hero. And it's a hero send-off, and one that we unfortunately see way too many in this country. How many police officers have we talked about, not only this year, but last year, under attack in this country. See, with police officers, they have this very weird perspective and job. When they leave their home, they don't always know if they're going to be coming back to their home when their shift is over. You know, for most of us, when we go to work, it's pretty much routine, right? We just know at the end of the day, we're going to come back and everything's going to be great. But with being a police officer, you have this added stress. And it's not only for the police officer, but it's for their family, their friends. When they walk out that door, they know that there is that possibility that they won't be coming back. And for one officer in Boulder, Colorado, his family is hearing about that right now. They are seeing these images of the thin blue line, and this is what we are seeing right now as a hero is now taking that lap and taking that journey to the medical professionals, and then soon there will be a funeral for this fallen officer. Now, in the latest update with police, they said that there was others involved and killed. We don't know the exact number. We'll know that maybe later today or maybe tomorrow morning. But a number really is just a number, because when you really think about it, having just one person die is way too many. But now we are dealing with a massacre at the supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. And unfortunately for law enforcement, they are used to these situations there in Colorado. We look to Aurora, we look to the movie theater massacre that happened. We look to Columbine. They know when those calls come, what could happen. So a similar call happened today. Police officers, not only in Boulder, but from in different counties, different jurisdictions, rushed to the scene. What was the scene? It was a supermarket, and there was a shooting there. And now take a look at these images that we are seeing from Sky Fox right now, as we are seeing police not only lined up, but for miles right now, going through the streets of Boulder for that hero send-off. For a police officer gone way, way too soon, died in the line of duty this afternoon, going to a call. And when you get a call like that as a police officer, you know that anything can happen. And you're thinking to yourself, my God, will this be okay? What will it be like when I get to the scene? And then just like that, a moment can change your life. It could change the life for your family and friends. And for so many that have known this officer. So if you're just joining us here today on News Now from Fox, we are watching what is this very moving procession of a Boulder police officer died in the line of duty. We don't know how many others are dead, but the police did say multiple people. They didn't want to release that number, and they cited that the investigation is still ongoing, that they are waiting to let all of the loved ones know before they release more information. And look at that, blue and red flashing through the streets right now of Boulder. Sky Fox showing a great job right there. You get a little teared up seeing this sometimes, and boy, you see this in the daytime, but I think it's just a different perspective when you see it at night, when you get to see this line of cars, police cars that, like we've been talking about just moments ago. A police officer has a different type of job, because when they walk out, Do they know that they'll be walking back in? There's that possibility. The family, the friends, they know of that possibility, but yet they still do it day in and day out. And now you can see that ambulance now going inside there of the medical professionals. A funeral will happen in some days or maybe a week from now. And you can see the lights flashing on a very solemn afternoon and evening there in Boulder, Colorado, coming up on, well, just hit 8 o'clock there, local time. And as Sky Fox pans out, each light represents the thin blue line. It represents a brother or sister there on that line that know all too well the dangers of their job. But yet they continue to make it a reality. They go in and day out. Do they get the most credit? No. Do they deserve it? Of course they do. And here we are. Unfortunately, talking about another mass shooting here in this country. They have a person of interest in custody. What was the motive? We don't know the motive right now. Does it matter? Really doesn't. Because we sort of already know the motive right now. And that is anti-human life. Didn't care, just walked in, just did a barrage of shooting. Why? Didn't like human life. Wanted to make some sort of statement, and this is the end result. Now, unfortunately for family and friends of this victim, of this police officer, after the funeral, and after the casket goes into the ground, that's when the story stops. We don't really get any more information. It really is a sad moment there where they are left now, the family and friends, with this huge void. Their most loved and cherished person is gone, and we have no more updates or on to the next. I want to show you another look that we are getting right now. Take a look here. This is ground level shots that we are getting, and boy, this is really moving as well. It's like I said, it's a different feel in the evening because of the flashing lights. We've seen them, unfortunately, in the daytime, these types of situations, and it just doesn't bring it home, but these shots do. We knew we would get Sky Fox Chopper back, and I said, please let us have it, because we knew this moment was going to be moving, and boy, isn't it. We hope for this officer's family and friends that they find some sort of a moment to remember them in the way that they best know, and that's only in their private ways will they know. It's going to be a laugh. It's going to be a moment that catches them off guard. And there's Sky Fox leaving the scene right there. We're going to keep on the ground shots for as long as we have this one available to us here. So here is what we are hoping for this evening or into the morning. We want some more updates. We want to know, unfortunately, how many people else have died. What is that number? What happened? Because you know, inside of the supermarket, there is a lot of cameras, and you know police are going through those cameras right now. They have maybe hundreds of cameras in a grocery store, so there's a lot of vantage points that they could see. And they'll be reviewing each second of that. There was also live streaming that someone was doing from outside and even sometimes inside as well. And we've heard about those reports as well. And I'm sure you have already been seeing some of those images, and some of those are just so graphic. But you can still see hundreds of police cars going to the streets right now of Boulder, Colorado to have their final send-off of a hero gone way too soon. Before we go to break, we should all remember that life really is so short, and at times you think you might have 10, 15, 20 more years, and then something happens. So you got to remember to always cherish every second. We see these images, and it really hits home. Stay with News Now from Fox for continuing coverage. When we get the updates, when we get the feeds, you know we'll bring it to you right here. Live, raw, and unfiltered. Folks, we are getting an update. We are getting an update from the Boulder Police Department via their Twitter. The update goes as this. There will be another media briefing. Oh, it'll be happening in just about 10 minutes, everybody. All right, so we got another media briefing happening in 10 minutes. What I'll do right now is take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will stay on top of this. We will not deviate now that we are once again in another breaking news situation. There will be an update coming up in about 10 minutes. This coming on the heels right now of this officer getting a final send-off from his brothers and sisters of that thin blue line. Stay right here with us. 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now from Fox. All afternoon and early evening, we have been covering this breaking news situation, and within the last couple of moments, we did learn that there will be another news conference slated for just in about 5 minutes. So what we'll do is we will stay on this shot here. We had Sky Fox aerials a little bit ago, but that Sky Fox did have to leave. So this is the scene now that we are seeing of the procession wrapping up there for this officer that, like we've been talking about, gone way too soon. But now when this next update comes, we will be seeing hopefully an update on just how many others are there like the officer, unfortunately, in the supermarket massacre. So once we get that feed for the update, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody. So we just did lose that shot there from that procession. So we will be, let's take another quick 2-minute break while we do have the opportunity. Coming up in just moments, we will be getting a update in just a little bit on this Boulder, Colorado massacre. That coming up in just moments right here on News Now from Fox, everyone. Thanks, everybody, for continuing to join us right here on News Now from Fox. I was just working on some of the details here on our audio board. Well, everything is now A-OK right here, so that is the good thing. We are now awaiting this update in Boulder, Colorado. It should be happening in any moment here. They said about 8:15 local time there, and we are just about a couple of moments away from that. So looks like we do have another shot here. If you're just joining us here, one Boulder police officer has died. Multiple people, according to the police, have died. We don't know the number. We should be getting that number at the other side of this news conference. So this is the roving camera shot. Obviously, what we do for you is everything is live, raw, and unfiltered. And boy, did we bring that right here to you when that happens. It looks like you got the camera crew right here gearing up for this news conference. Everybody got word of it at the same time. It was a tweet sent out by Boulder Police saying, we're going to be doing a news conference. Obviously, it's not going to be happening at 8:15 local time there because you could see that everything is really dark here at this moment. The city of Boulder putting out a message this evening saying, this is a tragic day in Boulder. Our hearts are broken from the lives lost. Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those affected by this violence. We should also point out that a reunification center for family members looking for unaccounted or missing relatives has been established at the CU Event Center. CUPD is assisting with the effort. Witnesses who have not spoken to police are asked to contact Boulder PD at 303-441-3333. So let's recap what we learned from the update a little bit ago. Police saying the only injury was to a person of interest. There were fatalities. They did not comment on how many at that time. Officers arrived within minutes of the 911 call just before 3 p.m. local time and entered the building very quickly. Additional info is coming in the next couple of moments. King Soopers spokesperson offers condolences, thoughts, and prayers to employees, customers, and first responders. Company will refer all questions to law enforcement. The district attorney pledges coordinated effort to ensure justice is done. Police saying that they have multiple victims who lost their lives. One of the victims that we've been talking about has been a Boulder police officer. They are asking the media to honor the family's privacy at this very, very troubling time. Should also note that the shelter-in-place notice at 17th and Grove was lifted. And you can see the media getting ready at this time for this news conference. You're seeing it as it is just taking all into shape here. When we say live, raw, and unfiltered, that's what we mean. We're showing you shots of them just really putting up the podium there for, once again, another news conference that will be delayed. Obviously, it should be happening right now, but we will continue to wait for that. So let's take another quick 2-minute break. We got some other news of the day that we will get to, and when we see the police at the podium, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox, everyone. In the meantime, let's go out to Chicago, the latest on the vaccine efforts there in Chicago.
Devise a COVID vulnerability index that identified those neighborhoods across Chicago that really needed extra support because of how they have been really devastated by COVID infections and COVID deaths. And Back of the Yards is one of those neighborhoods. I'm grateful for Mr. Matanke for donating the space, for U of I Health, and for Mile Square, who are really administering the vaccine. As you can see from the line behind us, there's no shortage of people who understand the importance of getting this life-saving vaccine. But even beyond that, we're going to be going out into the neighborhoods, door to door, to get as many people registered as possible. Unlike what happened at the very beginning of our vaccine efforts back in December, what we've seen in recent weeks is people recognize the value of this life-saving disease, but the life-saving vaccine, but more importantly, the safety of it. What we've seen is a swell of people who are excited about getting the vaccine in really neighborhoods across the city, but particularly among our Black and brown populations that were more reluctant, and based upon pre-vaccine surveys that we did. Week after week now, I'm happy to continue reporting that we have seen that over 50% of the vaccine that's going into arms are among Black and Latinx Chicagoans. That is a significant, significant accomplishment. And we didn't get here alone. We get here because of trusted community partners, work that we really started a year ago when we started to see the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on communities of color across Chicago. So I am grateful for the partnership and the work that's been done to get us to this point, but much more to do. And let me end with a note of caution. The vaccine absolutely provides a light at the end of a very long, dark tunnel. There's no question about that. In vaccine clinic after vaccine clinic, you see the level of relief on people's faces when they know that they've gotten exposure to something that will really help protect them, their families, and their neighborhoods. But I'm concerned because we're starting to see a little bit of uptick in our daily cases. And we're seeing that amongst the 18 to 29-year-old cohort, as well as the 30 to 39. So the COVID-19 is still here, folks. It is still real. It is still deadly. And unfortunately, it's still sending people to the hospital every single day. So we've got to remain diligent. We've got to continue wearing masks. We've got to make sure that we're continuing to social distance. Yes, the vaccine is life-saving and gives us a measure of hope, but we are only going to be able to open up our city and have even more opportunity to gather as family and as friends if we do the hard work now and continue to make those sacrifices. We don't want to have to take steps back in our reopening. Businesses are coming back to life. People feel a sense of new life. It's the spring, certainly, but it's because of the vaccine. But we will step back and have to close back down if we are not diligent, particularly that 18 to 40-year-old cohort. It's critically important that those folks and everyone remain diligent. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Allison Arwady.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. You know, we're here on a beautiful spring day, and I am absolutely loving seeing the hope at these vaccine clinics, seeing all of the partners. Obviously, University of Illinois is the major clinical partner here. We're at Miles Square, really important community health clinic for this neighborhood. And there are so many community-based organizations that have stepped up to partner with this health center to bring vaccine and the news of vaccine to this neighborhood. It's this kind of focused work that is the heart of our Protect Chicago Plus initiative, and it's what we want to build, not just for vaccine, but for creating a healthier Chicago even past COVID. We've done more than 1 million doses now. Chicago providers have put more than 1 million vaccine doses in.
Okay, folks, we are now going out to Boulder, Colorado. You are watching News Now from Fox. When there's live feeds and live breaking news updates, we bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on News Now from Fox. Going out to Boulder, Colorado for this update on the massacre that happened at a supermarket.
Harold. Thanks, Dion. The first thing I want to say is I want to say our hearts of this community go out to the victims of this horrific incident. We know of 10 fatalities at the scene, including one of our Boulder PD officers by the name of Eric Talley, who's been on the Boulder Police Department since 2010. He's served in numerous roles supporting the Boulder Police Department and the community of Boulder. And I have to tell you, the heroic action of this officer when he responded to this scene. At 14:30 hours, the Boulder Police Department began receiving phone calls of shots fired in the area and a phone call about a possible person with a patrol rifle. Officer Talley responded to the scene, was the first on the scene, and he was fatally shot. I also want to commend the heroic actions of the officers responding not only from Boulder PD, but from across the county and other parts of this region. Police officers' actions fell nothing short of being heroic. I also want to thank the men and women who responded, including state, local, and federal authorities. Obviously, this is a very complex investigation that will take no less than 5 days to complete. And again, my heart goes out to the victims of this incident. And I'm grateful for the police officers that responded. And I am so sorry about the loss of Officer Talley. And again, we will be here working night and day. We have one suspect in custody. I want to reassure the community that they are safe and that we will try to do our best over the next few hours to identify the victims. And we'll be working with the coroner's office to do that as promptly as possible, because I know there are people out there waiting for an answer, and I am very sympathetic to that, and we will work around the clock to get this accomplished.
Chief, recognizing
With that in mind, I'm going to turn this over to District Attorney Michael Doherty.
Good evening. Boulder has suffered a terrible and horrific mass shooting today. And I want to second what the chief said about the appreciation for the local, state, and federal partners that have responded to this location and to help with the investigation. This is not the first mass shooting that we've had in the state of Colorado. And one thing that's happened in response to each and every one, including today's horrific acts, is the response that we have from law enforcement partners throughout the metro area, victim advocates from throughout the area around Boulder, and investigators from local, state, and federal agencies, as well as prosecutors from the U.S. Attorney's Office and from my office, to ensure that justice is done. My heart goes out to Eric Talley's family, his loved ones, and his colleagues. He was, by all accounts, one of the outstanding officers at the Boulder Police Department, and his life was cut far too short as he responded to the shooting that was taking place at King Soopers. I also want to stress how incredibly sorry I am for all the victims who were killed at King Soopers. These were people going about their day, doing their food shopping, and their lives were cut abruptly and tragically short by the shooter, who is now in custody. I promise the victims and the people of the state of Colorado that we will secure justice and do everything we must do to get justice in this case. In order for that to happen, a painstaking investigation is already underway, both at the crime scene and in interviews, to make sure that we receive all the accurate information. Once that information is secured, we'll be sharing that with the media and with the community. I would say that I hope the people of this country send the families of the loved ones their thoughts and prayers. But from my perspective, there's more for us to do than just give them our thoughts and prayers. We're going to go all out to ensure that the right result is reached. And that's why I'm very grateful that we do have local, state, and federal agencies all responding to this location here today to ensure that the investigation is thorough and complete and ensures that we reach justice in this case. As I mentioned, the shooter is currently in custody. He was injured. With an eye towards the prosecution of that case, we're going to be very careful about the crime scene and how we go about this investigation. We owe it to the families of all the victims, each and every one of them, to ensure that justice is done. And I promise you that is our commitment, and we will work tirelessly to get there. I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney, Matt Kirsch, who's here on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office. And again, I greatly appreciate the local, state, and federal cooperation on this investigation.
Thank you, Michael. I'm Matt Kirsch. I'm the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Colorado. This has obviously been a tragic event, and I'm here simply to assure both the families of the victims and the community that the full weight of federal law enforcement is going to support the effort that DA Doherty just described to seek justice in this matter. I've already spoken with my counterparts at the ATF and the FBI. They're here on scene as well. And as I said, we're going to continue to support this investigation as completely as we can. Thank you.
We're not going to take any further updates as of this evening. We will put out our next update early tomorrow morning. We will post a picture of the officer on our Twitter feed shortly. Thank you for your patience. We will continue to post updates as soon as we can, but the next update, anticipated update, will be first thing tomorrow morning.
Can you confirm the spelling of his name, please?
Yes. It is Officer Eric, E-R-I-C, Talley, T-A-L-L-E-Y. He was 51 years old. He has been with the Boulder Police Department since 2010. Thank you. Since 2010. Not tonight. We will have our next update with questions for tomorrow morning.
Will that be a news conference?
We will announce it on Twitter. Yes, we will have another update in the morning. Thank you.
It was 10 fatalities, including the officer.
Correct.
All right, unfortunately, that is not the news that we wanted to hear. 10 dead in that supermarket massacre in Boulder, Colorado, including an officer that was with the Boulder Police Department for 11 years. And we're learning that we are going to get his photo in just a little bit via their Twitter account, and we'll update you there when we do get it. But very, very sad moment, not only for the Boulder Police Department, for every police department across the country. And then what about the shoppers that were inside? What about the workers that were inside of the supermarket when it was going on? Think about it. You go to a grocery store. It's something that we all do. Sometimes some of you do it more than once in a week. And you go there because you need to get something. Because you need to get food for your family, for your friends. You don't think about what will happen if there's a shooting. You don't look for the door. Now we're going to be thinking about looking for the door as soon as we walk into a grocery store because of this moment. Think about it. When the movie theater massacre happened in Aurora, Colorado, every time you went to a movie theater after, you did look at those exits, didn't you? It's a sad, sad moment here, and something very sad that we had to report to you here this afternoon and this evening. But just to recap, the suspect is in custody. The police feel that there is no other danger to the community. They have a Boulder police officer that was shot and killed, trying to save others, trying to go into harm's way and save countless lives. Then we have 9 others involved there in this really senseless tragedy in Boulder, Colorado. Another terrible, terrible tragedy in Colorado. Our thoughts are with everyone here in that community, across the country, during this very, very difficult time. We leave you with this shot right now, the flashing lights in Boulder, Colorado, that seemed just a little bit dimmer tonight there. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay with us. We have more news from across the country that we want to get to. We now go out to the Texas governor, talking about small businesses.
In that situation, when the fact of the matter is, if they came to Bison Coolers, they went to a lot of other places also. And so we think that even though a small business would be successful in defending themselves against this litigation, they would still turn out to be a loser because of all the money they had to spend defending themselves. And we want to say they should not even have to spend that money, which is one reason why we want to see this legislation passed. But you guys can add more to that if you like.
I mean, I would tell you one of the issues as a small business owner, and Jeremy, you probably agree with me, is the rules just kept changing. I mean, every week you would come in, and then it would be a different rule that you would have to run your business by. And my understanding is y'all were running the entire time. Our business in the distribution, we were running the entire time with the protocols, but the protocols kept shifting and trying to keep up with that. So we want to make sure that we do a couple of things, and we want to make sure that we didn't infringe on our current medical malpractice laws. So we've been very, very, very careful to make sure that we drafted this looking at the very nuances that where there was a claim, that we didn't want to infringe on someone's ability to actually file a claim that was legitimate within the proper parameters of protecting those individuals. But at the same time, make sure that we don't take businesses like Bison who have to then and go defend themselves when they did everything they could to make sure they were doing things properly. And yet, your business, like my business, we had some employees that actually ended up coming down with COVID because we were in the midst of a pandemic. Even though we were trying to do all things properly, their money needs to go towards creating jobs and growing their business, not towards attorneys defending the fact that they were trying to do things properly.
That's well said. I believe very strongly that there's likely a backlog of lawsuits that potentially could threaten small businesses. You know, one lawsuit without virtually any proof whatsoever could threaten your business operations and many small business operations across the state. And so what we want to do is to get ahead of those, to provide answers and to provide certainty so many of those lawsuits aren't filed in the first place. I think that the governor and the senator put it really well. Our hope would be that the federal government could provide some clarity nationwide for all 50 states, but that's very likely not to happen. And so the state of Texas, as we so often do, governor is going to lead the way and provide answers for our hardworking small business owners.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions as far as, can you give us an update on the status of the federal, of your investigation as far as the unaccompanied minors in these federal facilities in Texas, as far as the COVID outbreak and also as far as the conditions in the facilities? And then secondly, and I would open this up to Senator and Representative as well, as far as the power outages following up. A lot of municipal-owned utilities, co-ops are now trying to figure out how much this is going to cost their ratepayers. And so is there any legislation that can protect ratepayers from paying more over the coming months and years?
Sure. I'll go through your questions. You asked a question in the middle of all that about the status of COVID, and I couldn't tell if you were talking about the status in general or the status at those. Okay. First, I'll answer your last question, and that is both the House and Senate have numerous robust pieces of legislation that will fully address, top to bottom, every issue involving the power outage, and collectively they will achieve the certainty that we are never again going to have a power outage that occur in the state of Texas. Texas is the power state. We have all the power we need, and we just need to make sure that the grid that we have in the state of Texas is going to be safeguarded in a way to make sure the power never goes down again in the winter or in the summer, when there's actually even a higher demand for power than there is in the wintertime. But there are some easy strategies that cost very little money. Then there are some more challenging strategies that will cost some money, one of which you mentioned, and that is that there are some providers of that power that we will see will be financially challenged, and that also is an issue that the Texas legislature will address. And the senator and representative can add more about that later. Let me answer your first question or questions, and that is every single day that passes, we learn more failures by the Biden administration with regard to all of these federal facilities they're using to house the migrants. Over the past 2 days, I learned this, and that is at the location in Midland, Texas, they didn't have any adequate running water. The reason why I say that is because the water source they were going to be using was well water that had not been used in a while. And I've been informed that in that particular region of Texas, that well water, if it has seepage into it, it could even have arsenic in it. And that's exactly why the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality is undertaking an investigation of that water source to make sure that nobody will be exposed to arsenic or any other type of bacteria or anything that could cause harm to anybody there. And as a result, at that location in Midland right now, they have no access to running water. All the water they have is being provided to them by bottle by the federal government. In addition to that, more than 10% of the migrants who are in the Midland facility, as well as the Carrizo Springs facility, more than 10% in each of those facilities have COVID. And this raises great concerns for those who have COVID in those facilities, but concerns because of the ability for that COVID to be exported outside of those facilities. There are adults who work in those facilities. The information I have, which is still unclear, and we expect the Biden administration to let me know today, but my understanding is the adults who work in those facilities, they leave and they go stay at hotels in the local region, like in Midland, Texas, or near Carrizo Springs, or in Dallas, Texas. And we need to know if the adults leaving those facilities are going to those hotels and exposing people in those hotels to COVID. Is it going to be the cleaning crew at the hotel? Is it going to be the food service crew? Is it going to be the work crew? Who in those hotels may be exposed to COVID because of the COVID that the migrants may have shed onto the adults who are working there? And so these raise very serious concerns, and we do expect the Biden administration to step up. But then let me add this, and I was astonished to learn what I'm about to tell you. I learned this from Senator Seliger yesterday, who did take a visit to the Midland migrant facility. He said when he arrived there, one of the things he noticed is there was no fencing around it. There was no containment device whatsoever. And what that meant is that anybody who had come across the border illegally could just as illegally leave that migrant center location in Midland.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
We're in the United States of America. And he said, Senator Seliger said, that he did see some officials around there that may look like they may have some duty to provide some level of guarding it, but they were few and far between. And so this just shows how completely ill-prepared the Biden administration was for what's turned out to be an overwhelming tidal wave of the number of migrants who are coming across the border, and they are only expected to increase in the coming days and months.
Governor Abbott, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about some opponents to the legislation we're discussing today with the civil liberties.
Sure.
Some people are worried that it prioritizes businesses over the employees, and kind of as a second fold, folks are pushing for automatic recognition that they contracted COVID-19 while on the job, thus making them qualified for workman's comp. Can you talk about these two different aspects of this and whether you would support that automatic workman's comp proposal?
Well, there's several challenges about that, and I really mentioned it in my earlier remarks. And that is what we have found is it truly takes an expert epidemiologist to, at that moment in time, be able to trace back where this person actually contracted COVID. It's so hard to tell because somebody who is going to work, they almost ipso facto are going to other locations. It could be to a restaurant, it could be to a store, a grocery store, it could be with family members who were exposed to COVID. So where exactly did they get the COVID? And it's almost impossible to trace it back to that point in time. What I have found for the most case is that any employee who contracted COVID and the time that they were off from work because they had COVID, they were being fully paid for that, which is one thing that you would expect under workers' comp is the payment for your time while you were out. And so for the greatest number of employees, if not all of them, they would have been compensated for any time missed because of exposure to COVID. Hold on a second, because the senator representative may want to. We'll come to you. You're next, but let them follow up with any further answer.
Let me further make sure that you know we've spent hours and hours working on this. Staff has, and we've sat down with opposition, Texas Trial Lawyers Association. I personally met with AARP and addressed some of their concerns just this last week. And so what we're wanting to do is make sure that we don't infringe on those who have proper case, but at the same time protect businesses, especially the small businesses that dominate the state of Texas and help our economy grow, that at a time when they're finally trying to make money, maybe for the first time in 12 months, that the resources that they create through their hard work don't end up going to attorneys versus supporting the businesses that they have. And so we are working with opposition. We have for months and months and months and spent hours with them to make sure that we get this nuance just right, that we make sure that we address it properly for all Texans, not just businesses, all Texans across the board.
Yeah, that's well said, Senator. It's a great question, and it's one we've been working hard on, as the Senator alluded to. And make no mistake, where there's a company owner of any size, an employer that's been grossly negligent, that's been reckless, that has knowingly and intentionally put their employees or their customers or clients or visitors to their establishment at harm, then there will be no protection, and they will be and should be held responsible under this law. What this law seeks to do is to provide confidence, answers to questions, and certainty for business owners who have done everything they possibly can. In many cases, investing not only manpower, but their own dollars to secure their establishments, to put up plexiglass in restaurants, to create business environments where people can socially distance, to buy masks and PPE for their own employees. Those are the businesses that we want to provide certainty and answers and protection for.
2 more questions.
So let me just circle back and finish this, and then we'll go to you right here, and that is to close the circle, following up on what Representative Leach said, and that is this isn't immunity to every business out there. It's those who, in my remarks, I said those who opened and operated in good faith. There are some examples that Representative Leach was talking about that may not have acted in that way, and because of their gross negligence or otherwise intentional acts, they may be subject to liability. Yes.
Governor Abbott, last week you asked the Biden administration to allow DPS troopers into the facilities to question the minors about whether or not there was human trafficking or cartels involved. LULAC agrees with you that if that happens, the children, though, should be given special visas in exchange, and that's afforded to people that have information on cartels or human trafficking. Would that be something that you would consider?
Well, we first have to get in the door. Let me tell you, there's several processes underway here. First, the day I made the request from the Biden administration that Texas state officials would be able to question children who've been brought across the border to learn the extent to which they may have been victims of human trafficking, they push back and say, no, that should not be done because it just re-traumatizes the child. And then just a couple of days later, the Biden administration comes out and says, well, they are conducting those services through the Office of Refugee Resettlement or through Federal Health and Human Services. But candidly, I know the level of expertise that officials in Texas have because Texas, unfortunately, is one of the leading states in dealing with human trafficking. And we have the high level of expertise to be able to visit with these children in ways that involve both professionalism as well as compassion, but most importantly, can lead to information that will allow us to arrest the human traffickers who are involved in trafficking these children. We got to get those traffickers off the streets and behind bars to prevent any further desecration of our fellow human beings. As far as things like visas and things like that, that hasn't even been considered yet because we have not yet been afforded the opportunity to do so. That said, I told you there are multiple strands here. Because of Operation Lone Star, which I launched, we have 1,000 DPS officers that are filling the gaps that are left open as Border Patrol officers are occupied dealing with the massive inflow of migrants. In those gaps are areas where the cartels are smuggling other children, as well as other different types of migrants who come from terrorist nations, as well as contraband that involve opioids and things like that. My point is this: every migrant child who is apprehended by the Texas Department of Public Safety will be working collaboratively with human trafficking specialists to learn whatever they can from those children so that we will have information that will allow us as a state to begin to crack down on human trafficking.
Last question.
Governor, a big part of businesses bouncing back is obviously the COVID trends in Texas. It's been a couple weeks now since the state has been wide open as far as capacity and masks and things like that. Where do we stand as far as this fight for businesses who are hesitant still to open?
The most recent information we have is information that came out yesterday. We get information on a daily basis from the State Department of Health Services, and the numbers yesterday are the best that we've had since the state opened. You can look at three key factors. One is the most important factor, and that is hospitalizations. Hospitalizations have continued to decline, and as of yesterday, they were the lowest in more than 5 months. Another factor is the positivity rate. The positivity rate yesterday was the second lowest in the past 12 months and the lowest since late May. And then the other factor is the number of vaccinations. And so it was either yesterday or the day before, it was 2 days ago, Texas surpassed 9 million total vaccinations administered in the state of Texas. I can tell you that this coming week we will surpass 10 million vaccinations. But more important than just the raw number of vaccinations is the vaccinations of those who are most likely to either be hospitalized or lose their life because of exposure to COVID, and that is people age 65 and older. Well over 60%.
All right, folks, when we come back here on News Now from Fox, it's been a tough day. It's been a tough day for a lot of people, especially there in Boulder, Colorado, with the news there of 10 people died in a massacre at a supermarket, including an officer. So when we come back here on News Now from Fox, we got to show you some uplifting news and just some good thoughts and some good images that we're seeing from across the country. That's coming up next here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Before we get to that, some of you that didn't get to take a break, these are the live images that continue right now there in Boulder, Colorado, where 10 people have died, including an officer suspect in custody. And a lot of people want to know, why did this happen? We may never know the true motive. And all we do know is that, unfortunately, there are people here in this country and in this world that want to do everyday people harm just because they're able to go out and do what they want to do. And they want to try to take that freedom away from us, try to put a fear in us when we leave our home every day. And hopefully that we'll see a decrease in that, but we see gun violence across the country. And it just so happens, everybody, that tomorrow there will be a Senate hearing on gun violence in America and how to try to clamp down on some of this, because we see it across the country. It's not just in Boulder. It's just not in Colorado. It's just not in LA, New York, Miami, Chicago. It's in every town as well. And so they'll be talking about that. Senate Judiciary hearing tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll have that for you on News Now from Fox. But everybody, we did hear that President Biden knew of the situation. Jen Psaki putting that out there, Jen Psaki putting that out there, that the president knew of the situation there in Boulder, Colorado, and has made no statement, but we'll see if there is anything from the White House or his POTUS account. But so far, we have not seen that, just from Jen Psaki saying that he's aware of the situation. And we'll see what she has to say at tomorrow's White House briefing. All right, here, folks. Let's continue on here. Welcome to our viewers that just came back from a break. We appreciate that. And thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox. It's coming up on, 8 o'clock on the West Coast and almost 11 o'clock out there for our friends out in the East Coast. Well, we got some stories that we want to bring to you, really from people that have just submitted these type of images. That's what we like about the web. Sometimes we just got to go to the web and get those types of stories. Take a look at what we're seeing right here. Yep, this is in northern Wisconsin, everybody, in Aurora Borealis, also known as the Northern Lights, lit up the sky with hues of green and purple above Chippewa County, Wisconsin, back on March 20th. This is time-lapse footage captured by Justin Patchen showing the shimmering light show. And what a show that is right there. Boy, that's something to see here. Now we're going to go from lights to what about a snowstorm? Take a look at this there in Colorado, everybody. Spring may have officially begun, but Colorado was under a winter storm warning on Monday, March 22nd, just 1 week after a snowstorm dropped more than 2 feet of snow on Denver, according to local news reports out there. This footage by Ann Sagebel shows snow falling in the early morning hours today. She says the video was filmed in Centennial in the Denver metro area. The Weather Service warned of hazardous travel conditions and forecast the storm that could drop a total of 12 inches of snow in some areas. Take a look at that. Then we go from snow to more snow, this time in southeast Washington. Take a look at this. The spring snowstorms impacted travel and reduced visibility in southeast Washington today. The National Weather Service issued winter weather advisories for parts of Washington beginning Sunday night and into Monday morning. The Washington State Department of Transportation said snow was impacting travel from Pullman, Washington to the Idaho border just this morning. Jason Crump said this footage posted today shows the snow coating a neighborhood in Pullman. Yeah, take a look at that. All right, here. So we showed you the weather updates, but now we want to show you some other cool things as well. Take a look at this. Heard about the Piano Man. Well, what about a firefighter piano man? Take a look at this, everybody. Derek Anderson, a probationary firefighter in Mesa, Arizona, revealed an unexpected talent recently after clearing a call at an assisted living facility, putting on a little show there. The captain, Berglerson of Engine 220, was on hand when Anderson sat at the piano for a quick hit of Beethoven. Let's listen to some of that. Awesome to see and awesome to hear, and glad that he's able to do that for that facility there at the assisted living facility. All right, let's continue on. We got some more news here to bring to you right here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to always join us worldwide on News Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break, everyone. Live look right now at the Capitol. 11 o'clock almost there in D.C. We'll keep you out on the East Coast. Show you this update from the New Jersey officials talking about vaccine efforts there.
Here as well. Guy to my left who needs no introduction, the Superintendent of the State Police, Colonel Pat Callahan. We have Jared Maples, the Director of the Office of Homeland Security and Preparedness, Chief Counsel Paramel Garg, and a cast of thousands. I'm a couple of minutes behind because I had to wait to halftime. The Rutgers women are up 30-24 over Brigham Young at halftime. So we're going to have a very quick press conference today, Judy, so we can get back and see the end of this. More on Rutgers and more on the women and men in a few minutes. But it's a good game so far, and we are up by 6, as I say, at half. So Judy will have more to say on this, but today the Department of Health will be releasing an executive directive related to visitations at our long-term care centers. This new guidance is in line with the guidance recently released by the Federal Center for Medicare Services and the CDC. As we have noted several times over the past weeks, our long-term care facilities should be working with families to allow for in-person visitation with their loved ones. We know that some residents are suffering from the impact of social isolation. I say some, I think we can safely say many, if not most, and being apart from their families for so long. And it's tough on everybody, certainly on the residents, but also on their families. Under this new guidance, long-term care centers in regions with a low or moderate COVID-19 activity level index, otherwise known, and you've heard it many times from Judy and team, as CALI, should be allowing for direct in-person visits for residents regardless of vaccination status. In regions where the CALI is high or very high and less than 70% of the facility's residents have been vaccinated, only those residents who have been fully vaccinated should be receiving visitors indoors. And remember, you've been allowing, Judy, outdoor visitations for quite many months here. That wasn't so relevant when it was in the middle of the winter, but with a day like today, that is increasingly relevant. So we want to underscore, I think, in several dimensions today, doing stuff outdoors is safer, period. Whether it's long-term care or other experiences. The visitation options for essential caregivers, compassionate care, and outdoor visits, as I mentioned, will also continue to be available. And in all cases, everyone, residents and visitors, must properly wear face masks, especially while indoors. Remember, even those who are vaccinated can still spread the virus to those who have yet to be vaccinated, and I will return to that point in a couple of minutes. I'll ask Judy to provide more detail on her directive, but the overriding principle that we are working under is that we recognize that families need to be able to be together, especially when so many have been kept apart for so long. With both Passover and Easter coming up, we know especially that this is a time of year when families gather. We expect all of our long-term care facilities to work with us, with not just with us, but with their residents and the families of those residents, to allow for visitations under these new guidelines. And should families be having unwarranted roadblocks put in their way, we encourage them to contact the Office of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. That's at 877-582-6995, 877-582-6995, or online at a website that does not exactly roll off your tongue, nj.gov/OOIE, nj.gov/OOIE. And again, we thank everyone in advance for their cooperation. Next, a quick update pertaining to the upcoming June 8th primary election. We are pleased to announce today that the June primaries will be conducted primarily in person, with all of our regular operated polling places open for all voters who wish to cast their ballots on the voting machines. We could take this step because our numbers, while up a bit over the past week, are holding steady, and we are expecting to be in a much better place 2.5 months from now. Next, a quick update from the New Jersey Economic Development Authority that they are extending the application period for small businesses to join their PPE discount program through May 28th, or until all the funds are exhausted, whichever comes first. The Small and Micro Business PPE Access Program provides participating businesses with discounts of up to 70% on personal protective equipment for employees and customers. Over 10,000 small businesses have collectively saved more than $9 million, and I encourage every small business owner to visit covid19.nj.gov/PPE access. And while we're on the topic of the EDA's support programs, let's highlight one of the community organizations which has received funding through the Sustain and Serve program to purchase meals for families in need from local restaurants. When the pandemic hit, Asbury Park residents Julie Andriola, my friend Giuseppe Joe Grillo, Allison Colorica, and Kathy Kelly founded the Asbury Park Dinner Table, and I believe they founded it on March 19th, 2020, meaning last Thursday was was it Thursday or Friday? Last Friday, I guess. How about Saturday? No, Friday, it's the 19th. Friday is their first anniversary. So much for that correspondence math course I took. They founded this to both combat rising food insecurity and to help local restaurants stay active. Over the past year, they have raised more than $400,000, and they use that to buy and serve more than 100,000. Across the year, Asbury Park Dinner Table has provided on average between 300 and 350 meals a day. The APDT, as it is known, is serving typically, as I say, 300 to 350 dinner meals per day from more than a dozen local eateries. Through the Sustain and Serve program, Asbury Park Dinner Table has received more than $100,000 to augment its fundraising and to do even more good. So, to the team at Asbury Park Dinner Table and their volunteers, and to all the participating restaurants and chefs, thank you for helping to keep Asbury Park fed throughout the crisis. And we are honored to be your partner in helping the families of Asbury Park. I had a great call last Wednesday with Julie and Joe. Check them out. Their website, not surprisingly, is asburyparkdinnertable.org. asburyparkdinnertable.org. With today's announcements out of the way, let's get to some numbers. We'll start with the latest vaccination update. First, the mega sites in Atlantic City and the Meadowlands have now each both crossed the 100,000 shot threshold. We are incredibly grateful to everybody associated with that achievement, especially our healthcare partners at each of these sites, Atlantic Care in Atlantic City and Hackensack Meridian Health in the Meadowlands, for all that they're doing. And in the Meadowlands, I want to give an additional shout out to the team from NJSOS Vets Stakeholder Group, Bergen County Veterans Services, and Catholic Charities Veterans Services, who visited the Meadowlands mega site on Friday to drop off 3 carloads of snack for the members of the great New Jersey National Guard on duty there. I want to thank my friend Dave Pearson for bringing this to our attention. He's the co-founder, among other hats he wears, of NJSOS Vets. So our dashboard is showing a current total of 3,510,311 doses. We've gotten another 500,000 shots into arms in just 1 week. And importantly, there have been a total of more than 2.3 million first doses administered by either the Pfizer or Moderna two-step vaccines or of the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. That means that we are roughly halfway to our initial goal of vaccinating 4.7 million individuals. And by the way, more than 1.2 million of those who live, work, and study in New Jersey are now fully vaccinated. And yet we have to remember that while we may finally have COVID on the run, the mere presence of vaccines does not mean we are out of the woods. And here's your proof. Today we're announcing another 3,305 cumulative positive PCR and presumed positive rapid tests. On Thursday, a total of 45,099 PCR tests were recorded with a positivity rate of 8.48%, and the rate of viral transmission today remains over 1.09, and Judy, you've said it as recently as Wednesday when we were here. I suspect you'd say it again today. Our gut tells us that that's going to go up again from there. We are back to leading the nation in the spread of this virus. There is no magic wand that Judy, Tina, Pat, or I can wave to stop the spread. Only you all, by the millions, can stop the spread of this virus. As I have said and we have said repeatedly, the presence of vaccines, which is great, and we're among the nation's leaders in getting them the shots into arms, it does not mean the pandemic is over. We still have work to do together. Please remember that even if you are vaccinated, the vaccine only protects you from developing severe COVID. It does not make you bulletproof, and you are still capable of spreading the virus to those around you who have not yet been vaccinated. And even if you are fully vaccinated, you have to keep wearing your face mask or masks. As we've discussed numerous times here, a face mask helps trap the potentially contagious droplets you are exhaling from infecting others. And even if you are vaccinated, you still need to wash your hands regularly with soap and water and to maintain social distances from others. Being vaccinated does not mean that you become incapable of spreading the virus. Until we reach our vaccination goal, we all have to continue wearing our face masks, taking precautions, and using common sense. And the vaccine is a measure of protection for you against developing severe COVID and requiring hospitalization. That is true, but it is not in and of itself a magic wand. And speaking of hospitalizations, in our hospitals last night, 1,992, of whom 1,873 were COVID positive confirmed. Our intensive care units had 428 of those patients, and there were 217 ventilators in use. Throughout the day on Sunday, 190 live COVID patients were discharged statewide, while another 207 were admitted, and our hospitals reported, at the risk of comparing apples and oranges, 26 not yet to be confirmed fatalities. We are reporting, however, with the heaviest of hearts, another 28 confirmed losses of life due to COVID complications. This brings the statewide total to 21,666 confirmed losses of life. The number of probable deaths remains at 2,515, and that total will be updated as usual on Wednesday. Let's take a couple of minutes to remember 3 more of those who we have recently lost. We're going to begin this week by remembering Garfield's Luis Herrera. And Luis was just 47 years old. A native of Lima, Peru, Luis was a trained auto mechanic and technician and also a small business owner. Over the years, he owned his own towing business and had ownership stakes throughout the restaurant and construction industries as well. Luis was a man who held his Catholic faith close, and he was a proud member of the Señor de los Milagros Brotherhood, the Peruvian tradition, which is one of the oldest and continuously held processionals. In his spare time, he loved to travel and to spend his time in enjoying the natural world and all that it offered. He leaves his longtime companion, Annie Delgado, and his children, Chelsea, Bertha, Pedro, Christine, and Brittany. He also leaves his brother, Romy, who serves, by the way, on the Garfield City Council, as well as many friends and family, both here in New Jersey and back in Peru. I spoke with Romy on Wednesday. He was also COVID positive. He's now doing better. But he told me, Judy, this is one of these families that it takes your breath away. 7 members of their family, either living in Garfield or in Patterson, have been lost to COVID. Extraordinary. We know there is no one American dream. For everyone who comes to our nation and our state, those words mean something different. But we are proud that Luis found his American dream right here in New Jersey. And may God bless and watch over him and all the other members of the Herrera family who have been lost to COVID-19. Next, let's honor the life of Anthony Tabish, a native of Livingston and a former resident of Newark. Anthony had spent the last 30 years in Cranford. He was a Rutgers graduate who began his professional life as a lab technician at Robert Wood Johnson Hospital in New Brunswick, but he soon dedicated his life to music. He owned First Kiss Entertainment and the Anthony Tabish Orchestra and was a founding member of the 3 Poe Tenors Singers. Those endeavors aside, he always said his day job was as the music director at Queen of Peace Church in North Arlington, a post he held for the past 22 years. Before going to Queen of Peace, he spent 17 years as the music director at St. Mary of the Assumption Church in Elizabeth. In both houses of worship, he brought music to the youth ministry. In addition to his church duties, Anthony was a proud member of the Polish Falcons, the Belmar Fishing Club, and the Chopin Singing Society. Anthony is survived by his son, Jonathan, and his daughter, Jessica, with whom I had the great honor of speaking last Wednesday, and son-in-law, Daniel, and his 4 grandchildren. And that, I believe, is the lineup right there. Olivia, Emily, Sophia, and Luke Anthony. Anthony, their grandfather, was only 62 years old. For years, Anthony inspired the faithful through music, and that is a tremendous legacy. We know it will be carried forward, and may God bless Anthony and watch over him and his family as they do just that. And finally, we remember Anne Marie Panzarelli, right there in the middle. Born and raised in Hudson County in Jersey City and Bayonne, Anne Marie moved to Keyport with her husband Russell in 1993 to raise their family. In Keyport, Anne Marie became a recognized community member and leader. She drove a bus for the Matawan Aberdeen Regional School District and served as a volunteer for the Keyport Indians, Cub Scout Pack 364, and Boy Scout Troop 364. For the past 10 years, she represented her neighbors as an elected member of the Keyport Board of Education, serving stints as both president and vice president. In fact, she was reelected just this past November and was the high vote getter. And even with all she did, Anne Marie always had the ability to put together a party at the drop of a hat or to be on scene to provide a child with a Band-Aid after a fall. And for her, every day was a good day to jump into a swimming pool. Anne Marie now leaves behind her team there. Russell, you can see up in the upper right, with whom I had the great honor of speaking on Wednesday. He too had COVID positive, and he sounded like he had improved. Anna Maria in the lower right, who is at Rutgers. Vincent on the left, I believe also at Rutgers. He's got the R on that cap. And Connie, who on the left is the 5th grader. Anne Marie is also survived by her parents, Albert and Anne Marie, her siblings, Mary, Albert, and Danielle, and numerous nieces, nephews, extended family members, and friends. She also leaves a grateful Keyport. We thank Anne Marie for her decade of public service. That too is a legacy worth honoring, and may God bless and watch over her, her memory, and her family. So we remember Luis, Anthony, and Anne Marie as we do all who we have lost. We will always recall their names. We will not let any of them become a mere number. And finally, for today, the past couple of days have been huge in the sports realm for New Jersey's collegiate athletes, whether they wear our colors or call our state home. First, let's recap the remarkable story of the Scarlet Knights men's basketball team. On Friday, they upset Clemson. Last night, they battled hard throughout before ultimately falling in a heartbreaker. Judy, you watched every minute of it, to second-seeded Houston. I notice your Villanova team won again last night, Sweet 16 again, so hats off to them. This tournament, by the way, for the men marked the Scarlet Knights' first turn at the big dance in 30 years. Their victory on Friday was their first tournament win since 1983. So to Coach Steve Peichel and team, congratulations on a great season.
Let's take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
Men's basketball is just getting started. Before I move on to the women, I must also acknowledge the passing yesterday, you can't make this up, of the longtime radio voice time and time again over the past several days. So hats off to each and every one of them. We'll update you on the Rutgers women here in a few minutes. With that, please help me welcome the woman who needs no introduction, the Commissioner of the Department of Health, Judy Persichilli.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. Well, we certainly understand how eager individuals are to visit loved ones who reside in long-term care and congregate facilities. With increasing numbers of long-term care residents vaccinated and outbreaks declining in these facilities, the department is revising its long-term care visitation guidance in line with CMS and CDC. As the governor stated, New Jersey is adopting the new federal visitation guidance, which allows for responsible indoor visitation at all times and for all residents, except for a few circumstances where visitation should be limited due to a high risk of COVID-19 transmission. Long-term care facilities in regions with low or moderate COVID-19 activity level index, CALI scores, should be allowing for in-person visits for residents regardless of vaccination status. In regions where the CALI score is high or very high, and less than 70% of the facility residents have been vaccinated, only those residents who have been fully vaccinated should be receiving visitors indoors. Indoor visitation should be limited to residents with confirmed COVID-19 infection, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, until they have met the criteria to discontinue precautions. Indoor visitation should be limited for residents also that are under quarantine, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, until they have met criteria for release from quarantine. In the case of an outbreak at a facility, indoor visitation is still possible as long as the COVID-19 transmission is contained to a single area of the facility. Fully vaccinated residents can choose to have close contact, including touching and hugs, with a visitor as long as the resident and visitor are wearing tight, well-fitted face masks. As we have shared before, compassionate care, essential caregiver, end-of-life visitation, and outdoor visitation can be permitted even when indoor visitation is otherwise restricted because of the facility's status. The department continues to work to balance expanding visitation while working to safeguard these vulnerable residents. Long-term care facility residents and staff were vaccinated as part of the federal pharmacy partnership for long-term care programs. CVS and Walgreens are finishing their third clinics at over 1,200 long-term care and congregate facilities in New Jersey. Now we are transitioning to phase 2 of the Federal Pharmacy Partnership for long-term care and congregate living programs, focused on ensuring sustained access to vaccination for residents and staff. Starting this week, 2 group purchasing organizations with affiliates in New Jersey, Managed Healthcare Associates and Innovatix, will receive a proportion of vaccine through the program to distribute to their member long-term care pharmacies. New Jersey has also set aside 700 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to supplement this effort. This initiative will provide direct access to COVID-19 vaccine for staff and residents who were not vaccinated during their 3 on-site clinics, as well as newly admitted residents and new staff. Long-term care facilities will coordinate with their usual pharmacies to receive vaccine over the coming weeks. As the program rolls out, we ask for your patience as the pharmacies in the program receive the doses that they need and then contact their clients. In addition, long-term care staff and residents are eligible statewide and can access vaccines on their own anywhere where appointments in the state are available. As you know, New Jersey worked to include as many high-risk congregate settings into the Federal Pharmacy Partnership for Long-Term Care program, as many as possible. Through this program, 270,421 doses have been administered to residents and staff of long-term care facilities and other high-risk congregate settings. Given their risk level, we were able to include residents and staff at our 5 state developmental centers and some group homes that serve individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Through this partnership, 2,058 doses have been administered to residents and 2,749 doses to staff at those facilities. Through a supplemental federal partnership, Walmart conducted closed vaccination clinics for residents and staff members of the intellectual and development disability group homes that were not included in the initial Federal Pharmacy Partnership. Through this effort, a total of 5,594 residents and staff have been fully vaccinated. So the number of doses administered in our state continues to increase to close to 3.5 million. At the 6 megasites as of last night, nearly 800,000 doses have been administered. The community-based vaccination sites, which ensure equitable access to underserved communities, have administered nearly 30,000 doses. So moving on to my daily report, as the governor shared, our hospitals reported 1,992 hospitalizations of COVID-19 positive patients and persons under investigation. There are 428 individuals in critical care, and 217 of those individuals are on ventilators. We are reporting 2 new reports of multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children. There are now 110 cumulative cases in our state. There are a total of 400 reports of CDC variants of concern in our state. Variants of concern have been shown to be more transmissible and able to cause more severe disease. We have 389 cases of B117, otherwise known as the UK variant. We have 3 P1 variants that emanated.
Okay, when we come back here on News Now from Fox, we will listen to a little bit from Illinois on their vaccine efforts as we continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox.
Country. And while roughly half of Cook's residents live in the city of Chicago, which has its own vaccine allocation from the federal government, my team and I continue to build out a robust mass vaccination infrastructure here in Cook County that's open to all eligible Illinois residents. I'm proud to be here today with so many dignitaries. Brigadier General James Silvasi, Chief of Staff of the Illinois Air National Guard, Guard Task Force 1 Commander Major David Sanford, Cook County President Tony Preckwinkle, Forest Park Mayor Rory Hoskins, and Cook County Commissioners Brandon Johnson and Dennis Deere. And we're all here to announce another Illinois National Guard operation right here at the former Hobo store in Forest Park. I want to give a big shout out to Speaker Chris Welch, who was a critical partner in advocating for this location and making sure that these life-saving vaccines are as accessible as possible for Cook County residents. This also would not have been possible without the collaboration of Senate Majority Leader Kim Lightford and Representative LaShawn Ford. And I hope that you'll all give all of the dignitaries behind me a big round of applause. Starting Friday, this location, which will be able to administer up to 1,000 doses per day at launch and then over 2,000 soon after, and it will serve as yet another mass vaccination site open to all eligible residents, no matter their zip code. With ample parking and close proximity to communities hit hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic, this site will play a critical role in our continued efforts to vaccinate our most vulnerable residents, such as those with pre-existing conditions. Since day one, our Illinois COVID-19 vaccination plan has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. And as the national supply has expanded, so too has the number of locations that Illinoisans can get vaccinated at. Most importantly, we are expanding this network with laser focus on equity and accessibility, prioritizing locations in communities hit hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic. With this location in Forest Park, we have now strategically established 3 of our largest mass vaccination sites open to all eligible Illinoisans at Tinley Park in the southwest, this location in the western suburbs, and Des Plaines in the northwest, meaning that our highest density Cook and Collier County communities all have a convenient state-supported option for getting vaccinated. Of course, that's just 3 of our 5 total state-supported large mass vaccination sites in Cook County, with another 9 around the state, including just announced locations in DuPage and Kane counties. And there are still more to come. On top of our state-supported mass vaccination sites, our Illinois National Guard is also running 3 additional types of vaccination missions across the state, furthering our ability to target specific regions and populations. And I look forward to announcing additional operations in the coming weeks, including, first, we have our mobile teams administering vaccine to historically underserved communities. We currently have 20 Illinois National Guard mobile teams in Cook, Lake, DeKalb, McHenry, St. Clair, Jackson, Sangamon, Madison, Winnebago, Rock Island, McLean, Grundy, Vermilion, and the southern 7 counties. And we expanded that operation here in Cook by taking personnel from smaller sites and redirecting them to equity-focused mobile teams that can deploy into communities across the county. We also have an additional 7 targeted state sites improving the vaccination rates of certain counties such as the Lake County Fairgrounds, as well as the federal operation at the United Center. And we're expanding access in our rural counties through one-stop, single-shot Johnson & Johnson clinics, a collaboration between the Illinois National Guard and our local health departments. Today, that clinic is operating in Clay County with over 700 appointments and will visit other parts of Illinois, including Edwards, Lawrence, Cumberland, Stevenson, and Edgar counties in the coming days. The men and women of the Illinois National Guard have been leaders in the COVID-19 response, and I want to thank them for their work keeping the people of Illinois safe during this pandemic. And again, let's give our Illinois National Guard a big round of applause. One of those guardsmen that's serving the people of Illinois is Sergeant Paul Bourne of the 5th civil support team, a Eureka, Illinois resident who has been involved with setting up many of our National Guard vaccination sites around the state, including here in Cook County. Not only does Sergeant Bourne have an exemplary record with the Guard, receiving the 2015 Soldier of the Year award, but he is an active leader in his civilian community as a high school girls soccer coach. I also want to recognize Staff Sergeant Lisette Rosas, who works on our mobile operations. Studying to be a social worker in her civilian life, Sergeant Rosas has trained nearly 800 service members in vaccination administration in her second activation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Sergeant Bourne and Staff Sergeant Rosas and their fellow Illinois National Guard soldiers who are vaccinating residents in every corner of this state make us so incredibly proud. And over the weekend, our Guard alone surpassed 500,000 shots administered. That's outstanding. Bourne and Rosas are here today along with their fellow soldiers. And again, I want to thank them and thank the entire Illinois National Guard for making the state of Illinois so proud and for doing their duty and truly keeping people safe and healthy. Thanks to our exemplary Guard, the 900 vaccination sites across the state, and the great work of our 97 local public health departments and healthcare professionals, Illinois has administered now over 4.7 million doses of the life-saving COVID-19 vaccines. So far, nearly 1 in 3 adult residents already has been vaccinated, including more than 64% of our seniors 65 and over. That's amazing progress. And we'll be making even greater strides when we're able to open up vaccine appointments like those available here at the state-supported mass vac sites in Cook County to all adults starting April 12th.
All right, they told us we have the inventory, so we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Are also eligible to make appointments, rounding out the prioritization of our most vulnerable and at-risk groups before we reach universal eligibility 3 weeks from now. Illinois has made great progress to date in saving lives and ending this pandemic, and I'll deploy every available resource to get the entire state over the finish line as quickly as possible. And in the meantime, I encourage all Illinoisans to mask up, keep helping each other out, and we will get through this together. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to an incredible leader who is already making great strides forward on behalf of the people of Illinois in his new position as the new Speaker of the Illinois House, Chris Welch.
Well, good morning, everyone. It truly is an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. Good morning to our mayors from Proviso Township and River Forest Township, our commissioners. I think we got them all here. We can have a Board of Commissioners meeting. Thank you all for coming out here to the western suburbs, the site of the second largest vaccination center in Cook County. And it would not be possible if it was not for Governor Pritzker and County Board President Tony Preckwinkle. So I want to begin by thanking Governor Pritzker, President Preckwinkle, my seatmate, Representative Ford, and my friend and mentor, Majority Leader, Senator Lightfoot, for working collaboratively to make this heartwarming announcement possible here today. Can you give them a round of applause for making this happen? It has been a long year, to say the least. We have had to stay separated from family and friends. Folks have lost jobs and faced financial hardship. Our kids have struggled with remote learning, removed from their teachers, their friends, and the everyday childhood experiences that help them grow. And we know that, unfortunately, the compounded disparities across our healthcare system meant Black and brown communities bore the brunt of this pandemic. But despite the struggles, we are on the verge of putting this virus in check. As the governor said, we are close, but it hasn't been easy. It has required collaboration, trust, and quick decision-making between the governor, our county executives like President Preckwinkle, mayors like this mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Lightfoot, and every single one of these mayors standing behind us today, and our legislators in the House and the Senate. It has required constant input and support from community leaders and local health experts. And despite the politicization of basic measures to keep us all safe, I am glad that those of us here today have always agreed on one thing. If we are going to put an end to this pandemic and resume our regular lives, we need to prioritize the vaccine for those who are most at risk and marginalized from access to medical care. That's folks right here in our communities, right here in the western suburbs. And that's why we fought so hard for this location to open up. I want to applaud all those who made this day happen, but particularly the Illinois National Guard. Thank the men and women of the Illinois National Guard who come to work each and every day to keep us safe. I want to thank Pastor Bill Winston and his able assistant, Miss Melody Winston over there, for working with us in collaboration and partnership to allow us into this space here today. But particularly I want to thank Governor Pritzker, who time and time again answers my call. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your great leadership. Thank you, President Preckwinkle, for also answering that call. I love bugging her on a Sunday morning, and she always picks up. Because of their leadership, the vaccine will be available to Illinois residents 16 years and older by April 12th. In the meantime, those eligible in the western suburbs will be able to get the vaccine here starting on Friday. Starting on Friday. Yes, I know we are all eager to get back to life. We are ready. You guys were tired of seeing me and my kids on TikTok. You're ready to get back to your normal lives. You don't want to see me dancing anymore. We are all working to make sure that doesn't happen again. We're all working to make sure Illinois has a long-term plan to get and keep this virus in check in the months to come as we rebuild our economy. And hopefully, Governor, that includes the governor soon at some point being able to sign the Black Caucus's legislation passed last week in the House, our fourth and final pillar, health care equity, because equity is at the center of every single thing we do. Until then, folks, please don't ease up. We are close. There is indeed a light at the end of this dark tunnel. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, Madam President Preckwinkle. Thank you all for making this day happen. Now, I would like to bring to this podium my friend, our dynamic and fearless leader here in Cook County, Board President Tony Preckwinkle.
Good morning. Grateful to see all of you here today. I want to begin, as always, with acknowledgments. Our own commissioners, Commissioner Brandon Johnson, in whose district we find ourselves today, Commissioner Frank Aguilar, Commissioner Alma Anaya, Commissioner Dennis Deere, who will also be speaking. He's head of the Health Committee, Cook County Board of Commissioners, and Commissioner Pete Silvestri. Thank you, Commissioners, for joining us. I'm grateful, of course, for our state legislators who are with us, in addition to Speaker Welch, Representative LaShawn Ford, and Majority Leader Kimberly Lightfoot. We have a number of mayors with us, including Mayor Rory Hoskins in Forest Park. This is his bailiwick. Mayor Jeff Sherwin from Northlake, Mayor Joseph Tamburino from Hillside, Mayor Herbert Hermanick from North Riverside, Mayor Edwina Perkins, Mayor of Maywood, Mayor Katrina Thompson of Broadview, Mayor Kathy Aducci of River Forest. I'm grateful for the presence of all of you. And I want to thank you for joining us here today in Forest Park as we open our largest community vaccination site to date. Governor Pritzker, I want to begin by thanking you. We're very grateful for your help and support, which I'll get to in a little bit. We could not do these mass vaccination sites without the National Guard and the contract workers who you've provided for us, so thank you. Speaker Welsh, I'm very grateful to have a friend in the House. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. You don't have to laugh. That's not true, but you shouldn't laugh. I'm pleased to be here today to mark another opportunity to ensure that residents can be vaccinated in the most expeditious manner. When fully operational, this site will be able to provide nearly 5,000 vaccines a day. So we're going to start out with, 1,000, Governor? Is that right? That's right. And we're going to ramp up. Okay. Also starting today, in collaboration with the state of Illinois, the 5 Cook County community vaccination sites will now be open to all Illinois residents who are eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, including those in 1B+. As I said, this would not be possible without the help of Governor Pritzker and the continued support of the Illinois National Guard and our staff, of course, from Cook County Health. We're very grateful to all of you. There's so much behind-the-scenes work that goes into the opening of these sites, and I'm grateful for everyone's collaboration. I'm proud of all the good work that's being done to expand fair and equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccine for all residents in Cook County and now to all residents in Illinois. Our most vulnerable communities have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And in order to get on the other side of this difficult time, we need to continue vaccinating as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Having mass community vaccination sites is the only way we will beat this virus. Last week, we celebrated an important milestone in our national vaccine efforts. President Biden was committed to 100 million doses of the vaccine in 100 days, and we met the goal in just 58 days. As our vaccinations increase and the number of COVID-19 cases decrease, every day we're moving closer to our goal to return to normalcy. There's still much work to be done, however. Please stay safe. I encourage you to get vaccinated as soon as you're able. And of course, to wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. Now it's my pleasure to bring forward Majority Leader Kim Lightford of the Illinois Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. I bring greetings to all of you on behalf of the 4th Senate District and welcome you to the Village of Forest Park under Mayor Worry Hoskins. And I realized that when I passed my purse, I passed my glasses. So I'm pretty sure I'll be swift. I just want to ditto, if I could just ditto the governor, the speaker, the president. I believe they really said it all. The importance of vaccinations, the importance of bringing this facility to communities who were disproportionately impacted by this virus. I just want to add to that it's critical that we continue to move as quickly as possible to allow our most vulnerable residents to get vaccinated so that they're able to defend themselves against this deadly virus. By opening this mass vaccination site here in Forest.
We've been listening to the updates there in Illinois. Before we leave you this evening, I want to show you. This is what the face of a hero looks like. This is what Boulder Police Department put out just moments ago. Rest in peace, Officer Eric Talley. Your service will never be forgotten. This was the officer, an 11-year veteran with the force there in Boulder, Colorado. Died today because of a shooter walking in to a grocery store there in Boulder, Colorado, killing him and 9 others in a massacre that we have so many questions yet to be answered. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
We've had to significantly ramp up vaccine production to a level more than double when we arrived, acquired enough vaccines to vaccinate the population, and have set up a deadline, May 1st, by which all Americans should be eligible to get a vaccine. We've done this not only by increasing vaccine production, but also adding thousands more vaccinators and thousands of additional locations to get vaccinated. We are now vaccinating about 2.5 billion people per day, up from 900,000 when we arrived. This weekend was the first time that the U.S. reported vaccinating more than 3 million people on consecutive days. There are now a total of 81 million people, or nearly 1 in 3 adults, with at least 1 vaccine dose in the U.S., and 44 million who are fully vaccinated. Nearly 69% of seniors have now received their first vaccination, and 42% are fully vaccinated. A second core element of our plan is to get schools open and open safely. This has meant following the science, dramatically increasing testing, and making it a priority to vaccinate teachers. With $10 billion committed to testing so far, schools have enough resources to properly test their students and staff. Today, we're taking another step in building an equitable and efficient response. The state of Washington will receive its first federal community vaccination site. The Yakima County CVC will be able to offer up to 1,200 shots per day. Local residents will be able to drive through the Central Washington State Fair Park and get a shot. Now, this is the 22nd federally run vaccination site we've opened. And as you can see from some of the tweets on the screen here, these sites get great reviews as a place to get vaccinated. Combined, they deliver nearly 100,000 shots per day. All of the sites are in areas defined by the CDC as having a high
age, namely a very good efficacy, 79.9% in participants who are 65 years of age or older. Next slide. The reactogenicity and overall safety profile were good. The vaccine was well tolerated, and the Data and Safety Monitoring Board identified no specific safety concerns related to the vaccines. Importantly, and this is a quote from the DSMB, no evidence of disproportionate risk of thrombosis or events characterized by thrombosis among the 21,583 participants who received at least 1 dose. An in-depth search of the database for venous thrombosis revealed no events in this study. Next slide. In the conduct of this trial, it was funded by BARDA and by NIAID in a trial led by the company AstraZeneca. The NIAID supported by its clinical trial network, the COVE-PN. The Data and Safety Monitoring Board was formed by NIAID, which monitored the trial to ensure safety and validity of the data. And NIAID intramural investigators co-authored key preclinical studies. And finally, on the last slide, importantly, this vaccine can be stored, transported, and handled at refrigerator temperatures for at least 6 months. And also importantly, conditional marketing authorization or emergency use is already in play in more than 70 countries across 6 continents, and it has been given emergency use listing by the WHO. I'll stop there and back to you, Andy.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Walensky. Let's go to questions, please.
First question will go to Dan Vergano at BuzzFeed News.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if you could comment on what you see going forward if we continue vaccinating the most high risk and elderly with regard to death rates versus the case rates. Are we going to see a much lower death rate overall with continuing, relatively high case numbers? And does that communicate your message about vaccination if the death rates decline? It's a great thing, of course, but I wonder what kind of world we're going to see going forward as more people get vaccinated. Thanks.
Why don't we start with Dr. Walensky and then Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, it's an important question for us to consider. I think one thing we have to realize is that there's still a death rate among people who are under the age of 65, and that death rate is certainly going to be consistent with the number of cases we have overall. So while I consider it extraordinarily good news that our death rate is declining, those who have been vaccinated, there is still a death rate among those who are over, 25 over 20. And, as those cases continue to increase in that demographic, we will see death rates in that demographic as well.